Douluo, Transmigrated as Huo Yuhao, encounters Zhu Zhuqing. This video is purely for entertainment, and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting, and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. 7 young ladies. After winning the second round, Xiandao Royal Academy has advanced to the top 10. In the third round, 2 teams will have a bye. After the remaining 8 teams have won, the top 6 will be decided. For other teams, as long as they do not encounter the 3-seeded teams, it is very likely to advance to the top 6. On the day of the competition, when everyone from Xiandao Royal Academy arrived at the competition venue, the team leader Wang Zhao had already come with the draw results. Our opponent today is Xianshu Academy. Wang Zhao was in a relaxed mood. Although Xianshu Academy is also relatively strong, it cannot be compared with the team of Wuhan Hall and the team of Douluo Royal Academy. There are only 3 Soul Sect level combat forces in the team, which is a big gap from Xiandao Royal Academy. Generally speaking, it is only the third round of the competition, and the chances of Xiandao team facing Douluo Royal Academy and Wuhan Hall are very small. Of course, even if they meet, they are not afraid. With Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing, Xiandao team is now not afraid of any opponent, even Wuhan Hall. Xianshu Academy. Huo Yuhao thought of the gentle and jade-like girl, Shubinga. When Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing first arrived at Xiandao City, Huo Yuhao had fought with them in the Xiandao Great Soul Arena, and knew their strength. Now a year has passed, and I don't know how the other party has improved. On the way to the Spirit Hall, Huo Yuhao also talked with Shubinga for a while. This gentle girl has a spirit of not admitting defeat, and is eager to fight with Huo Yuhao again. However, after seeing Huo Yuhao's match with Shrek Academy the day before yesterday, I don't know if Shubinga still has confidence. Huo Yuhao's combat power is too strong, and he can be said to be invincible in this Soul Master competition. Even the 3 people of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall have the combat power of the Soul King level, but in terms of performance, there is a big gap compared to Huo Yuhao. Everyone, play steadily and steadily. There is no possibility of us losing this battle. Wang Zhao smiled. Got it, teacher. Huo Yuhao and others came to the rest area and waited for the game to start. Huo Yuhao, you will arrange the candidates for the game. Wang Zhao said. Okay. Huo Yuhao thought for a moment and said, this battle will be played by me, Rangrong, Du Guan, Yu Xianheng, Yi Lingling, Oslo, and Yu Feng. The others can rest. Xianshu Academy has a total of 3 Soul Sect level fighters, and among the players, arranged by Huo Yuhao, there are 4 Soul Sect level fighters. There is no other way. There are 8 Soul Sect level, or above players among the 10 players. No matter how they are arranged, there will be at least 5 Soul Sect level or above fighters. In fact, even if Huo Yuhao does not play, Xiandao Royal Academy can still win the game. It's just that he promised Shubinga before that he would fight her again. It's also to avoid the martial soul fusion skills of Shubinga and Zhu Wu. The martial soul fusion skill is the biggest trump card of Xianshu Academy, which can help them reverse the situation of the game. It can be said that the martial soul fusion skill has played a great role in the fact that Xianshu Academy, which only has 3 Soul Sect level fighters, has been able to come all the way to now smoothly. Brother Yuhao, am I not going to play in this game? Zhu Zhuqing asked. You can take a rest today, we will do it. Of course, with Zhu Zhuqing here, the game can be won faster, but there is no need for that. Zhu Zhuqing's strength should be saved for dealing with Douluo Royal Academy. After all, her sister Zhu Zhuqing is in Douluo Royal Academy. When the time comes, the battle between the 2 sisters will be very fierce. After 2 games, Douluo Royal Academy and Shenfeng Academy defeated their opponents one after another, and finally it was the turn of Xiandao Royal Academy and Xianshu Academy to play. Huo Yuhao, don't show mercy, just because the opponents are all beauties. Ma Xiaotao said, when Huo Yuhao was about to go on the court. How could it be? No one is more beautiful than Sister Xiaotao. Huo Yuhao chuckled. Haha. Xiandao Royal Academy vs. Xianshu Academy. Both sides go on the court. The referee gave an order. Huo Yuhao led his companions to the fighting spirit field, and the team coming towards them was the Xianshu Academy team. 7 people, all wearing blue uniforms, and each of them was a beautiful woman. Xianshu College is a special college. Compared with the other 4 elemental colleges, Xianshu College has the most stringent enrollment requirements. In addition to only recruiting water-attributed martial spirits, they have 2 more requirements. One is to only recruit female students, and the other is not to recruit non-beautiful women. It is said that the dean of Xianshu College was also a stunning woman who was famous for her beauty. The special thing about Xianshu College is that this college is open to civilians. As long as civilians meet the above requirements, they can also enter Xianshu College. The 7 women stood in a row, forming a beautiful landscape, which can be said to have amazed everyone in the audience. Many male soul masters are proud to marry a female soul master from Xianshu College. Huo Yuhao, I didn't expect to meet you in this round of competition. Shubinga's eyes were a little complicated. There was a strong desire to fight, but also regret that the soul master competition would stop here. There is no doubt that facing the Xiandao Royal College, or more accurately, facing Huo Yuhao, they have no confidence in winning. Of course, it is not easy for them to get to where they are now with their strength. The top 10 is also a great honor for Xianshu College. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, show me your strength. I will go all out to show my respect. Shubinga's eyes gradually became firm, and she said, okay. Huo Yuhao said to the players around him, leave Shubinga to me, and the others can find their own opponents. Among the 7 players from Xiandao Royal Academy, there are 2 auxiliary spirit masters, Ningrangrang and Li Lingling. Apart from other aspects, the fact that the 2 top auxiliary spirits on the continent are in the same team has already made other teams despair. The 9-hearted begonia plus the 9 treasure glazed pagoda, which has evolved from the 7 treasure glazed pagoda. Yufeng, who is at the Soul Master level in the team, will also have the combat power of the Soul Sect level. This is undoubtedly a match without suspense. The referee glanced at both sides, and then shouted, the game begins. Both sides released their spirits and spirit rings at the same time. Huo Yuhao's 1 white, 2 purple and 2 black spirit rings are still so incredible. Every time it is displayed, it can have the effect of shocking the whole audience. Go. Huo Yuhao rushed to the front. His first soul ring had already lit up, and the blue silver overlord spear appeared in his hand. Although he said he would go all out, Huo Yuhao still did not use the golden dragon martial soul. No matter who it was in Xianshu College, there was a huge gap between him, and they were not at the same level at all. No matter which martial soul he had, he could defeat the 7 young ladies on the opposite side in a short time. A sharp cold light flashed on the tip of the blue silver overlord spear, making people feel cold. Shubinga's face was extremely solemn. Facing Huo Yuhao, she could only go all out. So, she immediately used her 4th soul skill, Gift of Winter. This soul skill is her biggest trump card, which can improve her own attributes, to be infinitely close to the ultimate ice. The Ice Phoenix martial soul is the top beast martial soul, even not inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Compared with Mahanjan's Evil Fire Phoenix, Shubinga's Ice Phoenix martial soul is purer in attribute quality. There is no powerful side effect of the Evil Fire Phoenix. After a year of hard training, Shubinga's soul power level has reached level 43, making her the strongest in the Xianshu Academy team. However, compared with Huo Yuhao, there is still a big gap in realm. Moreover, as a control type soul master, Shubinga is also responsible for controlling the situation of the entire field. Therefore, after she used the 4th soul skill, the first soul ring lit up immediately. The first soul skill, freezing. This skill is also extremely powerful among the soul skills of control type soul masters. It can be used instantly and freeze the opponent without any warning. With the improvement of the 4th soul skill, the power of this soul skill was immediately revealed. I saw an extreme chill suddenly appear under the feet of the 7 people from Xiandao Royal Academy. Without a moment of reaction, 7 ice sculptures appeared on the fighting soul field. However, although the soul skill is powerful, it is difficult to restrict Huo Yuhao's actions. The iron hard ice on his body instantly broke. Huo Yuhao rushed out of it and came to Shubinga in a moment. Shubinga didn't react to this because she had expected this scene before. However, except Huo Yuhao, everyone else from Xiandao Royal Academy was in a frozen state at the moment. Except for Shubinga and Zhu who followed closely behind her, the other 5 people from Xianshu Academy had already rushed towards Yu Xianheng and others. The freezing time was short, and they had to defeat Yu Xianheng and others before they broke through the freezing, or at least control the situation of the game and gain the upper hand. With a crack, fine cracks appeared on the ice on Yu Xianheng's body. With the top beast martial spirit, the blue-spotted Tyrannosaurus Rex, his power was undoubtedly terrifying. The freezing could restrict him, but the time was very short. But in this moment, Yu Herao from Xianshu Academy had already rushed forward. She was the only soul master in Xianshu Academy, except Shubinga and Zhu, and her power was second only to Shubinga. Yu Herao immediately used all her strength, and the first and third soul rings on her body lit up at the same time, launching a fierce attack on Yu Xianheng. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's blue-silver vines had spread to the entire venue. The thick blue-silver vines were like iron chains, interweaving into a large net, entwining towards Yu Herao. Yu Herao's body was extremely flexible. Her martial soul was the Coral Barracuda, which was a sensitive attack martial soul. But the blue-silver vines had spread all over the venue, and there were obstacles everywhere on her route. The blue-silver vines were everywhere, and they protected Yu Xianheng and others silently, separating them from the people from Xianshu College. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's powerful mental power was undoubtedly demonstrated. Under his control, the blue-silver vines were like countless flexible tentacles, directly controlling the entire venue. Huo Yuhao himself also broke out in a battle with Shubinga. Compared with the last time, Shubinga's fighting skills this time have been significantly improved. However, in the face of absolute strength, these are all illusions. Huo Yuhao's physical strength is really too strong. He is at the level of Soul King, which has surpassed the strong men at the level of Soul Saint. Every time they fought, Shubinga could feel her arm shaking violently, almost numb. Her face was pale, and her teeth were clenched. Although she knew before that there was a huge gap between her and Huo Yuhao, she was still deeply shocked when they really fought. Facing Huo Yuhao, she felt as if she was facing her teacher, the dean of Xianshu College. The pressure that could not be overcome at all was really breathtaking. Third soul skill, resist ice ring. Suddenly, a terrifying cold wind suddenly swept out from Shubinga's body, freezing cold, and with great repulsion, pushing away everything in front of her body. The blue-silver grass all over Shubinga's body was blown away by the cold wind, clearing a piece of open space. However, Huo Yuhao's legs seemed to be nailed to the spot, motionless, only when the resistance ice ring was activated. His upper body shook slightly. Huo Yuhao today is much stronger than a year ago. There is already such a huge gap between Soul Sect and Soul King. For a relatively good Soul Master, the difference between a Soul King and a Soul Ancestor is only reflected in the addition of a 10,000-year Soul Ring. The 10,000-year Soul Ring can enhance the Soul Master's overall performance, which is absolutely not comparable to the 1,000-year Soul Ring. This gap is even more obvious between Huo Yuhao and ordinary Soul Masters. Every time Huo Yuhao makes progress, his strength will change qualitatively, completely different from the past. A year ago, under Shubinga's resistance ice ring, Huo Yuhao would be repelled by the powerful repulsive force, but now he can remain motionless, as if this soul skill has no effect on him at all. At this moment, Shubinga finally changed color, and even this skill could not do anything to Huo Yuhao. You know, under the enhancement of the fourth soul skill, the gift of winter, Shubinga's soul skill will instantly pull away even a Soul King. It can be seen that Huo Yuhao, the Soul King, is much stronger than ordinary Soul Kings. Huo Yuhao punched out, as if the air was exploding, with an incomparable terrifying power, which moved people. Shubinga did not dare to take it head on, and dodged to the side. However, the fierce fist wind still made her feel stinging when it blew on her face. If it fell on her body, she would probably end up with broken bones. In other places in the fighting soul field, other people from Xiandao Royal Academy also escaped one after another and fought with the people from Xianshu Academy. Du Guyan was a control type soul master who was at the back of the team, observing the situation on the field and protecting Ning Rangrang and Li Lingling, two auxiliary type soul masters. With the amplification of the 9 treasures glazed tower and the 9 heart begonia, the people from Xiandao Royal Academy were as brave as tigers, and their offensive was swift, and they soon gained an absolute upper hand. It has only been a few minutes since the start of the game, and Xianshu Academy has already begun to lose people. Shujua is only a level 37 soul master. Facing Yufeng, who is also a soul master and has a similar cultivation level, she instantly fell into a disadvantage. With the assistance of the 2 auxiliary type soul masters, Yufeng's combat power directly increased to the level of Dao Soul Sect, and he easily knocked Shujua off the stage. After Shujua, Qiyu Ruishu, Gukingbo and others were also knocked off the fighting arena one after another. Even though they were facing a group of beautiful female soul masters, the players of Xiandao Royal Academy showed no mercy and had to resolve the battle in a short time. Shubinga fought with Huo Yuhao while distractedly observing the situation on the field. When she saw her sisters being eliminated one after another, she panicked. Although she had no hope of winning this game, since the beginning of the game, she didn't want to lose so quickly. She pulled herself out and came to Zhu not far away. The two looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. The two hugged each other, and suddenly, the soul power of the two gathered together, and a huge soul power fluctuation was generated. This is a martial soul fusion skill. Huo Yuhao immediately understood that in most cases, the release of martial soul fusion skills is a hug between the two parties. At least there must be physical contact, so that the soul power of the two can be gathered together. However, it is impossible to release a martial soul fusion skill in an instant. If Huo Yuhao attacked now, he would definitely be able to interrupt the opponent, but he did not do so, because he also wanted to face the martial soul fusion skill directly and see its power. The power of the martial soul fusion skill is extremely powerful, and it is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Shubinga and Zhu are both at the soul sect level, and the martial soul fusion skills released by the two have at least the powerful power of the soul emperor level. The soul power of the two gathered together, and the ice blue light suddenly shone, filling the entire fighting soul field. An extremely cold breath was spreading, and even the soul masters in the audience felt the cold, and couldn't help shivering. Finally, the ice blue light completely submerged Shubinga and Zhu. Li. A phoenix cry shook the entire fighting soul field, and a powerful soul power wave swept across. I saw a huge 7-meter long phoenix spread its wings and soared, and the terrifying low temperature instantly spread throughout the field. At this moment, the other people from Xianshu College were also eliminated by Yu Xianheng and others. Yu Xianheng and the others looked at the ice phoenix in the air of the fighting spirit arena in fear, and a chill rose from their hearts. This was an extreme chill, as if it could freeze a person's soul. Yu Xianheng asked himself, if he faced such a powerful martial soul fusion skill alone, he would not be able to win at all, and could only be eliminated. At this moment, he stared at Huo Yuhao, wondering how Huo Yuhao would respond. Over the past year, Yu Xianheng wanted to fight Huo Yuhao at first, but later he could only watch Huo Yuhao's strength advance by leaps and bounds. Yu Xianheng could only chase Huo Yuhao's back, feeling unwilling, but more convinced. When the gap is large enough, there will be no more thoughts of competition. In the air, the huge ice phoenix flapped its wings and swooped down towards Huo Yuhao. Carrying extremely cold ice and snow, it fell from the sky and froze the entire fighting spirit arena. The referee stood at the edge of the fighting spirit arena, with his hair standing up. Even if he was a soul saint, he felt the bone-chilling cold. Huo Yuhao stared with his eyes, his soul power surged, the blue-silver grass grew wildly, and he met the ice phoenix in the air. Other powerful powers. 5,000 words, 1,000 more than yesterday, a little progress every day. By the way, how did you spend 520, brothers? Chapter 127 Shubinga's room, short skirt, long legs. Huo Yuhao's blue-silver grass pierced into the air like a spear. It was blue as jade, but it also revealed a sharp light. The huge ice phoenix was fearless and swooped down from the air. Its huge wings carried ice down. As its wings fluttered, a fierce cold wind blew. For a moment, the entire fighting spirit field turned into a world of ice and snow. The temperature dropped sharply, and the cold was biting. The thick blue-silver spears were now covered with a layer of ice. Huo Yuhao's blue-silver emperor was originally a top-level martial spirit, and the blue-silver vines were extremely tough. After Huo Yuhao took the 8 anise mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot, his physique was no longer vulnerable to water or fire, and he was also extremely immune to ice. The special physique was extended to the martial spirit, making the blue-silver emperor also have the characteristics of being immune to ice and fire. The blue-silver vines continued to grow, broke through the ice, and still stood upright. At this moment, Yushai and Heng and others looked horrified. At this moment, facing the martial soul fusion skills released by Shubinger and Zhu, they felt like they were facing Huo Yuhao directly. They were so powerful that they could not defeat him. They gathered at the edge of the fighting spirit field, prepared for defense, and did not intend to help, because they already had blind confidence in Huo Yuhao. Perhaps in this game, they will have the opportunity to see Huo Yuhao go all out. This is indeed the case. Facing the martial soul fusion skills released by 2 soul masters, even Huo Yuhao must pay attention. A powerful soul power fluctuation emerged from his body, and the blue-silver grass grew wildly, bounding towards the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix swooped down with terrifying soul power fluctuations. The blue-silver spear could not withstand the huge pressure and broke inch by inch. However, the blue-silver grass continued to grow, and then countless blue-silver grass drilled out from the ground, submerging the entire fighting spirit field. The blue-silver vines intertwined into a large net, covering the ice phoenix, trying to catch it. Although the ice phoenix was terrifying, it also felt exhausted in front of the dense and tough blue-silver vines, as if it had plunged into a large net, with its wings bound and unable to spread its wings and fly. Huo Yuhao also rushed forward with the blue-silver overlord spear in his hand. He was agile, and every step he took on the ground could allow him to rush forward more than 10 meters. Soon, Huo Yuhao arrived in front of the ice phoenix. Facing the ice phoenix directly, the cold wind blew in his face, causing pain on his face. If it were an ordinary soul master, he would probably have been frozen by this extremely cold breath, and turned into an ice sculpture. However, Huo Yuhao was not afraid at all. He ignored the cold wind, and swung the spear in his hand to hit the huge body of the ice phoenix. Bang! Huo Yuhao's strength was absolutely amazing. In front of him, the huge ice phoenix was beaten back again and again, but because of the blue-silver vines wrapped around its body, it could not get away, and could only fight hard. Cry! The ice phoenix let out a long cry, and spewed out an extremely cold beam of light, shooting towards Huo Yuhao. Wherever the cold light passed, the blue-silver vines were instantly frozen, and then shattered, and fell to the ground. Huo Yuhao was naturally not stupid enough to resist. Although he was confident in himself, there was no need to do such a thankless task. His figure flashed, and his speed was comparable to that of a quick attack spirit master, leaving a trail of after images, passing through the gaps in the blue-silver vines, and constantly approaching the ice phoenix. Huo Yuhao jumped high, and the blue-silver overlord spear in his hand suddenly stabbed at the left wing of the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix, entangled by countless blue-silver vines, was like a lamb, to be slaughtered at this moment, and there was no way to dodge. It could only vibrate its wings, and crystal feathers fell off one by one, turning into sharp arrow feathers, and shooting towards Huo Yuhao. Ding ding ding. The dense sound rang out, and the feathers shot at Huo Yuhao's body, making him feel as if his skin was pricked by needles. With his current physique, it would be difficult for the attacks of the soul sect level to break his defense. However, this feathering was extremely sharp, like a sword, and could easily leave a bloody hole on an ordinary person. Huo Yuhao endured the pain, holding the gun with both hands and fiercely stabbed it into the left wing of the ice phoenix. A sharp phoenix cry sounded. That was a painful scream. The martial soul fusion skill of Shubinger and Zhu had already possessed a flesh and blood body. The long spear pierced into the left wing, arousing a violent soul power fluctuation, and the temperature around it dropped again. Huo Yuhao turned over and stood on the back of the Ice Phoenix. He punched one after another, hitting the back of the Ice Phoenix, bang bang. His fists were powerful and heavy, and every time he punched, he shook the soul power of the Ice Phoenix a little. This fierce scene shocked everyone. They didn't expect Huo Yuhao to be so powerful that he could shake the huge Ice Phoenix with his flesh. The Ice Phoenix turned on the spot, and its wings were like huge and sharp gate knives, cutting off the blue-silver vines that bound its body. It flapped its wings, flew up from the ground, and circled in the air, trying to throw Huo Yuhao off its body. However, Huo Yuhao's legs seemed to have pierced into the flesh of the Ice Phoenix. Even though his body was shaking, he always stayed on the back of the Ice Phoenix. He did not hold back, punching one after another, as if swinging a forging hammer to forge iron. After dozens of punches, the aura of the Ice Phoenix had dissipated, and even its soul power was shaken away, and its body became somewhat illusory. Although the martial soul fusion technique is powerful and can fight across levels, it cannot be maintained for a long time for Shubinga and Zhu Wu, who have low cultivation. This huge Ice Phoenix is like Shubinga's martial soul. However, the strength of this Ice Phoenix is obviously not yet at the level of a soul saint. The Ice Phoenix circled madly, and its wings raised a biting cold wind, knocking Yu Xianheng and others on the edge of the fighting spirit field off the fighting spirit field. Of course, this was also because Yu Xianheng and the others had confidence in Huo Yuhao and believed that, even if they were in the soul fighting arena, it would be difficult for them to help Huo Yuhao. It would be better to leave the field directly and leave the field to Huo Yuhao. Finally, the Ice Phoenix stumbled and fell from mid-air. Its body was now scattered, changing between reality and illusion. With a bang, the Ice Phoenix fell to the ground, blasting the originally frozen soul fighting arena and stirring up endless smoke and dust. Huo Yuhao thought the battle was about to end, but it was not. After the Ice Phoenix dissipated, it condensed into an extremely cold breath, impacting Huo Yuhao. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Shubinga and Zhu Wu appeared in the soul fighting arena, but at this moment they had fainted due to excessive consumption of soul power. Huo Yuhao turned into an ice sculpture, standing in the center of the field. Who will win or lose in this battle? The people in the audience looked at the situation on the field. Shubinga and Zhu Wu had obviously lost their fighting power, and Huo Yuhao was also frozen. Is this a draw? Someone asked. However, at this moment, cracks appeared on the ice on Huo Yuhao's body, and then exploded. He shuddered involuntarily, rubbed his hands, and jumped a few times on the spot. It was so damn cold. The last attack of the Ice Phoenix caught him off guard. The low temperature, which was infinitely close to the extreme ice, made him feel uncomfortable. In the third round of the finals, Xiandao Royal Academy will play against Xianshu Academy. The final winner is Xiandao Royal Academy. The referee loudly announced the outcome of the game. The other members of the Xianshu team rushed to the stage and picked up Shubinga and Zhu Wu. Huo Yuhao, congratulations on entering the top 6. Shujua said. Thank you, you are very strong. Shujua rolled her eyes at him and said, but you were too rude just now. Doesn't my sister look pretty? You hit her so hard. Huo Yuhao touched his nose and said a little embarrassedly, I will do my best to show you the best respect. Okay, I won't say anything, but after my sister wakes up, I hope you can come to see her. That's what I should do, Huo Yuhao said. After the battle, Huo Yuhao took Yu Xianheng and others back to the rest area. After the third round of the game, when leaving the fighting arena, Shubinga ran over and whispered to Huo Yuhao's ear, telling him Shubinga's room number. After returning to the hotel, everyone from Xiandao Royal Academy gathered together for dinner. After entering the top 6, the Xiandao team is one step closer to the goal of this competition. In previous Soul Master competitions, the best result of Xiandao Royal Academy was 3rd place, and sometimes it would fall out of the top 3. And this time, with the addition of Huo Yuhao, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rangrong, their goal is to win the championship. If they win the final championship, it will be the supreme honor. After returning to the Xiandao Empire, He will also be rewarded by Emperor Zhu Yi, and being conferred a title will not be a problem. While eating, Huo Yuhao also saw the team from Xianshu College enter the restaurant, but Xu Bing'er was not among them. After dinner, Huo Yuhao found an excuse to leave the team, and went to the room number Xu Zhuqing mentioned. After knocking gently on the door of the room opened quickly, and Xu Zhuqing appeared at the door. Huo Yuhao, you are here. Xu Zhuqing smiled immediately after seeing Huo Yuhao, and she quickly welcomed Huo Yuhao into the room. How is your sister? Huo Yuhao asked. My sister just woke up, and she is still a little weak now. Her soul power is exhausted, and she needs to rest for a while, Xu Zhuqing said. Huo Yuhao nodded. He had released the martial soul fusion skill with Zhu Zhuqing. At that time, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing relied on the martial soul fusion skill, the Nether White Tiger, to hunt down the holy illusion demon ape. The power of the Nether White Tiger is not weaker than that of the Ice Phoenix. Huo Yuhao also has a deep understanding of the weakness of releasing the martial soul fusion skill. The problem is not big, it just takes time to recover the soul power. However, Huo Yuhao and Xu Bing'er have met several times, and they can be considered friends, so it is reasonable for him to come and visit. This is also a large suite. Under the guidance of Xu Zhuqing, Huo Yuhao came to the door of Xu Bing'er's room. Xu Zhuqing did not knock on the door, but opened the door directly and shouted, "Sister, look who is here." Xu Bing'er was wearing a silk short skirt, which was a bit cool, revealing a pair of round and slender thighs and part of her snow white and smooth skin. She was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the room to practice and recover her soul power. After hearing Xu Zhuqing's voice, she opened her eyes. When she saw Huo Yuhao standing at the door, she was startled at first, and then her face quickly flushed. Huo Yuhao, why are you here? Xu Bing'er felt ashamed for no reason, and secretly blamed her sister for being careless and opening the door directly, leaving her no time to react. You know, she was only wearing a thin short skirt at the moment, and her spring light was exposed. Come and see you. Huo Yuhao's eyes stayed on Xu Bing'er for a moment, and then he consciously moved away and turned to the side. I'm fine, Xu Bing'er said quickly, her pretty face slightly red, and glared at Xu Zhuqing. Sister, then you guys chat, I'm going to practice. Xu Zhuqing quickly left. She knew that her sister had special feelings for Huo Yuhao, so she took the initiative to promote this scene. Xu Bing'er quickly got up from the bed and pulled her skirt a little bit at a loss. But in her own room, she was dressed casually, and the skirt was too short at the moment, and it couldn't cover the white skin that was exposed, especially the pair of white and round jade legs. But now the door was open, and Huo Yuhao was standing at the door. Naturally, she was embarrassed to ask Huo Yuhao to step aside and let her change clothes. You, don't stand at the door, come in, Xu Bing'er said timidly. This scene was completely beyond her expectations. The blush on her face was extremely attractive, and her shy look added a bit of charm. Okay. When Huo Yuhao walked into the room, a faint body fragrance of a young girl lingered, which made people feel refreshed. There were 2 chairs in Xu Bing'er's room. She was naturally embarrassed to let Huo Yuhao sit on her bed. After the 2 sat down, they looked at each other. Xu Bing'er's eyes were a little evasive, and she hurriedly said, "Congratulations on entering the top 6. She pretended to be calm, found a topic, and chatted with Huo Yuhao, but her white jade fingers unconsciously grabbed the corner of her skirt, trying to cover her legs as much as possible. Miss Bing'er, just call me Bing'er." Xu Bing'er's eyes stayed on her legs, observing Huo Yuhao with her peripheral vision. Okay, Bing'er, what are your plans after the Soul Master competition is over? Huo Yuhao asked, smelling the girl's faint fragrance. I will follow the teacher to practice for a while. After breaking through the Soul King, I plan to travel around the continent. In the end, I may return to the academy and become a teacher, Xu Bing'er said. Of course, at her age, she can definitely participate in the next Soul Master competition. However, the graduation requirement of the General Advanced Soul Master Academy is to break through level 30. If it weren't for participating in the Soul Master competition, she would have graduated from Xianshu Academy long ago. With her current cultivation, she can already serve as an ordinary teacher in the academy. After chatting for a while, the atmosphere in the room became normal. Although the two had known each other for a year, they were not familiar with each other. This time, with the help of Shujua, they got to know each other a little bit. Shubinga is not as cold as her martial soul. On the contrary, she has a gentle personality, which makes people feel relaxed when getting along with her. But Huo Yuhao is also a normal person. Seeing such a beautiful girl sitting in front of him, the pair of jade legs is still too stimulating for him. Chapter 128, Admit defeat directly, or follow the process. Huo Yuhao did not stay for long. After returning to his room, he went straight to Masayoteo's room. Summarizing the battle experience of today's game, Masayoteo has rich combat experience, which has benefited Huo Yuhao a lot. In the second half of the night, Huo Yuhao, who was relieved physically and mentally, finally fell asleep. After 3 rounds of competition, there were only 6 teams left in the entire competition, and 3 seeded teams were still there. In the 4th round of competition, there were no buys, and all 6 teams would compete to determine the top 3. However, for the runner-up and 3rd place, there was only honor, no actual reward. The 3 soul bones, provided by the spirit hall, also belonged to the champion. The 3 soul bones are so precious that no one would not want to fight, so it is conceivable that the 4th round and the finals will be fierce. One day later, the 4th round of the finals began, and the opponent of Xiandao Royal Academy is Shenfeng Academy. The 3 seeded teams did not meet in advance. Now that the draw results are out, many people expect the top 3 teams of this year's All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. That is, these 3 seeded teams that will be guaranteed to enter the finals. The Divine Wind Academy can be said to be the strongest team besides the 3 seeded teams. Being able to advance to the top 6 is enough to show how strong they are. But they will eventually stop here, because no team can cross the insurmountable mountain of the Heavenly Royal Academy. If they were facing the Star Luo Royal Academy, they might still have a chance, but the Divine Wind Academy was unlucky and would stop here in the finals. The match between the Heavenly Royal Academy and the Divine Wind Academy was scheduled for the 3rd game, and the Spirit Hall was the 1st game. In the audience, Huo Yuhao witnessed the Spirit Hall team completely eliminated the opponent like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, showing an invincible momentum and taking the lead in entering the top 3 of the finals. In the fighting spirit field, Hulina, who had a charming figure and a stunning appearance, did not leave the fighting spirit field immediately after the referee announced the result of the game, but stared at Huo Yuhao and the audience, her eyes full of fighting spirit. "Are you declaring war on me?" Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and did not take it to heart, because they will face the team of Spirit Hall sooner or later, and it was within Huo Yuhao's expectation that they would meet in the final battle for the championship and runner-up. The second match was between Xingluo Royal Academy and Xiangjia Academy. After all the trump cards were played, and even the spirit fusion skill Nether White Tiger was used, Xingluo Royal Academy won the victory with difficulty. Next, it will be Xiandao Royal Academy vs. Shenfeng Academy. Both teams are from Xiandao Empire, but they have never played against each other before. Because the Xiandao team was directly promoted, the game begins. With the referee's order, a total of 14 people from both sides released their spirits at the same time, and the various spirit rings intertwined, which was very colorful. Shenfeng Academy, led by Captain Feng Xiaoshan, was full of fighting spirit and their eyes were full of passion. For this battle, they have been prepared and must go all out. If they can defeat Xiandao Royal Academy, it will represent supreme honor and may even get their hands on the final 3 spirit bones. But all this is just a pipe dream. Facing Xiandao Royal Academy, they have no chance of winning. Huo Yuhao did not hold back at all. The battle was over just moments after it began. Feng Xiaoshan's self-created Windwolf 36 slashes did not cause any trouble to Huo Yuhao, and was even inferior to Tang San's self-created spirit skill 3 dance palms. Huo Yuhao remembered that Feng Xiaoshan was also born with full spirit power. However, because he spent a lot of time honing his self-created spirit skills, at the age of 24, he only had the strength of a spirit master. Being able to create his own spirit skills showed Feng Xiaoshen's great talent, but he neglected the main point and pursued his own spirit skills, which delayed his own cultivation. It was completely a pit in his brain. Otherwise, with his innate talent of full spirit power, it would be easy for him to break through to the Soul King at the age of 24. However, during the golden period of cultivation, he chose to spend a lot of time thinking about his own spirit skills. Alas, it was wasted. Huo Yuhao, you won. Congratulations on entering the top 3. I also wish you the final championship in advance. Feng Xiaoshen's face was a little pale. After fighting with Huo Yuhao, he realized that his self-created soul skills, which he was proud of, were actually nothing. His pride was also shattered by Huo Yuhao's strength at this moment. However, for a peerless genius like Huo Yuhao, Feng Xiaoshen still didn't mind making friends. Thank you. Huo Yuhao smiled and nodded. At this point, at the end of the 4th round of the game, the teams that finally entered the top 3 were Wuhan Hall Team, Xingluo Royal Academy Team, and Xiandao Royal Academy Team. The finals are just around the corner, and it has reached the moment of the final struggle. The players who can stay until now are undoubtedly the top talents on the continent. 3 days later in the morning, Huo Yuhao and others set out from the hotel and headed for the finals. The Xianshu Academy team had already left, and the eliminated team was not even allowed to watch the last day of the battle. Before leaving, Shubinga said goodbye to Huo Yuhao and promised to see him again another day. In the square in front of the Pope's palace, the 3 teams that entered the finals had already appeared here, quietly waiting for the start of the game. Even the teachers leading the 3 teams could only wait outside. When they arrived here, the other people in Xiandao Royal Academy felt solemn, because they were about to face the team of Wuhan Hall. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rangrang were excited, and could not calm down. Only Huo Yuhao had a relaxed smile on his face, as if he was not here to participate in the finals, but to travel here for sightseeing. Xiandao Royal Academy was like this, and Xingluo Royal Academy was even more solemn. Because among the 3 teams, they were the weakest in terms of paper strength. Whether it was the Wuhan Hall team or the Xiandao team, they all had the combat power of the Soul King level, and in Xingluo Royal Academy, Davis, who had the highest cultivation, was only at level 49. As the other half of the Wuhan fusion skill, Zhu Zhuqing only had level 47 soul power. They were still a long way from the Soul King. At least they had one less 10,000 year level soul ring than the Soul King. The spirit fusion skill, the Nether Spirit Cat, is also their ultimate reliance and their biggest trump card to defeat the enemy. This is also the reason why they dare to stand here, even though they are weak. In addition to Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, the other members of the Xingluo Royal Academy team also have a cultivation level of Soul Master. It can be said that if Huo Yuhao, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rangrang had not joined, Xiandao Royal Academy would not be able to compete with Xingluo Royal Academy. The number of Soul Masters is several times different. In front of the Pope's palace, 2 rows of palace guards lined up all the way from the front of the Pope's palace to the bottom of the mountain. They were wearing silver armor, and equipped with heavy knight swords, majestic and majestic. Suddenly, a group of 12 people walked out of the side door of the Pope's palace. They were wearing the exclusive clothing of the Pope's Palace Cardinal, showing their status in the Spirit Hall. The Cardinal is generally only awarded to Soul Masters who have reached the Soul Douluo level and have made outstanding contributions to the Spirit Hall. These 12 people were not the protagonists. 6 people stood in front of the Pope's palace, shouting, "His Majesty the Pope has arrived. Long live, long live, long live." This roar of thunder and sea rang out in Wuhan City, even more shocking than when Emperor Zhuyi appeared in the Xiandao Great Fighting Soul Arena. Not only the knights of the Wuhan Palace were shouting, but also the people in Wuhan City were shouting. For them, the Pope was the most noble belief. The huge palace door opened, and a beautiful woman walked out slowly. She was wearing a golden dress, a purple gold crown on her head, holding a scepter in her hand, with a solemn and dignified face. As soon as she appeared, it was as if the world was under her control and she became the center of the world. The Pope of the Wuhan Palace, Bibi Dang. No one dared to look directly at her face. The majestic eyes swept over, and no matter who it was, they all lowered their heads unconsciously at this moment. At this moment, all the members of the Spirit Hall knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully, "Greetings to His Holiness the Pope." This domineering aura was like a tidal wave, surging like a tidal wave, making people want to worship him. Behind Bibi Dong, there were 4 people, 3 of whom were wearing bright red dresses inlaid with gold and silver patterns, and on their chests there was a gem the size of a baby's fist, shining with golden light, full of luxurious atmosphere. Among these 3 people, only one was someone Huo Yuhao had seen before, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect's guardian elder, Sword Douluo Chenzin. As for the other 2, Huo Yuhao could also guess their identities, namely Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo beside Pope Bibi Dong, both of whom were titled Douluo powerhouses at level 95. In addition to these 3 people, because of their title Douluo level cultivation, only the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect Master Ningfeng's he was qualified to follow behind Pope Bibi Dong and walk out of the Pope's Hall. Huo Yuhao looked at Bibi Dong in front of the Pope's Hall from a distance, and his heart was shocked. After coming to this world for many years, he finally met this woman who stood at the top of the entire continent. There is no doubt that Bibi Dong is extremely beautiful, peerless, and gorgeous. However, she is wearing the Pope's robe, and she is more majestic. At this time, Bibi Dong's eyes were also fixed on Huo Yuhao. In the second round of the finals, after the Xiandao team played against the Shrek Academy team, his information had been placed in front of Bibi Dong. A 16-year-old Soul King, with a soul ring ratio of white, purple, and black, suspected to have twin martial spirits. No matter which point, it is enough to make people dumbfounded. However, it is all gathered on one person. Compared with him, it seems that the 3 geniuses of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall are nothing. When did such a monster against the sky appear on the continent? It was unheard of before. This completely broke the recognition of ordinary people. Even a strong man like Pope Bibi Dong was deeply shocked. The 4th ring of the 10,000 year level is enough to make any force pay attention. Suspected twin martial spirits. In the match between Xiandao Royal Academy and Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao had the aura of 2 spirits. The powerful and domineering Golden Dragon and the Blue Silver Grass were obviously 2 spirits. Another point is that Huo Yuhao actually had 2 titled Douluo level masters behind him, both of whom were masters that the Spirit Hall had not yet registered. In this comparison, Tang San, who had originally attracted her attention, seemed to no longer be taken seriously. Stand up. Bibi Dong looked at Huo Yuhao for a moment, then waved her scepter and said. All the spirit masters who were kneeling on the ground stood up. Bibi Dong's eyes swept over the 3 teams in the center of the square, a total of 21 people, and a smile appeared on her face. She said, "From you, I see the future of spirit masters. Today, I hope to see all your talents and strengths. Give full play to them. The final winner will receive rewards from the Spirit Hall." The scepter in her hand suddenly lit up, and 3 spirit bones floated in the air. These 3 soul bones are no exception. They are all soul bones that are more than 10,000 years old. They are a left leg bone, a skull bone, and a right arm bone. Seeing the shining light of these 3 soul bones, the scene was undoubtedly boiling instantly. What is the most precious thing for a soul master? Soul bones. Even a rich lady like Ning Rangrang showed a look of desire at this moment. Although she is the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Ning Fengzi did not give her soul bones. Now she is very eager to have her first soul bone. In the Spirit Hall team, Hulina and others also showed eager looks, staring closely at the 3 soul bones suspended in the air. These 3 soul bones were originally intended by Bibi Dong to be directly awarded to Hulina, Ziyu, and Yan, but they were opposed by the Elder Hall, and had to be used as the final reward of the Soul Master competition. For Bibi Dong, this is no different from directly rewarding Hulina and others, because before Huo Yuhao appeared, she had no doubt that the Spirit Hall would win the final championship. But now, the situation of the competition has become confusing, and even she cannot determine who will win the final championship. The Spirit Hall has 3 Soul King level masters, and their strength is obviously not on the same level as other academies. However, the Xiandao Royal Academy, which has 2 Soul Kings, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing, has obviously also risen to the same level as the Spirit Hall, and Huo Yuhao's strength is the only variable. These 3 soul bones are the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, the right arm bone of bursting and burning flames, and the left leg bone of chasing the wind. Bibi Dong said, in this morning's game, each of your 3 teams will send 7 people to participate in the elimination match, and the remaining team will directly enter the championship tomorrow. The 2 losing teams will fight in the afternoon, to compete for another place in the finals. Now, you can send a player to play. Under Huo Yuhao's arrangement, the 7 people participating in the elimination match are undoubtedly above the Soul Sect. From him, it is Zhu Zhuqing, Yushian Heng, Du Guan, Xiemo, and Oslo. Although Ning Rangrang has a high soul power level, she is not a supporting soul master, and is not considered. If it is a team battle, Ning Rangrang is indispensable, but this is a knockout match, which tests individual combat power. Each of the 3 teams sent out 1 person, and the Xiandao Royal Academy sent out Huo Yuhao. This undoubtedly caused an uproar. The team of the Spirit Hall and the team of the Douluo Royal Academy both sent out their strongest combat forces as the last, just because they did not want to be consumed in the front. And the first person to go out of the Xiandao Royal Academy was Huo Yuhao. Should this be called arrogance or confidence? Is he confident that he can defeat the other 2 teams alone? Huo Yuhao's appearance was undoubtedly beyond the expectations of the Spirit Hall team and the Douluo team, making them look solemn and thinking about how to deal with it. The Douluo Royal Academy team sent out Tang Hangning, a 44th level strong attack type soul master with a sharp thunder leopard as his soul. His strength is second only to the Captain Davis and the Vice Captain Zhu Zhuqing in the Douluo team, and it is perfect for him to be the first to go out. The Spirit Hall team also had a Soul Sect member, who was the strongest person under the 3 members of the Golden Generation. If they were placed in other teams, they would both be able to serve as captains, but facing Huo Yuhao at this moment, they were not good enough. Huo Yuhao was a Soul King, and he would not bully people like this. The 2 looked at each other, and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The first one to appear did not make a splash, but instead encountered the strongest person in this competition. It is conceivable that no matter which of them encountered him, there would be only one ending. That is to lose. The 3-person elimination match was not a free-for-all, but a draw. 1 person was given a bye, and the remaining 2 people faced off. The winner and the bye player would face off again. The draw results came out soon, and Tang Hangning of Douluo Royal Academy was qualified for a bye. Huo Yuhao will fight the Soul Sect member of the Spirit Hall. Are you going down by yourself, or are you going through the process? Huo Yuhao smiled slightly, harmless to people and animals. Don't be arrogant, it's just a Soul King. It's not like you haven't fought before. The Spirit Hall Soul Masters were proud, and would not admit defeat. Although they were unwilling to face Huo Yuhao, since they were facing each other, they could only consume the opponent as much as possible to create an advantage for the next team members. Alas, Huo Yuhao wanted to ask the other party to leave in a friendly manner, but he didn't expect that he would not appreciate it. The game begins. With the referee's order, Huo Yuhao's figure disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared the next moment, he was already behind the Spirit Master of the Spirit Hall. He kicked out suddenly, and golden light burst out on his body, and the terrifying soul power fluctuation flashed and disappeared. The Spirit Master of the Spirit Hall only had time to let out a scream, and then flew out of the range of the fighting spirit field. Winner, Huo Yuhao of Xiandao Royal Academy. 1 hit to kill. Everyone took a breath of cold air, and had a new understanding of Huo Yuhao's strength. What happened just now? How did the game end? With 1 move, he solved a Soul Sect strongman. So terrifying. What was that just now? A soul bone skill. Huo Yuhao's figure suddenly disappeared just now, which was to use the 100,000-year-old Lightning Kingbird soul bone skill to teleport. After the Spirit Master of the Spirit Hall stepped down, Huo Yuhao looked at Tang Hangning of Douluo Royal Academy and smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Do you want to go down by yourself, or go through the process? Tang Heoning shuddered all over, but he didn't want to admit defeat directly, otherwise it would be so embarrassing. Let's go. Follow the process. Okay. Huo Yuhao smiled, harmless to people and animals. The game begins. Swoosh. Bang, the game is over, and the winner is Huo Yuhao from Xiandao Royal Academy. Another blow to resolve the battle. Huo Yuhao is so powerful. I saw him go on stage, just like he wanted to sweep the teams of the two academies by himself. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack, and they are not at the same level at all. There is no way to fight. There was a lot of discussion outside the square. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Huo Yuhao in the center of the venue, only to feel that the other party was so dazzling, as if radiating brilliance. She smiled slightly, and her beautiful eyes were tender. There is a problem with the typing state. It took more than 4 hours to type 5,000 words. It was enough to type 10,000 words before. I cried to death. Chapter 129, Hulina's Charm and Passion. Soul Bone Skills. In front of the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes and saw at a glance the soul skills used by Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 purple and 2 black, did not move, so Huo Yuhao could only have used soul bone skills. Only in this way can Huo Yuhao's elusive actions be explained. In the 2 singles matches, he appeared directly behind his opponent and then attacked with lightning speed, eliminating his opponent. In the direction of the Spirit Hall, Hulina and others frowned, not expecting Huo Yuhao to be so difficult to deal with. After defeating 2 Soul Sect level masters in succession, Huo Yuhao's face was not red, and he was not out of breath. He was as relaxed as if he was taking a leisurely walk in the garden. Nana, let me go. I don't believe I can't beat him. Yan said. Okay. Hulina did not refuse. Yan is a 52nd level strong attack type battle soul king with extremely powerful strength. As a genius in the golden generation, his strength is second only to Ziyu in the Spirit Hall team. Hulina is a control type soul master, and her personal combat power is not particularly outstanding. In addition, her martial soul is a demon fox, which is good at charm. Yan's martial soul is the Flame Monarch, a top martial soul with fire and earth attributes. In terms of martial soul quality, it will never lose to Mahangjin, who also has fire attributes. Yan is tall, but his appearance is relatively ordinary. However, as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, he has stood at the top of the younger generation, and the aura of genius covers up his ordinary appearance. What is more striking is that Yan has fiery red hair, and even his eyes are dark red. He walked onto the square and stared at Huo Yuhao with a serious look. Yan knew that the person in front of him must be a powerful enemy that he had never encountered before. Both were Soul Kings, but the strength displayed by the other party was too terrifying, completely surpassing the realm of Soul Kings. Although Yan was confident, facing Huo Yuhao, he didn't know whether he could defeat him. He just wanted to know how much strength Huo Yuhao had left after fighting 2 consecutive battles. If they want to advance directly to the finals, Huo Yuhao is a hurdle they cannot bypass. They must defeat him, otherwise they will fall into the loser group and continue to compete. For the Spirit Hall team, losing any game is a shame. They want to defend the honor of the Spirit Hall with a perfect record. I will defeat you. Yan's eyes were bright and his fighting spirit was strong. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, then let me see your strength. The game begins. Yan released his spirit at the first time, and a terrifying figure filled with high temperature flames appeared behind him, as if condensed from lava. And on Yan's body, there were also blazing flames, like a suit of armor. He rushed towards Huo Yuhao. However, before Yan got close, Huo Yuhao felt a wave of fiery soul power coming from under his feet. He tapped the ground with his toes, and the whole person moved sideways for 10 meters. And on the ground, where he was originally standing, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky, like a magma eruption. The flames appeared in liquid form, and fell on the ground, burning the stones red. Huo Yuhao smiled. Facing a Soul King level opponent, he finally showed some interest. The first soul ring on his body lit up, and a dragon-shaped phantom condensed in front of him, and became a spear. This is one of the 4 soul skills of the first soul ring of the Golden Dragon Martial Soul, the Golden Dragon Spear. The other 3 soul skills are Golden Dragon Body, Golden Dragon Eyes, and Golden Dragon Claws. The scene in which Huo Yuhao crushed the Clear Sky Hammer not long ago was accomplished by the combined effect of the 2 soul skills of Golden Dragon Claw and Arc Gold Terror Claw. Huo Yuhao rushed forward with a spear in his hand. He was slender and not the kind of person with bulging muscles, but at this moment, every step he took could leave a footprint on the ground. The body rushed out of golden blood and ki, and it was like a giant dragon holding its head high, extremely powerful. The Golden Dragon Martial Soul has extreme power and is best at breaking all laws with one force. And Huo Yuhao naturally used his power to the extreme at this moment. The long spear in his hand whipped out, and the air exploded, as if a golden dragon rushed out, with an extremely terrifying momentum. Yan's face was heavy, and his figure flashed, not daring to take this move head on. The golden dragon spear that was 2 meters long fell to the ground, and a terrifying crack instantly exploded on the square. You know, the spirit hall is rich and powerful, and the stone slabs laid on the square are not ordinary rocks, but extremely hard. It is difficult for ordinary soul masters to leave marks on them. However, at this moment, Huo Yuhao's shot smashed a deep crack. This fierce scene made everyone dumbfounded. Is this kind of power something that human power can achieve? The person in front of him is probably a humanoid titan ape. Huo Yuhao chased him, and his speed was also extremely fast. He possessed extreme strength, which drove his body to have extraordinary strength. Each of his shots carried terrifying power, forcing Yan to retreat again and again, and he dared not compete with him. But hiding all the time is not a solution, and this is the Spirit Hall, and as a representative of the Spirit Hall, if he keeps dodging, it can be regarded as a disgrace to the Spirit Hall. What's more, His Holiness the Pope, whom he respects very much, is watching the battle. If he is afraid of fighting at this moment and leaves a bad impression, then his future can be said to be dark. Yan shouted loudly, and the flames on his body burst out. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th soul rings lit up at the same time. He chose to fight. He released 3 soul skills at the same time. At this moment, he showed the power of the Soul King level. However, in front of Huo Yuhao, the Soul King was so helpless. His 3 soul skills burst out at the same time, but he failed to repel Huo Yuhao. Instead, Huo Yuhao seized the opportunity and shot him in the left shoulder. Yan's figure flew backwards immediately, and he spit out a mouthful of blood while he was still in the air. His face was pale, his left shoulder completely collapsed, and his bones were broken. With his tyrannical physique, he couldn't even catch a shot from Huo Yuhao. He fell to the ground, holding his left shoulder with his right hand, and big drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. The intense pain made his face hideous. However, at this moment, he had lost the courage to continue fighting with Huo Yuhao. The winner is Huo Yuhao from Xiandao Royal Academy. Seeing this, the referee hurriedly announced the result of the game. Before Yan stepped down, he took a last look at Huo Yuhao, his dark red eyes full of disbelief. Although the battle just now was short, Yan also learned from it the gap in strength between himself and Huo Yuhao, which was simply insurmountable. Even if Huo Yuhao did not use his soul skills, he only relied on his terrifying physical strength to make people feel desperate. This golden dragon martial spirit that had never appeared before was so powerful, as if it contained the ultimate power. At Xingluo Royal Academy, Davis was in a heavy mood. After seeing Huo Yuhao's performance, he found that, although his own white tiger martial spirit was a top-level beast martial spirit, it was far inferior to the golden dragon on Huo Yuhao. And just after Huo Yuhao used his martial spirit, he felt a sense of fear for no reason. Zhu Zhuqing's body also trembled. The trembling from the martial spirit made people very uncomfortable. In front of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was thoughtful, thinking to herself, is this golden dragon the martial spirit of the Holy Dragon of Light? As soon as this idea came to her mind, Bibi Dong denied it. The Trinity martial spirit fusion technique released by Xiao Gang and the other two can summon the Holy Dragon of Light, but just from the quality of the martial spirit, this golden dragon is far superior to the Holy Dragon of Light. Bibi Dong thought to herself. Moreover, the Holy Dragon of Light is of light attribute, while Huo Yuhao's martial spirit should be of strength attribute. At this moment, Bibi Dong suddenly realized that with her knowledge, she could not recognize what kind of martial spirit Huo Yuhao was using. This is a martial spirit that has never been recorded on the continent. Bibi Dong became more and more curious about Huo Yuhao's origins. Master Ning, do you know what force Huo Yuhao came from? Bibi Dong looked at Ning Fengzi beside her. Ning Fengzi smiled and shook his head, saying, I don't know either. I only know that he suddenly appeared in Xiandao City more than a year ago. It seems that he had stayed in Soto City for a while before that. Bibi Dong nodded. She knew everything Ning Fengzi said. She even knew some information that Ning Fengzi didn't know. Huo Yuhao first appeared in False City in the Xingluo Empire, where he had registered his Soul Master information. In other words, it has only been 5 years since Huo Yuhao registered his Soul Master information, and in those 5 years, Huo Yuhao broke through from a level 19 Soul Master to the Soul King realm. Such a rapid cultivation speed can be said to be unheard of. Bibi Dong believed that she was also a rare genius in the world. Her innate full soul power plus twin martial souls made her possess the most powerful strength on the continent at a young age, and she also came into contact with gods. However, at this moment, Huo Yuhao's cultivation speed and strength still made her pay attention to him. Because even she couldn't imagine what level Huo Yuhao would reach after 10 years. Maybe it won't take 10 years. Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she asked in her heart, if a genius cannot be used by me, then he can only be strangled. A few days ago, she already knew the detailed information of Tang San. It must be said that the peerless genius with twin martial souls and innate full soul power dared to appear under her nose. But when she took action, Tang San was no longer in the Shrek Academy team. Even the entire Wuhan city could not find any trace of Tang San, and there was also Tang Hao hiding in the dark. After the Wuhan Hall, it was the turn of Xingluo Royal Academy to send out players. However, after the 42nd level agility attack system battle Soul Master Dang Hui of the Xingluo Royal Academy team came on stage, he directly chose to admit defeat. He surrendered before the game even started. Therefore, Huo Yuhao won another game and looked towards the Wuhan Hall. Huo Yuhao was not surprised by the Xingluo team's surrender, because among the 3 teams, they were the weakest, and admitting defeat at this moment could preserve their strength as much as possible. If they fight with Huo Yuhao, they will inevitably lose. If they get injured in the fight, it will affect the afternoon game. Davis snorted coldly and said, I don't believe that the people from the Spirit Hall will admit defeat. As long as the Spirit Hall continues to send people to fight, Huo Yuhao will continue to weaken their combat effectiveness. If they are seriously injured like Yan, it will inevitably affect the next game. In that case, Xingluo Royal Academy will have to thank Huo Yuhao for giving them the opportunity to enter the finals. On the Spirit Hall side, Ziyu was about to go on stage when he was stopped by Hulina. Nana, what's wrong? Hulina shook her head. Her face was extremely heavy. She gritted her teeth and said, let me do it. If I lose, I will directly give up the next individual competition. Admit defeat. Although Ziyu didn't want to admit it, he knew that if he continued to fight like this, he would eventually lose. Compared with admitting defeat directly, if he continued to play and affected the afternoon game, it would be even more unacceptable. Only in this way can we have the last glimmer of hope, Hulina said. She has short orange hair, a nearly perfect figure, and an enchanting appearance. Hulina walked onto the square with lotus steps, and a faint smile appeared on her delicate and charming face, which was breathtaking. Her eyes were pink, and her tall and straight figure exuded a mature and attractive aura. The game begins. With the referee's order, Hulina instantly released her martial soul, and a long furry foxtail extended from behind her. 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black, emerged. Hulina had just broken through to the Soul King level, and her soul power level was only 51st level. Her cultivation was 1 level lower than her brothers Ziyu and Yan, but her strength was the strongest among the 3 people of the golden generation. The 3rd soul ring and the 2nd soul ring on her body lit up one after another. The third soul skill, Demon Fox Transformation, which can comprehensively improve mental power. The second soul skill, Fox Charm. Hulina's third soul skill is considered an auxiliary skill. After improving mental power, it can enhance the power of other soul skills. For example, at this moment, Hulina's body exuded a pink light, and an invisible and intangible mental power instantly extended, silently enveloping Huo Yuhao. At this moment, Huo Yuhao only had Hulina's figure in his sight. The wide fighting arena was filled with pink smoke, exuding a strange fragrance that could easily arouse the desire deep in people's hearts. Hulina smiled sweetly, moved lightly with lotus steps, and swayed towards Huo Yuhao. Every step she took seemed to exude infinite temptation. Her voice, appearance, and smile were infinitely magnified in Huo Yuhao's eyes at this moment, filling his vision. Suddenly, a purple light flashed in Hulina's beautiful eyes, and a powerful mental force instantly acted on Huo Yuhao. In an instant, Huo Yuhao's eyes became dull and lifeless, as if he had fallen into another world. In this world, pink is the only main color, and there is no one around. Hehe. Suddenly, a charming laugh full of temptation sounded from all directions, like a surging wave, one wave after another. Huo Yuhao turned around, and saw a perfect body appeared in front of him. Hulina. At this moment, she was wearing only a thin veil over her hot and enchanting body, her snow white skin looming. Such an alluring spring light was revealed in front of him. As Hulina walked in, the snow white skin was slightly pink, which made Huo Yuhao swallow his saliva involuntarily. He suddenly felt thirsty, and the fire in his body was completely ignited at this moment. The strong stimulation brought to his eyes by the close distance made him have a strong desire in his eyes. Hulina smiled like a flower, and her laughter was like a silver bell. At this moment, every move she made seemed to release the beauty of her body with extreme temptation. She stretched out her slender jade fingers and stroked Huo Yuhao's face, her beautiful eyes looking straight into Huo Yuhao's eyes. A woman's faint fragrance penetrated into the tip of his nose, making Huo Yuhao's heart ripple. There is no doubt that no one can resist Hulina at this moment. Just when Huo Yuhao raised his hand and wanted to hold the slender waist, Hulina turned around with a delicate smile and went around behind Huo Yuhao. During this time, the curvy figure inevitably touched Huo Yuhao's body. The soft touch was shocking, and the skin that was touched was burning like fire. The light veil on Hulina's body fell off inadvertently, and her snow white body seemed to be carved from beautiful jade, without any flaws, and was the most perfect work of the creator. Huo Yuhao felt his body getting hot. This feeling was like the evil fire that he had inhaled from mythical, which could devour people's minds and make them fall into the abyss of desire. In the real world, Hulina and Huo Yuhao were less than 10 meters apart. Huo Yuhao was stunned and cold in the same place, like a walking corpse. His mind was completely immersed in that world full of infinite temptations. While maintaining the release of skills, Hulina walked towards Huo Yuhao's direction. She walked very slowly, but she was constantly approaching Huo Yuhao. In the square, the pink mist completely submerged the figures of the two, and people outside could not see the situation inside at all. There was no sound of fighting. Whether it was the other people in Xiandao Royal Academy or the people in the Spirit Hall, they were all a little worried at this moment. Sister Zhuqing, what happened in there? Will brother Yuhao be in trouble? Zhu Zhuqing frowned, her face full of worry. She knew Huo Yuhao's strength. Generally speaking, it would not take Huo Yuhao that long to defeat a Soul King. Just like the battle between Huo Yuhao and Yu Yan just now, it ended very quickly. Although they are both Soul Kings, they can be divided into two types. One is Huo Yuhao, and the other is other Soul Kings. There was no winner for such a long time. Could it be that this girl from the Spirit Hall is also a peerless genius like Huo Yuhao? Mythical shook her head and said, "It's hard for me to see the scene inside, but I can feel the aura of Huo Yuhao and the Spirit Hall Soul King. Don't worry, with Zhuo Yuhao's strength, nothing will happen. Just wait for the end of the game." Zhu Zhuqing heard this, and could only calm down. She looked at the square, as if she wanted to find Huo Yuhao through the thick pink mist. Hulina gradually approached Huo Yuhao, and the smile on her charming face became more and more beautiful. Her face was also covered with blush at this moment. In order to release the charm effect to the extreme, she even did not hesitate to sacrifice herself. Everything in the illusion was true and false. What Huo Yuhao saw was indeed the most real appearance of Hulina. Hulina was a very proud person and would never allow herself to fail. She hated failure and thought failure was a shame. Accepted as a disciple by Bibidang since childhood, Hulina took the honor of the Spirit Hall and Bibidang very seriously. Therefore, she would never allow the Spirit Hall team she led to lose to the Xiandao Royal Academy and Huo Yuhao. As long as there was a slight chance of winning, she would do her best to fight for it, even if it meant paying a price, paying the shame of being a girl. Only by using her own body to build an illusion could she bring her charm to the extreme. At this moment, Hulina saw Huo Yuhao's sluggish appearance and couldn't help feeling happy. This was the first time she had brought her charm to this extent, and the result she achieved also made her feel satisfied. If she could defeat Huo Yuhao in this way, what would it matter if he saw her naked? At worst, she could dig out his eyes later. Hulina showed a touching smile, thinking that she had won the game. She was already standing in front of Huo Yuhao at this moment, and she only needed to make a move to win the game. However, at this moment, Hulina was not anxious. She reached out and stroked Huo Yuhao's face and felt that his appearance and strength were both rare in the world. As the leader of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall and the only disciple of Pope Bibidang, she had seen too many genius spirit masters. In this spirit master competition, she also met the best talents in the continent. However, she did not care about others because she herself was the best talent. It was only after seeing Huo Yuhao's game that Hulina began to feel insecure about her duality. She witnessed the whole process of Huo Yuhao's battle with Tang San in the audience. If she had fought Tang San, she would never think that she would lose to Tang San, but she could not do it like Huo Yuhao, who won without any suspense. Therefore, for Huo Yuhao, Hulina, the proud genius spirit master, finally realized that there are people who are better than you. It was also the first time that she became interested in a man. She wanted to know how Huo Yuhao did it and why he was so powerful. Unfortunately, you still lost to me. Hulina showed a bright smile, but suddenly, she felt a little melancholy. She is now 20 years old. In the past 20 years, she has met many genius soul masters. For example, Yan, who is beside her, is a rare genius soul master. The flame monarch martial spirit is extremely powerful, but she has always treated him as a brother. The appearance of Huo Yuhao in this soul master competition aroused her interest. However, at this moment, Huo Yuhao, who was so powerful and easily defeated Yan, who was also a soul king, was about to lose to her. She was happy that she was about to win the game, but also disappointed that Huo Yuhao lost. It seems that you are just like this. Hulina sighed and prepared to make a move to knock Huo Yuhao off the competition field. However, at the moment, when she raised her hand, Huo Yuhao's figure suddenly disappeared in front of her, which made her terrified and stepped back in panic. However, after taking 2 steps back, she bumped into a solid chest. The warm touch and the breath of the man made her body tremble. Hulina turned around quickly and looked at the man in front of her with a pale face. The two of them were very close, and they could even feel each other's temperature. You are okay. Hulina was obviously shocked. Miss Hulina's charm is very strong. Even I almost fell into it, but you were too impatient and didn't let me appreciate it enough. Huo Yuhao smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His eyes greedily fell on Hulina's delicate body, as if he wanted to penetrate the layer of clothes and see the moving spring scenery inside. You are shameless. Hulina was ashamed and angry. I thought that the other party had been immersed in the illusion and couldn't extricate himself, but I didn't expect Huo Yuhao to be sober all the time. At this moment, Hulina stood in front of Huo Yuhao, feeling as if she was naked, especially facing Huo Yuhao's extremely aggressive gaze, which made her very uncomfortable. Same here, Miss Hulina is good at tricks and a ruthless person. Huo Yuhao smiled. When he saw Hulina in that state in the illusion, he was also shocked. He did not expect that the other party would be able to do such a thing in order to win the game. Hulina's face turned red, and she was angry, and raised her hand to attack Huo Yuhao. Chapter 130. Are you seducing me? However, just as Hulina launched her attack, Huo Yuhao's eyes suddenly lit up with golden flames. They were a pair of golden vertical pupils, majestic and ancient, exuding a frightening aura. Hulina's delicate body trembled, and she looked at Huo Yuhao in disbelief. Her mood fell to the bottom at this moment. The charm skill that she was most proud of had lost its effect. You know, this was the first time she released charm with her own body, and she fully exerted her charm ability to the extreme. However, Huo Yuhao's eyes seemed to be able to see through the illusion, and look directly at the source. Hulina looked directly into Huo Yuhao's eyes, and felt that her spirit was burned by a blazing flame, which made her scream. Hulina quickly shifted her sight, and launched a fierce attack. However, Hulina's charm ability did not work at this moment, and it can be said that her own strength was weakened to the extreme. Although she had rich combat skills, she could not shake Huo Yuhao. The gap in their physical strength was too great. When Hulina's punches and kicks landed on Huo Yuhao, it was like hitting a steel body. The opponent didn't react at all, but she felt pain. Hulina quickly stepped back a few steps, looking at her red fists. Her teeth almost broke. Why are you so hard? Hulina raised her eyebrows, and she was completely out of temper. Huo Yuhao chuckled and said, if a man is not hard, is he still a man? Hearing this, Hulina's pretty face turned red, and she sneered, just a 16-year-old kid. Huo Yuhao raised his eyebrows and said, oh, I forgot you are already 21 years old. You. Hulina was furious, and the majestic chest was rising and falling at this moment. Magnificent. Can you die? Hulina gritted her teeth and said. She launched another fierce attack, but was easily blocked by Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao stood on the ground with both feet, and without moving a step, he easily blocked all of Hulina's attacks. Huo Yuhao punched out with a powerful force. His fist landed on Hulina's shoulder, knocking her flying and falling to the ground. Hulina covered her shoulder with her hands, and tears were about to flow out of her eyes in pain. Give up. You are not my opponent, and your charm ability has no effect on me. Huo Yuhao said lightly. Don't even think about me giving up. Hulina was very unwilling. As a Soul King, she always thought that she should be invincible among the same level. Facing Huo Yuhao at this moment, she found that the gap between her and the other party was like a natural chasm, which could not be crossed at all. However, how could she, who regarded the honor of the spirit all as her life, surrender just now, not to mention that the man in front of her had just seen her body naked. Therefore, even if she had to fight to the death, she would bite a piece of flesh off Huo Yuhao's body. Hulina was unwilling to give up. She didn't believe that her charm ability had no effect at all, so she decided to try again. Hulina's fifth soul ring, the only soul ring of 10,000 years, suddenly lit up, and her eyes turned completely pink. A pink light looked directly into Huo Yuhao's eyes, and a pattern of heart appeared in it. Huo Yuhao felt a strong mental force coming towards him, which was obviously beyond the level of Soul King. Hulina's mental power was at least at the level of Soul Emperor. The soul skill she released at this moment was called the Eye of Ambiguity. This soul skill is a single target control skill, which can make a target completely obsessed with oneself, and unconditionally completely under one's control. It also has the ability to control and use all the soul skills of this person. It is the strongest single target control ability, which will not be lifted unless the opponent's mental power far exceeds oneself, or one's own soul power is exhausted. However, Huo Yuhao did not know the specific effect of Hulina's soul skill. He frowned and asked in a low voice, do you still want to seduce me? Hulina's defense was broken by this word, and her mentality exploded. She was almost crazy. At this moment, she finally realized that her charm ability was really useless to Huo Yuhao. What level has your spiritual power reached? Hulina suppressed her anger and asked Huo Yuhao. Guess. Huo Yuhao smiled. You are immune to my fifth soul skill, so your spiritual power has at least reached the level of Soul Saint, or even Soul Douluo. Hulina's pupils shrank, and her delicate and charming face was full of disbelief. Huo Yuhao is only a Soul King at this moment, but he actually has the spiritual power of Soul Douluo. What kind of monster is this? You know it and still ask? Huo Yuhao did not deny it. Not to mention spiritual power, his combat power has also reached at least the level of Soul Saint. If Huo Yuhao had already had the current cultivation, when he was chased by Flanders and Zhao Wuji, he might not have had to summon Ma Xiaotao, and he could have dealt with it himself. Cheating, it's just so unreasonable. Huo Yuhao didn't want to continue talking nonsense, and saw that the golden light in his golden vertical pupils suddenly vibrated, and a terrifying spiritual power was instantly stimulated, shocking Hulina to the ground. The battle lasted too long. He could have used his mental power, which was far superior to hers, to counterattack Hulina when she first released her charm ability. However, what Huo Yuhao did not expect was that the charm released by Hulina gave him a great surprise. Although everything in the illusion was not real, the feeling and scene remained in Huo Yuhao's heart. Therefore, Huo Yuhao did not end the battle at the beginning, but wanted to continue to see what tricks Hulina had. As Hulina fainted, the pink mist surrounding the two dissipated, and the figures of the two appeared on the square. Except for a few top masters, no one else knew the process of the game. Seeing the result at this moment, many people were shocked. Hulina fell to the ground, and Huo Yuhao stood straight like a pine tree. Obviously, Huo Yuhao won again, and it didn't seem to consume much energy. This was Huo Yuhao's 5th consecutive victory. Not counting the soul sect of Xingluo Royal Academy who surrendered directly, Huo Yuhao defeated 2 soul sects and 2 soul kings, and his strong personal strength was undoubtedly demonstrated. The winner is Huo Yuhao from Xiandao Royal Academy. The referee announced the result of the match loudly. At the same time, he signaled Xingluo Royal Academy to send the next spirit master. However, after waiting for a while, no one from Xingluo Royal Academy came on stage. The referee frowned, and was about to urge them when Zhu Zhuqing from Xingluo Royal Academy walked onto the stage. Huo Yuhao narrowed his eyes slightly. This was his sister-in-law. Zhu Zhuqing was 7 years older than Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, she was already 20 years old. It can be seen that Zhu Zhuqing is somewhat similar to Zhu Zhuqing, but her figure is more exaggerated. The whole person is like a ripe peach, full of mature and charming temperament. Huo Yuhao looked back at Zhu Zhuqing. He was looking forward to the next game, at least he wanted to give Zhu Zhuqing a slap. However, after the referee announced the start of the game, Zhu Zhuqing did not release her martial spirit. I admit defeat in this game, Zhu Zhuqing said decisively, and without looking back, she walked directly off the fighting spirit field. The referee was slightly stunned. Xingluo Royal Academy had already admitted defeat for 2 games in a row. What were they going to do? Xingluo team admitted defeat again, and it was the turn of the Spirit Hall team. Ziyu was about to go on stage, but was stopped by Hulina who had just woken up. Huo Yuhao's attack was not heavy just now. Hulina was just dizzy for a moment. Now that she has woken up, she only feels dizzy, but it does not affect her judgment. She said, the Spirit Hall team gave up the first half of the finals and voluntarily entered the losers group finals in the afternoon. Hulina's voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. The Spirit Hall directly admitted defeat. Everyone wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. The Spirit Hall team would actually admit defeat. And they admitted defeat in front of the Pope's palace, in front of Pope Bibidang. This was beyond everyone's expectations. On the Xingluo Royal Academy side, Davis was shocked at first, and then his face was very ugly. He also didn't expect that Hulina, as the captain of the Spirit Hall team, would admit defeat directly. Did you throw away the honor of the Spirit Hall? Ziyu's face was at 10, feeling completely humiliated. He didn't even dare to look back, afraid to see Bibidang. He could imagine that Bibidang must be furious at this moment. The Spirit Hall directly admitted defeat, which was a complete loss of face. Hulina said, we are no match for Huo Yuhao in a single fight. The team battle is a last chance. Brother, you can't get hurt again, otherwise there may be accidents in the afternoon game. I know, we can't lose the afternoon game. Ziyu's tone was very firm. They can't lose again. In front of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes showed no joy or anger. Her eyes were more focused on her apprentice Hulina. Putting aside her face, Hulina's choice was the right one. Xingluo Royal Academy gave up the first half of the finals and voluntarily entered the losers group finals in the afternoon. Davis said loudly. Since the Spirit Hall has admitted defeat, there is no need for Xingluo Royal Academy to pretend anymore. He didn't want to admit defeat, but just like giving up the game before, it was to better preserve his strength. Huo Yuhao's strength could not see the limit at all, and continuing to send people to compete was just futile. You know, the Spirit Hall had already lost 2 Soul King level members at this moment, and Huo Yuhao didn't even catch his breath. It's better to preserve strength and prepare for the losers group finals in the afternoon. Even when Huo Yuhao defeated Yan, Davis wanted to admit defeat directly. What he did afterwards was just to stabilize the Spirit Hall. The Xingluo team also sent people to compete, but they just admitted defeat as soon as they entered the court without any losses. The Spirit Hall had already lost Yan and Hulina one after another. Before the afternoon game started, it was unknown how much strength the T could recover. If the Spirit Hall continued to send people to compete, with the increase and decrease of 1, perhaps the Xingluo Royal Academy could enter the final. Whether it was the Spirit Hall team or the Xingluo team, it was difficult for Davis to defeat them, so if he could get second place, it would be worth the trip. Who would have thought that the Spirit Hall would admit defeat directly, and there would be no need to continue the game. The 2 teams admitted defeat directly, and the Xiandao Royal Academy directly advanced to the finals. On the way back to the hotel, everyone in the Xiandao Royal Academy felt excited. Entering the finals? Even the team leader Wang Zhao was excited. The current Xiandao Royal Academy has ensured that it can at least get the second place. As long as there is one more game, it will be able to win the final championship. And judging from the strength shown by Huo Yuhao, winning the championship is as easy as taking something out of a bag, and there is no pressure at all. In the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong was thoughtful, and in front of her was Hulina. Teacher, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Hulina was in a very low mood. She had just recovered from her injuries under the treatment of the Spirit Hall's healing Soul Master, and it would not affect the afternoon's game. Not only him, but also several Soul Masters such as Yan who were injured by Huo Yuhao have recovered at this moment. Bibi Dong looked at Hulina, her eyes full of gentleness. She treated Hulina better than her own daughter Kan Ringsu. It could even be said that Hulina was more like her daughter. Huo Yuhao is very strong. It's normal for you to lose to him. Just work hard to catch up with him in the future. Bibi Dong patted Hulina on the shoulder. I have the confidence to defeat Xingluo Royal Academy, but I still don't have the confidence to face Huo Yuhao again. Hulina said. Facing her teacher, she didn't need to hide anything and could speak her truest thoughts. Are you denying yourself before the game even starts? Bibi Dong frowned and said, Nana, you are my disciple. You have to understand that there are many geniuses in this world, but not all geniuses can grow up smoothly. First of all, you have to have the mentality of a strong person and go all out to compete for the final championship. No matter what the result is, just accept it calmly. I won't blame you. Don't belittle yourself. Among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, you are undoubtedly the best. Go and shine your light. Hulina heard this, and her eyes gradually became firm. Teacher, no matter what, I will not admit defeat in the final battle. Hulina said. Bibi Dong nodded and smiled. Go prepare for the afternoon game. Hulina left. Bibi Dong leaned back in her chair, and the image of Huo Yuhao flashed through her mind. If I can't use such a peerless genius, I must not let him grow up. Bibi Dong's eyes were sharp. I just don't know what kind of power Huo Yuhao represents behind him. 2 title Douluo level strongmen are his guardians, and his power even exceeds that of the Blue Dot Tyrant sect. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, and it was difficult to make a decision for a while. At this time, the Spirit Hall was at a critical period. If it provokes a superpower with at least 2 title Douluo for no reason, it would be absolutely irrational. It might affect the future plans. Forget it. Even if I can't use him, I have to test this kid's attitude towards the Spirit Hall first. Bibi Dong said secretly. The afternoon game started, and everyone in Xiandao Royal Academy went to watch it in order to understand their final opponent. As expected, the Spirit Hall team won. Hulina and Yan, two Soul King level warriors, have recovered. The injuries left by the battle with Huo Yuhao in the morning have been healed and have not affected the battle at all. Even the Douluo team, which has the Spirit Fusion skill Nether White Tiger, was defeated in the end. Davis and Zhu Zhuqing are both Soul Masters, one at level 49 and the other at level 47. Their Spirit Fusion skills can even burst out the strength of Soul Saints in a short period of time. However, facing the Spirit Fusion skills released by Hulina and Zhu, two Soul Kings, there is no chance of winning at all. Davis's little calculations all fell through. Douluo Royal Academy was eliminated. Only the team of Xiandao Royal Academy and the team of Wuhan Hall were left in this year's All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. And the champion will also be decided from these two teams. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Xiandao Royal Academy has Huo Yuhao, which undoubtedly has the upper hand. At least Huo Yuhao's personal strength is unique. And the other people in the Xiandao team are not far behind the team of Wuhan Hall. The next day, the finals came. Although other Soul Masters were not allowed to watch the battle in the square in front of the Spirit Hall, many people gathered at the foot of the mountain and could see the people on the hillside. Prepare for the game. Players from both sides are on the field. Huo Yuhao waved his hand and led his companions to the fighting spirit field. Behind him were Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rangrong, Yuxianheng, Du Guan, Xiemo, and Xiemo. Two Soul Kings and 5 Soul Lords. On the Spirit Hall side, Hulina was in the first place, followed by Zhu, Yan, 3 Soul Kings and 4 Soul Lords. On paper, the Spirit Hall team had one more Soul King than the Xiandao team. However, Huo Yuhao's presence could undoubtedly make up for this gap, and the final outcome was still unknown. The game begins. The referee loudly announced the start of the final battle of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. At the same time, 14 people from both sides released their spirits at the same time. Huo Yuhao took the lead and completed the spirit possession first, and some characteristics of the Golden Dragon spirit were revealed on his body. Huo Yuhao's figure suddenly rose to nearly 1.9 meters tall, and his body was covered with golden dragon scales, which was as dazzling as a set of golden armor. Moreover, Huo Yuhao's momentum was high, and he was like 1,000 troops. The Golden Dragon Martial Soul was undoubtedly Huo Yuhao's most powerful martial soul at the moment. Neither the Blue Silver Emperor nor the Spirit Eye could compare with it. The first soul ring shone, and a domineering spear appeared in Huo Yuhao's hand. Behind him, Zhu Zhuqing followed closely, and had already completed the possession of the Nether Spirit Cat Martial Soul. At this moment, she was like a ghost, and her speed was extremely fast. No one could predict her actions. Zhu Zhuqing also surpassed Huo Yuhao in an instant, and rushed into the opponent's camp. The blue-spotted Tyrannosaurus Rex, the green-scaled Snake King, the 9 Treasures Glass Tower and other martial souls all emitted unique light. The 9 treasures have names. 1 is strength, 2 is speed, 3 is increase, and 4 is control. Ning Rangrong's body, 2 yellow and 2 purple 4 soul rings all lit up, and she actually started to release all her soul skills at the same time. These 4 soul skills correspond to strength increase, speed increase, soul power increase, and defense increase. Moreover, with her current soul master strength, the increase effect of the 4 soul skills has reached an astonishing 50%. No auxiliary martial soul can surpass the 7 Treasures Glaze Tower in terms of increase effect, not to mention that Ning Rangrong's martial soul has evolved into the 9 Treasures Glaze Tower with the help of Kilo Tulip. It can be imagined that in the future, after Ning Rangrong becomes a titled Douluo, she will be able to increase the increase effect to 100%, which is simply terrifying to the extreme. In front of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong's eyes were also attracted by Ning Rangrong's martial soul. She looked at Ning Fengzi beside her and asked, "Master Ning, if I remember correctly, your sect's 7 Treasures Glaze Tower martial soul is the 7th level." Ning Fengzi remained calm and smiled and responded, "My daughter's martial soul mutated when she awakened." Oh, it turns out that this is Master Ning's daughter. Bibi Dong pretended not to know, but in fact, she had already investigated all the members of Xiandao Royal Academy clearly. It can be said that except for Huo Yuhao, she knew the origins of the others. Ning Fengzi nodded and looked at the game in the field. Ning Rangrang released 4 soul skills at the same time, and a total of 8 rays of light fell on Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing respectively. With her current strength, she could barely provide amplification for Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing at the same time. Because the two of them were much higher than her, this was already her limit. Especially Huo Yuhao, Ning Rangrang felt that her soul skills on him consumed at least 3 times the soul power of Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rangrang knew the soul power levels of Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing, that is, at the same level, Huo Yuhao's strength was at least 3 Zhu Zhuqing's. The battle was about to break out. Huo Yuhao found Yan. The two had just fought yesterday, and now they met again. There was no fear in Yan's eyes, only bloodthirsty scarlet. He couldn't care too much at the moment. This battle must be won, otherwise even as a golden generation, he would be punished. The honor of the Spirit Hall is above everything else, and the champion must belong to the Spirit Hall. He was facing Huo Yuhao at this moment, and he used his soul skills right away, and didn't even think about defeating Huo Yuhao, because he knew it was impossible. What Yan had to do was to delay Huo Yuhao and give Hulina and Ziyu time to release the spirit fusion skills. On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing saw Hulina and Ziyu approaching at the first time and knew that the other party was going to release the martial soul fusion technique. So her figure suddenly rushed over, and the extreme speed was dazzling. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing came in front of Hulina. However, Hulina just smiled slightly, the soul ring on her body shone, and purple light appeared in her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing groaned, and her body stagnated. The agile attack system soul master in the Wuhan Hall team also came in front of Zhu Zhuqing at this moment, and launched a fierce attack. With the cultivation of the soul sect, if he wants to deal with a soul king, he must go all out to have a chance. Therefore, he dare not hold back, and burst out instantly. At this moment, Hulina and Ziyu have completed the preparations for the martial soul fusion technique. On their bodies, a total of 10 soul rings are neatly arranged together, the light is bright, and the vigorous soul power is surging. For a while, the figures of the two disappeared on the spot. A red light curtain burst out instantly, covering half of the venue. Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly. Since she couldn't stop him, she didn't care anymore, and focused on dealing with the agile attack spirit master in front of her. Zhu Zhuqing, who was bursting out with all her strength, was undoubtedly very terrifying. Her martial soul and various aspects of her physical fitness had undergone a transformation after taking the immortal grass acacia heartbroken red, and had been greatly improved. Now, her combat power is no less than that of an ordinary spirit emperor. Therefore, in her hands, the spirit lord of the Spirit Hall team didn't last for a moment, and was beaten back step by step. Third spirit skill, mythical world slash. Zhu Zhuqing's move was merciless and directly beat the opponent out of the range of the fighting spirit field. Only 2 minutes had passed since the start of the battle, and Zhu Zhuqing had already eliminated an opponent, showing her powerful strength. As another spirit king of Xiandao Royal Academy, her brilliance had always been overshadowed by Huo Yuhao. At this moment, she eliminated a spirit lord level strongman at lightning speed, taking the lead in making achievements, and also let everyone see her terrifying strength. Hulina and Ziyu released their spirit fusion skills, while Yan struggled to hold on under Huo Yuhao's attack. The other people in the Spirit Hall were no match for Zhu Zhuqing. She attacked again, and knocked another spirit master from the Spirit Hall team out of bounds. Her attack was fierce and decisive. At the foot of the Pope Mountain, the people from Douluo Royal Academy were watching the duel in the square from afar. When Zhu Zhuqing easily dealt with 2 opponents, Zhu Zhuqing was also surprised. She didn't expect her sister to be so powerful now. Zhu Zhuqing herself was just a 45th level agility attack spirit master. She couldn't hold on for long under Zhu Zhuqing's hands. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't believe that in just 3 years, Zhu Zhuqing had surpassed her in all aspects. At this moment, she felt fear in her heart. If Zhu Zhuqing retaliated against her, how would she deal with it? In the previous competition within the family, Zhu Zhuan was ruthless. Zhu Zhuqing lived in fear of death every day. Now the situation has changed, and it's time for Zhu Zhuan to taste the fear. On the square, red light enveloped all the people in Xiandao Royal Academy. A strange figure appeared, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It had long blood red hair, and held a huge moon blade in each hand. It danced as if it was cutting the air. Moreover, after the martial soul fusion skill, charm was successfully released, everyone in Xiandao Royal Academy could feel that their senses became sluggish, and even their soul power was severely suppressed. The biggest feature of the fusion skill charm is that it reduces the senses of all enemies within the red light range by 50%, suppresses their soul power by 50%, and sluggishes the actions of a line by 50%. For a long time, the Spirit Hall has officially relied on this martial soul fusion skill to eliminate opponents in a very short time. In the match between the Spirit Hall and Douluo Royal Academy yesterday afternoon, the Nether White Tiger was finally beaten back to its original form under this soul skill. At this moment, everyone in Xiandao Royal Academy also noticed that something was wrong. When fighting with the opponent, they were actually at an absolute disadvantage for a while, and even the brothers Xiemo and Xiemo were directly knocked off the stage by the opponent. With 2 players eliminated from each side, the balance of the game was once again brought back to the horizontal line. It even seemed that Xiandao Royal Academy would be at a disadvantage. Huo Yuhao frowned slightly. The powerful power of this martial soul fusion skill was obviously beyond his expectations. However, this also made the game more interesting. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao's second soul ring lit up. Golden Dragon's second soul skill, Dragon's Fury 7000 words. Chapter 131. Are you willing to join the Spirit Hall and become my disciple? Dragon's Fury, power amplification. A golden light burst out from Huo Yuhao's body, and then Huo Yuhao's whole body became more and more upright and sturdy. Golden scales emerged from his body, densely packed like a set of scales. Dragon scales covered his body, revealing only a few of his facial features, and his appearance could still be seen clearly. Huo Yuhao in this state was undoubtedly extremely terrifying, and the momentum he exuded was frightening. The panic-stricken dragon might made all the beast spirit masters in the fighting spirit field feel extremely depressed, and the blood in their bodies seemed to coagulate, and their movements were restricted. This was not a soul skill, but Huo Yuhao's golden dragon spirit, and the momentum he exuded was comparable to the weakening skills of ordinary auxiliary spirit masters. Among the 3 people of the golden generation, especially Hulina and Yan, their spirits were the fox and the flame lord, respectively, which belonged to the category of beast spirits. At this moment, their spirits were suppressed, and their strength was weakened. Huo Yuhao rushed forward with his spear. As his body grew taller, the golden dragon spear became longer, perfectly matching his height. Huo Yuhao thrust out his spear, as if a golden dragon rushed out, extremely arrogant and invincible. He smashed out with one shot, directly knocking Yan back dozens of meters, spitting blood and falling to the ground. Yan covered his chest with his hands, his face full of disbelief. Huo Yuhao's strength was even stronger than when he challenged him yesterday. That terrifying power made Yan feel that he was not facing a human being at all, but a powerful soul beast. The shot hit his chest, and several ribs were broken instantly. Human power could not resist it at all. Yan looked at the enchanting beauty formed by the fusion of Hulina and Ziyu. At this moment, he could only hope that the fusion of their martial souls could defeat Huo Yuhao, otherwise the game would really be lost. He stood up with difficulty, but his whole body was in great pain. Blood was overflowing from his mouth, and his combat power was weakened to the extreme. At this moment, every movement of his would involve the injury on his chest, and his body could not even bear the surge of soul power. In other directions, under the powerful control of the demon, everyone in Xiandao Royal Academy was greatly weakened. Even Zhu Zhuqing, as a sensitive attack soul king, was a little slow at this moment. However, her opponent at this moment was only a soul master. Even if her strength was severely weakened, she could still remain invincible. and with the assistance of Ning Rangrong, the demon's weakening ability was almost offset by Ning Rangrong's amplification effect. Zhu Zhuqing was still the powerful Soul King, but the others were not like this. Yu Xianheng, Du Guyan and others were in a lot of pain at the moment. Their overall strength was weakened, and the Soul Master's cultivation could only exert the combat power of the Soul Master level at this moment. This caused them to fall into a disadvantage in the battle with their opponents in an instant, and they could not adapt to this state at all for a while, and were beaten back step by step. Huo Yuhao looked around, and finally took a look at Zhu Zhuqing's situation, and then rushed towards the demon. In this red light, everyone in Xiandao Royal Academy had limited vision, and could not see the whereabouts of their opponents. Huo Yuhao had already activated the Golden Dragon Eyes, one of the 4 soul skills of the Golden Dragon's first soul ring. His eyes had the ability to see through illusions, and could find the figure of the demon in this red light. He carried a spear in his hand, his body was agile, and his speed was as fast as the wind. He quickly rushed to the side of the demon, swung the spear, and opened and closed it, and each shot seemed to smash the space. The most powerful ability of the demon is group weakening, but the individual combat power is also very strong. Hulina and Ziyu are both Soul Kings. They have released the martial soul fusion skill. At this moment, their cultivation has reached level 70, which is completely the realm of Soul Kings. Except for not having a martial soul body, it is no different from a soul saint. It danced 2 huge moon blades, and slashed towards Huo Yuhao. The moon blades cut through the air, and the sharp cold light was terrifying. Huo Yuhao collided with it with his gun. With a loud clang, the tall figure of the demon retreated several steps, before stabilizing his body, while Huo Yuhao was nailed in place without moving. How is it possible? Your power is so strong. A voice that could not distinguish between men and women sounded, and the demon's strange face was full of astonishment. You know, at this moment, it can fight even against a soul saint, but it fell into a disadvantage in the fight with Huo Yuhao. Not only is your mental power far beyond your cultivation level, but even your strength has reached the level close to that of a soul Douluo. The demon's face was a little ugly. Huo Yuhao snorted and laughed, and said in his heart, as the ancestor of power, and as a martial soul, the golden dragon has given me the ultimate power. What do you think of competing with me in strength? Huo Yuhao approached again. At this moment, he had lost Ning Rangrong's amplification. Because Ning Rangrong herself was also in this red light, she was greatly weakened. If she wanted to amplify Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing at the same time, the soul power consumed was too much, and she could not hold on for long. Therefore, Ning Rangrong was only responsible for increasing Zhu Zhuqing's power at this moment. In this match, as long as Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing were still there, Xiandao Royal Academy would not lose. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing waved her sharp claws and forced her opponent to the edge of the fighting arena. Her vision was blocked, and she had to completely lock onto her opponent's breath, and then use thundering means. Otherwise, if the opponent escaped, Zhu Zhuqing would no longer be able to determine the opponent's position. First soul skill, mythical world stab. Zhu Zhuqing burst out instantly, doubling her speed, knocking her opponent out, and eliminating him directly. Although she was in the red light, Zhu Zhuqing's speed was still terrifying. She traveled through the red light and quickly searched for the opponent's traces. Under the cover of this red light, it could even affect people's perception. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing could only be careful to avoid being attacked by the opponent. 5 against 4. On the side of the spirit hall, Yan was seriously injured and had no strength to fight again, and Ziyu and Hulina were also beaten back by Huo Yuhao. The remaining person was elusive and difficult to find. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Rangrong. Zhu Zhuqing rushed towards Ning Rangrong, but it was too late. Ning Rangrong was approached by the spirit master of the spirit hall, and was directly eliminated. Without Ning Rangrong's assistance, Zhu Zhuqing's speed slowed down, and she could only rely on herself at this moment. Being in this red light, it was like being trapped in a swamp. Her speed was slowed down, her strength was suppressed, and even the flow of soul power in her body began to stagnate. However, although Zhu Zhuqing failed to save Ning Rangrong, She also found the opponent's trace and was chasing him at this moment. In a flash of lightning, Yu Xianheng was attacked and burst out with all his strength in an instant, injuring his opponent, but he was also injured and fell off the fighting spirit field. For a time, Xiandao Royal Academy eliminated 2 people. Xianheng. Du Guyan shouted, but there was no response. She was cautious and looked around vigilantly. On Zhu Zhuqing's side, she had already tracked down the figure of her opponent, and her 5th soul ring instantly shone brightly. 5th soul skill, Nether Ghost. This soul skill not only increases Zhu Zhuqing's speed, but also conceals his figure, making it completely invisible to the naked eye. The soul master of the spirit hall could not see Zhu Zhuqing, but he did not dare to relax. The soul ring on his body lit up, ready to release a powerful attack. Suddenly, a crisis came from behind him, and before he could turn around, he was hit hard by Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's figure suddenly appeared, and the 3rd soul ring on his body flashed at the same time. The nether slash instantly slashed out, turning into a sharp blade of light that slashed the soul master of the spirit hall. He did not have time to turn around, and could only release defensive soul skills to try to block this attack. However, Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation was far superior to him. The first attack of the 5th soul skill Nether Ghost, after ending the invisibility, will increase the power by 100%. This attack is difficult to block even for a soul emperor, not to mention that he is only a soul sect. Even if Zhu Zhuqing restrained himself, this attack still seriously injured the opponent, and he lost his combat effectiveness directly and was eliminated. On the other side, Du Guan, who was looking for the opponent in the red light, was lucky to find Yan, who was healing. She took decisive action and knocked him unconscious. At this moment, in the competition venue, the only one left in the Spirit Hall team was the demon formed by the fusion of Hulina and Ziyu. All the others were eliminated. On the Xiandao Royal Academy side, there were still 3 people left. Huo Yuhao held the golden dragon spear, and the spear shot out like a dragon. Each shot was filled with terrifying power, making it difficult for people to resist. He swept the spear across and directly knocked the demon back more than 10 meters. The tall body staggered, and the soul power on the body began to dissipate. The time for the martial soul fusion skill was about to end. With the soul power of the 2 of them at the level of Soul King, it was rare to be able to use the martial soul fusion skill for such a long time. This soul skill was completely invincible in the previous competition. All the opponents they met were defeated by this martial soul fusion skill without exception. However, when they met Huo Yuhao at this moment, the opponent was simply unreasonable. With 1 man and 1 gun, the demon with the fighting power of a soul saint was beaten back step by step and struggled to hold on. The demon had no choice but to attack again. At this moment, it could no longer hold a stalemate with Huo Yuhao because it could disintegrate at any time. The soul power of Hulina and Ziyu was about to be exhausted. The 2 huge moon blades were swung, and the powerful blow was blocked by Huo Yuhao with the spear in his hand. It must be said that this last blow was extremely powerful. Even though Huo Yuhao was amazingly powerful, he took 2 steps back at this moment. However, although he was repelled, his offensive did not decrease. The spear in his hand rotated a circle with the force, and then stabbed forward, and went straight into the abdomen of the demon. Ah! A strange scream sounded, and a huge soul power instantly dissipated. The tall body of the demon dissipated directly, and the figures of Hulina and Ziyu reappeared. At this moment, Ziyu even fainted, and Hulina barely stayed awake, but the soul power in her body had been exhausted, and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. In this battle, they gave their all, but still lost. Hulina seemed to be dazed in place, her eyes unfocused. As the demon was dispersed, the red light covering the field also dissipated instantly. The figures of the crowd appeared in the audience's sight. Zhu Zhuqing and Du Guyan also saw Huo Yuhao's figure, and hurriedly gathered around. The red light just now covered most of the venue, but for Zhu Zhuqing and others, because their feelings were affected, it was as if they were in a huge maze. It has to be said that this martial soul fusion skill is terrible. Without Huo Yuhao, this battle would be very difficult. Among the 7 people in the Spirit Hall, Hulina is the only one who remains on the field and remains awake. Brother Yuhao, are you okay? Huo Yuhao panted slightly, looked at Zhu Zhuqing and smiled. I'm fine. The referee quietly glanced at Bibi Dong in front of the Pope's palace, and then announced loudly, the winner of this game is Xiandao Royal Academy. The final champion of this all-continental advanced Soul Master Academy competition belongs to Xiandao Royal Academy. At this moment, the whole audience was boiling, and a large number of Soul Masters halfway down the mountain were cheering and cheering. After nearly 3 months of competition, the final champion was finally born. The rest of the people from Xiandao Royal Academy rushed to the square at this moment, surrounded Huo Yuhao, cheering and jumping, and excitedly unable to restrain themselves. Champion. The champion of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. This is the highest honor that countless Soul Masters dream of. After today, the names of everyone in the Xiandao team will spread throughout the continent. In front of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong and Ning Fengzi, as well as several titled Douluo behind them, all stood up. Bibi Dong announced, the champion of the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is Xiandao Royal Academy. Congratulations, young talented Soul Masters. The Xiandao team, led by Huo Yuhao, stood in a row. Beside them was the team leader Wang Zhao. At this moment, Wang Zhao was also excited, and tears welled up in his eyes. Although Xiandao Royal Academy is powerful, it has not won the championship for a long time. He is the team leader of this team. Although he has always played a logistics role, he is also proud to share the glory at this moment. Bibi Dong waved her hand, and immediately a member of the Spirit Hall presented a brocade box. In the brocade box were the 3 soul bones as the reward for the championship. Please ask the representative of Xiandao Royal Academy to come forward to receive the championship reward. Huo Yuhao took the lead and walked forward, climbed the high platform, and came to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong stared at Huo Yuhao with a trace of admiration in her eyes. She said, you are very good. Even when I was young, I could not compare with you now. I wonder if you have a master. If not, are you willing to join the Spirit Hall and become my disciple? Huo Yuhao was slightly stunned. He did not expect Bibi Dong to want to accept him as a disciple. A word shocked thousands of waves. Bibi Dong's voice was not lowered, and everyone present could hear it. His Holiness the Pope actually wants to accept a disciple. Becoming the Pope's disciple is the highest honor for anyone of the younger generation. Bibi Dong has only been the Pope for more than 10 years, but under her governance, the Spirit Hall is thriving and becoming more and more powerful. As the Pope, Bibi Dong's status is above everything. Even the emperors of the 2 empires of Xiandao and Xingluo cannot compare with her. And Bibi Dong has only one disciple so far, that is the leader of the golden generation, Hulina. If you become Bibi Dong's disciple, you may have the opportunity to become the new Pope of the Spirit Hall in the future. At this moment, even Ning Fengzi behind Bibi Dong was shocked. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to say this. He was a little nervous at this moment, not knowing Huo Yuhao's decision. In front of the Pope's palace, it suddenly became quiet. Even the Xiandao team, which had just won the championship, held their breath and waited for Huo Yuhao's reply. This was the Pope personally accepting a disciple in public, and everyone's eyes were focused on Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao looked into Bibi Dong's eyes. He knew that, if Bibi Dong could not be used by her, she would probably be killed. This was a test from Bibi Dong. However, Huo Yuhao was not afraid. He smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty, thank you for your kindness, but I already have a master. Oh, I don't know what kind of person a master is, who can actually cultivate a genius soul master like you. Bibi Dong asked. Huo Yuhao smiled bitterly and said, Your Holiness, please forgive me. My master won't let me tell you. Bibi Dong said with some regret, That's a pity. My master must be a peerless master. It's a pity that I haven't seen him. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, My master is elusive. He might show up at any time. Your Holiness will definitely see him. Bibi Dong nodded and said, I hope there will be such an opportunity. If there is such a day, I will personally lead him into the Douluo Palace. She handed the brocade plate in her hand to Huo Yuhao, and then said, I wish you can achieve greater success in the future, and enter the Douluo Palace, as soon as possible. The Douluo Palace is the most noble belief of all soul masters. Those who can enter it are all powerful titled Douluo level masters. Huo Yuhao took the brocade plate with both hands and immediately felt the huge soul power contained in the 3 soul bones on it. At this moment, all the soul masters focused their eyes on Huo Yuhao. Even the 3 titled Douluos behind Bibidang were no exception. Although they are titled Douluo, they do not necessarily have spirit bones. As far as Huo Yuhao knows, among the 2 Douluo behind Bibidang, Ghost Douluo has a spirit bone. In the original work, Ghost Douluo was killed by Tangsun and his spirit bone was obtained by Zhu Zhuqing. But Chrysanthemum Douluo does not even have a spirit bone, which can be said to be the most miserable existence among the titled Douluo. Greedy eyes shot from all directions. As long as you are a spirit master, you can't resist the temptation of spirit bones. Who would not want to have a spirit bone? However, these 3 spirit bones only belong to the final champion. The 2nd and 3rd place have no substantial rewards except for the honor. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and didn't care about the eyes of these people. Moreover, he was not worried that someone would dare to set his sights on him. Huo Yuhao walked back to the team. All the people in the Xiandao team gathered and focused their eyes on the tray in Huo Yuhao's hand. This is a spirit bone, and there are 3 of them. However, although Yu Xianheng and others were eager to obtain spirit bones in their hearts, they were just thinking about it. The fact that the Xiandao team has come this far is almost entirely due to the efforts of Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing. The efforts of others are not proportional to the honors they have received, so they naturally dare not ask for the distribution of soul bones. The 3 soul bones are the wisdom soul bone of spiritual concentration, the left leg bone of chasing the wind with rapid progress, and the right arm bone of bursting and burning flames. Among them, the left leg bone of chasing the wind with rapid progress is suitable for agile attacking soul masters, and there is no doubt that it will be distributed to Zhu Zhuqing. No one will have any doubts. The right arm bone of bursting and burning flames is suitable for fire attribute strong attacking soul masters, and no soul master in the Xiandao team is suitable. There are many people who are suitable for the wisdom soul bone of spiritual concentration. Whether it is Huo Yuhao, Ning Rangrong, or Du Guyan, they can all absorb this soul bone. Huo Yuhao looked at everyone quietly and did not ask for the distribution of soul bones. Yu Xianheng said, "You can control these 3 soul bones by yourself. Without you, we would never win the championship, and in these games, we were just playing a supporting role and didn't contribute much." There were 5 rounds in the finals. Xiandao Royal Academy had a bye in the first round and only participated in the next 4 rounds. In the second round against Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao fought alone against Tang San, who had twin martial spirits and 4 late life spirit rings. Without Huo Yuhao, who could deal with Tang San. In the third round against Xianshu Academy, Huo Yuhao also monopolized the martial spirit fusion skills of Shubina and Zuwu. In the fourth round against Shenfeng Academy, Huo Yuhao attacked with thunder and defeated Feng Xiaoshan, the captain of Shenfeng Academy, laying the foundation for victory. In the fifth round of singles, Huo Yuhao defeated the teams of Xingluo Royal Academy and Wuhan Hall alone, leading them to the finals. In the final, Huo Yuhao defeated 3 Soul Kings in succession, and Zhu Zhuqing solved the remaining 4 Soul Lords. It can be said that without Huo Yuhao, they would never have won under the martial spirit fusion skills of Hulina and Ziyu. Along the way, they just played the role of soy sauce and joined in the fun. In fact, if the number of people was not required, it would be the same with or without them. With only Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing, they can sweep all the Soul Master Academy teams. Du Guyan also said, "Yes, Captain, we are very satisfied to be able to win the honor of the championship, and after returning to Xiandao Royal Academy, we will also be rewarded by Emperor Zuyi." Others also spoke up, saying that Huo Yuhao did not need to consider them when allocating soul bones. Although soul bones are valuable, they do not want to displease Huo Yuhao, the future peerless strongman, because of a soul bone. And even if they want to fight for it, they may not be able to get it. Huo Yuhao looked at everyone and said, "In this case, I will not be polite. In fact, I joined Xiandao Royal Academy midway, just for these 3 soul bones. After today, our names will resound throughout the continent and will be engraved on the honor roll of Xiandao Royal Academy. I won't say anything else. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to me." Hearing this, Yu Xianheng and others all flashed a touch of surprise in their eyes. Even though they were able to enter Xiandao Royal Academy, their identities were not ordinary, but they cherished Huo Yuhao's promise very much, which was a pleasant surprise. Although Huo Yuhao is only a Soul King now, with his talent, it is absolutely certain that he will break through to the title Douluo in the future. And they know that after Huo Yuhao becomes a title Douluo, he will also be respected in the field of title Douluo. It can be said that the value of obtaining a promise from a strong man may be no less than a soul bone. Huo Yuhao put the soul bone into the storage space. He already has a plan for the distribution of these 3 soul bones, but it is not easy to distribute them in front of Yu Xianheng and others now. They have all given up the soul bones, so there is no need to distribute them on the spot to stimulate them. After the Soul Master competition ended, Huo Yuhao and others returned directly to the hotel. In the room, Huo Yuhao began to distribute soul bones. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 132 Brother Yuhao, you are mine tonight. In the hotel room, Huo Yuhao sat on the soft bed, with Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Xiaotao and Yin beside him. Ning Rangrang was called away by Ning Fengzi after the game, and she still hadn't come back. In front of Huo Yuhao were 3 soul bones, shining with light blue, fiery red and black light, and the room was filled with strong soul power fluctuations. These 3 soul bones are more than 10,000 years old, and the wisdom soul bone of spiritual concentration is more than 50,000 years old, which is the most precious of the 3 soul bones. Zhuqing, this left leg bone of swift forward pursuit of the wind is most suitable for you. Huo Yuhao pushed the black soul bone in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Then, Huo Yuhao looked at the fiery red soul bone, which was called the right arm bone of blasting and burning flames. Obviously, it was a fire attribute and suitable for Ma Xiaotao. Sister Xiaotao, this soul bone is for you. Then, Huo Yuhao handed the soul condensation wisdom soul bone to Yin and said, "This soul bone is for you." Yin was a little surprised, and Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing were also a little surprised. Because this soul bone was of the highest quality and suitable for Huo Yuhao, they thought he would absorb it himself, but unexpectedly he gave it to Yin. Yin was the blue silver emperor who transformed into a human to cultivate again, and the soul condensation wisdom soul bone was more suitable for her. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and said, "I already have 3 soul bones on me now. One is a 100,000-year-old lightning king bird's left leg bone and 2 external soul bones that are as rare as the 100,000-year-old soul bones. So this soul condensation wisdom soul bone will be given to Yin first." Yin was surprised and happy, and said, "Thank you, master." As for Ning Rangrang, Huo Yuhao had also considered it, but thinking that the richest sect on the continent stood behind her, Ning Fengzi would not give her even a soul bone. Therefore, only by giving the wisdom soul bone of spiritual concentration to Yin can the greatest value be brought into play. After absorbing the soul bone, Yin's cultivation and strength will undoubtedly be improved. Another point is that Huo Yuhao hopes that the soul bones he absorbs are all over 100,000 years old, otherwise it will be very troublesome to improve in the future. Huo Yuhao said, "Zhu Zhuqing and Yin absorb the soul bones first, and Xiaotao and I will protect them." Okay. Zhu Zhuqing and Yin looked at each other, then sat cross-legged, and began to absorb soul bones in this room. Yin didn't have any soul bones, but Zhu Zhuqing already had a 10,000-year-old 4-eyed cat owl right leg bone. Huo Yuhao always felt unsafe in Wuhan City, so he didn't let Ma Xiaotao absorb soul rings with the 2 of them. 3 soul bones are in his hands. A man is innocent, but guilty of holding a treasure. I think many people are coveting them, and I'm afraid someone will set their sights on him. This is Wuhan City. There are many powerful people at the level of titled Douluo, even Super Douluo and Extreme Douluo. Once they start, a lot of trouble will be involved. Moreover, Tang Heo is hiding somewhere now, and he has to be careful of the famous Haoshan Douluo. After all, he is a Super Douluo, and Ma Xiaotao may not be his opponent, even if she fights alone. One night passed, and at noon the next day, Yin and Zhu Zhuqing completed the absorption of soul bones one after another. Yin's soul power increased by 1 level, and now her soul power level has reached level 92. Zhu Zhuqing increased by 2 levels, and now she is already level 57. Ma Xiaotao immediately began to absorb soul bones. Zhu Zhuqing went out to pack the food and returned to the hotel room while Huo Yuhao and the other two had lunch first. Near the evening, Ma Xiaotao had absorbed the soul bones and her soul power increased by 1 level, reaching level 94. Her strength increased a lot and she was only 1 step away from level 95. Level 95 is a threshold. As long as you break through level 95, your strength will undergo a transformation. Opening her eyes, Ma Xiaotao approached Huo Yuhao, held his head, and kissed him directly. Yin blushed and quickly turned her eyes away, while Zhu Zhuqing had a faint smile on her face and didn't seem to mind. After a long time, Ma Xiaotao suddenly pushed Huo Yuhao away, raised her head, and saw 2 pairs of bright eyes looking at her, and her face immediately turned red. She was embarrassed and wanted to explain something, but she didn't know how to explain it. Zhuqing, I was just too excited. As she said that, Ma Xiaotao didn't forget to glare at Huo Yuhao, and someone around him didn't know to remind him. Huo Yuhao looked innocent. He was attacked by a powerful titled Douluo at close range. He also wanted to resist, but Ma Xiaotao was too strong, and he couldn't break free. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help laughing on her face. She didn't expect that Ma Xiaotao, who was like a queen on weekdays, would appear so flustered and at a loss in front of her. She was smart, so she naturally noticed the trick between Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao was excited for a while and didn't notice that Zhu Zhuqing and Yin were right next to her and made such a move. Zhu Zhuqing also verified her conjecture. She had always been suspicious, but she didn't expect that her feeling was correct. However, as the second lady of the Duke's mansion of the Xingluo Empire, she had seen too many powerful people with 3 wives and 4 concubines, and even her father had more than 10 wives and concubines. Therefore, although she was a little angry about the relationship between Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao, she decided to accept it. After thinking about it carefully, she even felt funny every time Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao secretly exchanged ideas. In fact, as long as Huo Yuhao confessed to her, she would also express her support. After all, Ma Xiaotao is also a powerful titled Douluo. What is the purpose of staying by Huo Yuhao's side? Isn't it just for his body? To be honest, when Zhu Zhuqing first discovered the trick, she was also surprised. At that time, Huo Yuhao had not even broken through to the Soul King. Just a soul sect can make a titled Douluo level strongman fall in love with her. What kind of charm is this? Zhu Zhuqing didn't know what happened between Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao before she met Huo Yuhao. It was just that the last time they were on their way from Soto City to Xiandao City, they were chased by Flanders and Zhao Wuji. If Ma Xiaotao hadn't arrived in time, she and Huo Yuhao would have been in danger. So she has always been grateful to Ma Xiaotao. When Ma Xiaotao first appeared, she and Huo Yuhao were just a brother and sister. Zhu Zhuqing didn't know when things started to deteriorate. But when she had doubts, the two of them had already mixed up. Zhu Zhuqing also deliberately observed the expression of Yin beside her and saw the shyness and timidity on the other's face, and she was sure in an instant. Yin and Huo Yuhao are still innocent, but she doesn't know how long this innocent relationship can last. Zhuqing. Huo Yuhao also felt that the atmosphere at the moment was a little awkward. The Shura field that he had been avoiding broke out unexpectedly. Brother Yuhao, there is something wrong between you and Sister Xiaotao. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the two suspiciously. Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao looked at each other, thinking about how to explain. After a long silence, Huo Yuhao said, "Sister, you and I can go out first." Ma Xiaotao wanted to say something, but after seeing the determined look in Huo Yuhao's eyes, she stood up and left the room in an instant. Yan also hurriedly left the room and closed the door. "Zhuqing, I don't want to lie to you, so you may find it difficult to accept what I say next," Huo Yuhao said. "Brother Yuhao, tell me, there is nothing I can't accept." Zhu Zhuqing met Huo Yuhao's gaze with her big eyes, without joy or sadness, and even without any emotion. Huo Yuhao hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Sister Xiaotao, you are my woman." Zhu Zhuqing said, "So how long did Brother Yuhao plan to keep it a secret?" "I don't know either. This is an accident. I don't know how to tell you." Huo Yuhao scratched his head, and there was some helplessness in his voice. "Why is it an accident?" Zhu Zhuqing was a little confused. Huo Yuhao was going to be honest, so he naturally wouldn't hide anything anymore. So he said, "Do you remember when we were at the Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, when Sister Xiaotao's evil fire broke out?" "I remember. Didn't Brother Yuhao use the coxcomb phoenix sunflower to help Sister Xiaotao get rid of the evil fire?" Zhu Zhuqing recalled. Sister Xiaotao's cultivation was too high, and the evil fire was too strong. Even the immortal herbs couldn't get rid of it all. So what? So later I was also infected with the evil fire, and I lost my mind, and then, that's what happened. At this point, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but sneak a glance at Zhu Zhuqing's face. The other person's face was a little flushed, but more of it was the fire of gossip burning. That expression is wrong. Huo Yuhao thought to himself. "What?" Zhu Zhuqing asked. That's what you've been thinking about." Huo Yuhao was too embarrassed to speak. Zhu Zhuqing pretended not to understand and asked, "Kiss?" Huo Yuhao shook his head. "Touch the legs?" Huo Yuhao shook his head again. "Touch the chest?" Huo Yuhao still shook his head. Zhu Zhuqing asked directly, "It's neither this nor that. What on earth did you do in the cave?" "I'm shaking my head not to deny it." Huo Yuhao glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, and then said, "We did everything you said, and there are even more extreme things. You had sex." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened. She still clearly remembered that she was alone outside the cave that night, and her heart was full of worrying about Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao. And this shameless man and woman actually did that in the cave. Even though Zhu Zhuqing had made some preparations, she was instantly broken, and her mentality collapsed. She had always thought that the relationship between Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao was just like the relationship between her and Huo Yuhao. After all, before this, when Zhu Zhuqing was emotional, she wanted to give herself to Huo Yuhao completely several times, but Huo Yuhao refused. Zhu Zhuqing was very moved at first. After all, she felt that she was only 12 or 13 years old and was in the golden stage of cultivation and didn't want to focus on that kind of thing. Now it seems that Huo Yuhao obviously had enough with Ma Xiaotao, so he let her go. Huo Yuhao blushed a little, but the fact was that he couldn't deny it. "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing said faintly, "I always thought that you and Xiaotao were just like me." "Zhuqing, I'm sorry." Huo Yuhao admitted his mistake decisively. "No matter how you look at it, it was his fault. Brother Yuhao, can I teach your scumbag brother in the future?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at Huo Yuhao, feeling a little helpless. "I didn't expect that my house would be stolen, and I had to be a watchman for a whole night. I worried about it all night." Huo Yuhao was speechless. "Scumbag brother, you already have Xiaotao. Why do you still come to provoke me?" Zhu Zhuqing was in a low mood, feeling green on her head, and her head was a little heavy. "Because I don't want to lose you," Huo Yuhao said sincerely. Whether it was Zhu Zhuqing or Ma Xiaotao, they were the most important people to him, and he couldn't accept losing anyone. The atmosphere in the room was a little solemn. Neither of them spoke, and it seemed that there was nothing to say. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Huo Yuhao blankly and met Huo Yuhao's eyes. After a long time, Zhu Zhuqing leaned forward, wrapped her arms around Huo Yuhao's waist, and buried her head in his arms. Huo Yuhao could feel Zhu Zhuqing's body trembling slightly, and his chest was slightly wet. "Brother Yuhao, I can't lose you." Zhu Zhuqing's words shocked Huo Yuhao all over. He used his arms to hold Zhu Zhuqing tightly in his arms, feeling the softness of Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body and the faint fragrance of the girl lingering in his nose. "Brother Yuhao, I said before that, if your dream is to lie drunk on the lap of a beautiful woman, I can help you." Zhu Zhuqing raised her head and stared into Huo Yuhao's eyes with clear eyes. "Aren't you angry?" Huo Yuhao asked again. "A little bit." Zhu Zhuqing pouted, but this matter made her a little depressed. "So," she said, "then can you let me vent my anger?" "Well, how do you want to vent your anger?" Huo Yuhao straightened his attitude. Zhu Zhuqing straightened up, then lowered his head and bit Huo Yuhao's shoulder. The bite was not strong, only slightly painful, and then Huo Yuhao felt the wet tip of the tongue licking his shoulder gently. "Okay, I'm done. Brother Yuhao, don't hide this kind of thing from me anymore." Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, looked into Huo Yuhao's eyes and said seriously. Huo Yuhao felt more and more guilty, and he loved Zhu Zhuqing more and more. This silly girl didn't cry or make a fuss when she encountered such a thing, but just bit him lightly and let it go. How could there be such a girl in the world who is well behaved and obedient, doesn't cry or make a fuss, and just wants to stay by his side? "Okay." Huo Yuhao agreed. The two of them were affectionate for a long time, and Huo Yuhao gently patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder and said, "Let's go out for dinner." Zhu Zhuqing still buried her head in Huo Yuhao's arms, greedily enjoying the scent of Huo Yuhao. She said, "I don't want to eat. Brother Yuhao, can you stay with me?" The two of them were already at the sulking level, and their physical strength was enhanced, so they could survive, even if they didn't eat or drink for a few days. But at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had no appetite at all, or rather, she just wanted to eat Huo Yuhao. Zhu Zhuqing raised her head and kissed him. "Brother Yuhao, tonight, you are mine." Chapter 133. I don't want it, go away. Benefit chapter. Ma Xiaotao was destined to be sleepless that night. Because of her excitement, the relationship between the three people has now fallen into an awkward situation. Ma Xiaotao lay on the bed, not in the mood to practice, and not at all sleepy. I wonder what Zhao Yuhao is going through at the moment. Ma Xiaotao's mind was full of thoughts. No matter which girl this happened to, she would never forgive the other party easily. Ma Xiaotao asked herself, if it happened to her, with her hot temper, she didn't know how it would end. And now, the fact is, that she is the third party. Melancholy. In this situation now, she thought about quitting, but found that she could not leave Huo Yuhao. It was impossible to quit, and she could only find a way to get Zhu Zhuqing's forgiveness. Even with her powerful strength as a titled Douluo, she felt powerless in the face of such a thing. She would rather have a big fight with Tang Hao. In Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing's room, the two hugged each other, and there was no obstacle on their bodies, and they fell asleep. In the early morning, the two woke up from their sleep, and after being stuck in the bathroom for a while, they walked out of the room. At this moment, Yin had already gotten up early and prepared breakfast. After hearing the noise, Ma Xiaotao also walked out of the room. Her eyes immediately fell on Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Zhu Zhuqing smiled gently and said, "Sister Xiaotao, you don't have to say sorry. It's all Brother Yuhao's fault anyway." Huo Yuhao was stunned, and then said, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault." Ma Xiaotao was a little surprised, but she also felt the kindness released by Zhu Zhuqing. She nodded and said, "It's all Zhao Yuhao's fault." As she spoke, the two women actually sat together and started to eat breakfast. Huo Yuhao saw this scene and felt satisfied. He just felt that life was like this, and there was nothing else to ask for. The two women got along well, and Yin was also stunned. The subtle atmosphere of last night had disappeared. Everyone got along as usual and no longer felt awkward. After breakfast, Huo Yuhao took the 3 women out of the hotel room and went shopping in Wuhan City. Previously, because of the finals of the Soul Master competition, they were short of time and did not have a good tour of Wuhan City. The luxury of Wuhan City is no less than that of the 2 imperial capitals of Xiandao City and Xingluo City. In addition, there are many Soul Masters in Wuhan City, and the shops on the street often sell items needed by Soul Masters. Soul guides, medicinal materials. The large fighting soul field in Wuhan City is the largest fighting soul field in the entire continent. Thousands of Soul Masters gather here every day, which is very lively. It was not until the evening that everyone returned with a full load. Many clothes bought here are made of special materials, and generally there is no need to worry about damage in battle. Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Xiaotao, and Aya naturally bought many beautiful and eye-catching dresses. Huo Yuhao also made many reference opinions. After all, although the clothes were worn by Ma Xiaotao and Zhu Zhuqing, he was the one who really enjoyed the stimulation brought by the clothes. In the evening, returning to the hotel, Zhuqing, the crown prince of the Xiandao Empire, who is Huo Yuhao's eldest brother, spent a lot of money to book the hotel lobby and set up a banquet to celebrate for the Xiandao team. The champion of the elite competition of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy is a great honor, enough to attract the attention of the entire Soul Master world. The people of the Xiandao team are undoubtedly the future of the Soul Master world. Their achievements are simply unimaginable. It is also after decades that many titled Douluo level masters will appear among these people. You know, in this Soul Master competition, there are definitely many Soul Masters with innate soul power above level 9. And as long as the innate soul power reaches level 9 or above, it has the potential to break through to the titled Douluo. It is difficult to break through to the titled Douluo without special opportunities for innate soul power level 8 or 7. Not to mention Huo Yuhao and the other 2, Shubinga, Hulina and others have a great chance of breaking through to the titled Douluo. Congratulations, you have brought honor to the Xiandao Empire. You are the pride of the Xiandao Royal Academy, the pride of the Xiandao Empire, and the future of the Soul Master world. Zhuqing smiled and said, after returning to Xiandao City, I will definitely ask my father to confer titles on you. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but get excited. Although they were able to enter the Xiandao Royal Academy to practice, their families were not simple. But that was always the protection of the elders, not obtained through one's own efforts. Now they will also have a title and become nobles just by their own efforts. How can this not make people excited? In this Soul Master competition, they not only won the honor of thousands of people's attention, but also received substantial rewards. It can be said that they returned with full honors. Everyone sat down, toasted, and the atmosphere was warm. Ma Xiaotao and Ayan did not participate, so Huo Yuhao came with Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rangrang was also released by Ning Fengxi to participate in this celebration. Her little face was flushed, and she was drinking with other people from the Xiandao team. This girl's alcohol tolerance was amazing. Except for Huo Yuhao, there was no opponent at this wine table. The 2 brothers Xiemo and Xiemo were knocked down first, followed by Yufeng and Oslo. Yi Lingling didn't like drinking, so she just tasted a glass and didn't drink again, so she escaped. At this moment, Huo Yuhao and Zhuqing were arm in arm, drinking one glass after another and talking about something. Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly beside Huo Yuhao, occasionally picking up a tissue to wipe the crumbs from the corners of Huo Yuhao's mouth. Ning Rangrang had already made 4 consecutive kills and was attacking a higher goal. Now, her opponents were Yu Xianheng and Du Guyan. Ning Rangrang was already a little drunk after knocking down 4 people one after another. At this moment, she was unable to withstand the alcohol and was defeated again and again under the siege of Yu Xianheng and Du Guyan. However, everyone was very excited today, and Yu Xianheng and Du Guyan would naturally not let Ning Rangrang go. One bottle of wine after another. However, although Ning Rangrang's pretty face was flushed and her eyes were blurred, she never fell down. Instead, Yu Xianheng and Du Guyan were defeated first. With a thump, Yuxianheng and Du Guyan hugged each other and fell on the wine table. Ning Rangrang put the wine in the glass on the table, and her blurred eyes finally regained a trace of clarity. Her white and tender little hands fanned her ears, and she felt her body was hot and the alcohol was coming up. Ning Rangrang looked at Yuxianheng and Du Guyan, who were already unconscious. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I almost fell over. But fortunately, my acting skills are good, otherwise I couldn't hold on." She covered her stomach. Her belly, which was originally flat without a trace of fat, was now bulged up and filled with alcohol, making her feel a little uncomfortable. "Lingling, accompany me to the bathroom." Ning Rangrang stood up shakily with the help of the table and waved to Yi Lingling beside her. Yi Lingling quickly stood up, supported Ning Rangrang, and walked to the bathroom. She looked at Ning Rangrang with a look of astonishment. She didn't expect that this seemingly gentle and beautiful little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect would be so bold when drinking and complete 6 consecutive kills. Yi Lingling also felt ashamed for Yuxianheng and the others. After all the rounds of fighting, they were still no match for Ning Rangrang. It was really embarrassing. After all, at the beginning, when Ning Rangrang proposed to compete with Xiemo and Xiemo in drinking, everyone was still surprised, thinking that she was just too strict with her family and wanted to take this opportunity to taste the taste of wine. However, the Xiemo brothers, who boasted that they would beat Ning Rangrang with 3 cups, were the first to lose. Although Ning Rangrang had a small stomach, she could drink a lot. After drinking 1 cup of wine, her face was always a little red, but she never fell down. "Rangrang, you are too amazing," Yi Lingling said admiringly. In her opinion, Ning Rangrang not only had a strong martial soul, but also had an excellent talent for cultivation. She reached the realm of Soul Sect at a young age. I didn't expect that her alcohol tolerance was so amazing. Haha, this is one of my talents. Ning Rangrang smiled proudly. Who knew that Yi Lingling would change the subject and say, "But you can drink so much. Which boy dares to drink with you in the future? There's no chance to make a move. Don't you have to be single for a long time?" Ning Rangrang's drunkenness dissipated a little bit when she heard this, and her smart eyes also regained some clarity. She was always with Huo Yuhao and others, enjoying all kinds of dog food every day, and she was envious and jealous. Ning Rangrang also wanted to have a sweet love. But after staying with Huo Yuhao for a long time, she couldn't arouse any interest in other boys at all, whether in terms of appearance, temperament, martial spirit, or talent. Huo Yuhao is an invincible existence, and if she found a man who couldn't compare with Huo Yuhao, she would be laughed to death by that man. Ning Rangrang and Huo Yuhao were simply a pair of happy enemies. The two of them sabotaged each other and looked down on each other. Ning Rangrang thought that she had washed the socks for the other person by hand for a month, and she felt that she was not clean. This was a lifelong shame. She thought bitterly that sooner or later Huo Yuhao would have to pay the price. Of course, she also had some good feelings for Huo Yuhao. If it weren't for the fact that Huo Yuhao was too straight when he was with her, Ning Rangrang would have fallen for him. Moreover, in her opinion, Huo Yuhao already had Zhu Zhuqing. If she fell in love with Huo Yuhao, what would that mean? The little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed sect actually became a mistress? Ning Rangrang believed that she had a proud character in her heart and couldn't afford to lose this person. "I won't even consider a man who can't drink more than me," Ning Rangrang said proudly. "Then Rangrang, have you ever met someone who can drink more than you?" Yi Lingling asked. In her opinion, Ning Rangrang could knock down 6 people by herself, and her drinking capacity was already very terrifying. There shouldn't be anyone who could be better than Ning Rangrang. Ning Rangrang's body trembled, and then she looked back at Huo Yuhao, and her little face suddenly raised an arc, and said, "Yes." "Who?" Yi Lingling followed Ning Rangrang's gaze, and saw only Huo Yuhao and Zhuqing. "Is it the captain? Or the crown prince?" "Huo Yuhao." Ning Rangrang called him by his name. "Will Rangrang consider the captain?" Yi Lingling asked. "What are you talking about? Your captain already has Zhu Zhuqing." Ning Rangrang pinched Yi Lingling's face and pulled it. "Yes, the captain already has Zhu Zhuqing." After coming out of the bathroom, Ningrangrang returned to the wine table. At this moment, everyone else had left or fallen on the wine table. Only Huo Yuhao and Zhuqing were still drinking. Second brother, your strength surprises me. This championship is not a problem for you at all, Zhuqing said. Even she, as a super monster with an innate soul power of level 20, was surprised by Huo Yuhao's strength. With his own strength, he was able to deal with the spirit fusion skills. Whether it was the Ice Phoenix released by Shubinga and Zhuwu, or the demon released by Hulina and Ziyu of the Spirit Hall, they were all extremely powerful spirit fusion skills. Even a Soul Saint level expert would find it difficult to face them, but Huo Yuhao was able to defeat them. It must be said that Huo Yuhao's strength has surpassed the younger generation of the Spirit Master world by one level. Perhaps, Huo Yuhao's eyes have been set on the older generation. Okay, I wonder if the Spirit Hall will give out 3 spirit bones as a reward for the champion in the Spirit Master competition 5 years later. If so, I can still participate in the Spirit Master competition. Huo Yuhao laughed. After all, it won't take much time. You can get 3 spirit bones by playing a few games. Everyone is willing to do such a good thing. Zhuqing rolled his eyes at him and said, so you are here to buy goods in the Spirit Master competition. The value of 3 spirit bones is simply inestimable. Even the Spirit Hall cannot take them out easily. The 3 soul bones were originally intended to be given to the 3 geniuses of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, Hulina, Ziyu, and Yan. But they did not expect that with their strength, they would actually lose in this Soul Master competition. There were 2 dark horses in this Soul Master competition. One was Shrek Academy. Tang-san, who had 4 10,000-year soul rings, already had the strength to challenge the Spirit Hall's golden generation. There was another big dark horse, the Xiandao Royal Academy. The Xiandao Royal Academy had always been ranked in the top 5, occasionally in the top 3. But this time, it was invincible, and made it all the way to the finals, winning the championship. It must be said that the Xiandao Royal Academy, which had Huo Yuhao, had completely transformed in strength, and could not find an opponent at all. After Huo Yuhao knocked Zhuqing down, he faced the unyielding Ningrangrang. The 2 fought again, and in the end Ningrangrang still lost. She picked 6 people in turn, but this time her firepower could not continue, and she was easily defeated by Huo Yuhao. In this way, Huo Yuhao called the hotel staff to take the drunk people back to their respective rooms. Ningrangrang was already unconscious, but she still clamored to continue fighting with Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao had no choice but to carry her on his shoulders and took her back to the hotel room. She finally calmed down. Huo Yuhao took Zhu Zhuqing back to his room. He was drunk and felt a little uncomfortable. Zhu Zhuqing wrinkled her pretty nose and went to the next room to knock on Ma Xiaotao's door. Zhuqing, you are back. Brother Yuhao is drunk. Sister Xiaotao, go and take a look. Zhu Zhuqing pointed to her room. Ma Xiaotao immediately understood, and a faint blush rose on her pretty face, but she didn't want to refuse, so she said, okay. Sister Xiaotao, you don't have to come back, I'll sleep in your room tonight. As she said that, Zhu Zhuqing had already entered Ma Xiaotao's room, and closed the door. Ma Xiaotao was stunned in place for a while, before walking into Zhu Zhuqing's room. There was no sign of Huo Yuhao in the bedroom. Ma Xiaotao heard the sound of water dripping from the bathroom. Her body couldn't help but feel hot and her legs felt weak. Posted in advance to avoid being blocked, and having no time to revise it. Brothers, please drive and hand over the tickets. There are no exceptions. It was blocked. Only 800 words were deleted and revised. Chapter 134 Tang Hao must die. On the second day, all the teams from the Xiandao Empire will set out on their return journey. Many teams from the academies have already left in advance. Under the leadership of the Crown Prince Zhuqing, the Xiandao Royal Academy set out on the road back to Xiandao City. The road was not peaceful, and the team was attacked by spirit masters. Ma Xiaotao made 3 moves in total, killing a spirit saint level strongman and several spirit emperors. They were all people who coveted the 3 spirit bones that Huo Yuhao had just obtained in the Spirit Master competition. The flames flashed from the sky, and Ma Xiaoteo's figure appeared on the carriage. Huo Yuhao said, "Sister Xiaoteo, how is it?" Ma Xiaoteo shook her head and said, "Only one spirit saint appeared this time, and as for the person hiding in the dark, he didn't jump out." After coming out of Wuhan City, Ma Xiaoteo faintly felt that there was a strong and secretive aura following her. However, the other party did not make a move, and Ma Xiaoteo could not pull it out. But she was sure that the enemy hiding in the dark must be a powerful person at the title Douluo level. Except for the title Douluo, no one else could escape Ma Xiaoteo's perception. "Is he still there?" Huo Yuhao asked. "He has left," Ma Xiaoteo said. The hidden aura disappeared after Ma Xiaoteo made this move. It seemed that he was afraid of Ma Xiaoteo's strength and finally did not make a move. Huo Yuhao frowned slightly. What kind of enemy was it that even Ma Xiaoteo could not find it? Spirit Hall? Or Tang Heo? Only the Spirit Hall has a powerful titled Douluo who can hide in the dark and escape Ma Xiaoteo's perception. Otherwise, there is only Tang Heo, the Super Douluo. In the second round of the finals, Huo Yuhao almost destroyed Tang San. But that night after the game, Tang San disappeared. Tang Heo, who had been guarding in the dark, did not show up either. Huo Yuhao asked himself, the only titled Douluo level strongman he had offended was Tang Heo. Whether it was Huo Yuhao who obtained the soul bone or Yin beside him, they were both people that Tang Heo would never let go. If the person hiding in the dark is Tang Heo, this is understandable. Because Tang Heo knows that Ma Xiaoteo is definitely a strong man of the same level as himself. And beside Ma Xiaoteo, there is also a powerful auxiliary titled Douluo, who is also his beloved Yin. With the assistance of Yin, Ma Xiaoteo's strength is so powerful that even Tang Heo is not a match. And in the convoy, there are people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fengzi is accompanied by Giant Douluo, who is also a powerful titled Douluo. And with the assistance of Ning Fengzi, who is at the peak of the Soul Saint, Giant Douluo's strength can be greatly improved, and he can face two strong men of the same level at the same time. Although Tang Heo is powerful, he is not a match for Giant Douluo with the assistance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Tower, unless he fights hard. Then let's play slowly. Huo Yuhao chuckled. Now he already has the strength to fight against Tang Heo, not to mention the two titled Douluos Ma Xiaoteo and Yin beside him. You know, there are still two titled Douluo summoning cards lying in Huo Yuhao's storage space. Moreover, one of these two summoning cards is at the Super Douluo level, and the other is at the Ultimate Douluo level. Huo Yuhao is not afraid of Tang Heo alone, even if it is the entire Haoshan sect. Nothing else happened on the next journey, and everyone arrived at Xiandao City smoothly. Huo Yuhao and others got off the carriage. Zhu Zhuqing came over immediately, saluted Ma Xiaoteo and Yin behind Huo Yuhao, and then said to Huo Yuhao, "Second brother, follow me to see my father." Huo Yuhao nodded, and followed Zhu Zhuqing with the girls around him to the palace. Others from the Xiandao team and the team leader Wang Zhao also accompanied them. This time, Huo Yuhao and others brought great honor to the Xiandao Empire in the elite competition of advanced soul master colleges across the continent. When they returned to Xiandao City, they were also cheered and applauded by the people. The group was sent to the Xiandao Palace like the moon surrounded by stars, and Emperor Zhu Yi was already waiting for them in the hall. The huge palace gate was majestic and magnificent, with mighty royal knights fighting on both sides. Led by Zhu Zhuqing, everyone entered the hall. "Your son pays respect to the emperor." Zhu Zhuqing knelt on the ground and saluted. Huo Yuhao and others behind him also bowed and saluted. Kneeling was impossible. They were spirit masters from various forces, so there was no need to kneel and salute. "You are finally back. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Emperor Zhu Yi was in a good mood. Although he looked a little sick, he laughed heartily at this moment. Emperor Zhu Yi glanced at everyone, and when he saw Ma Xiaoteo and Yin, he couldn't help but show a little surprise. The beauty of these two women could not be compared with the concubines in his harem. However, he already knew their identities, and knew that Ma Xiaoteo and Yin were powerful titled Douluo level masters, and they must be treated with courtesy. He smiled and said, "You have brought honor to the Heavenly Empire. I have decided to grant each of you the title of Baron. Emperor Zhu Yi's reward was very generous, but it was naturally incomparable to the 3 spirit bones. Huo Yuhao didn't care about this reward. Unexpectedly, Emperor Zhu Yi said, Huo Yuhao, you are the most amazing genius I have ever seen. Your future achievements are limitless. If you are willing to work for the Xiandao Empire, I will grant you the title of Duke, with a fiefdom of 1,000 miles, and your title will be hereditary. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Even the leader of the 7 treasures glazed sect was surprised. He did not expect Emperor Zhu Yi to have such courage. Huo Yuhao was also shocked. After thinking for a moment, he smiled, bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, your majesty. I'm willing to work for the Xiandao Empire." Haha, good. Emperor Zhu Yi laughed and said, "From today on, you are the Duke of my Xiandao Empire. Give me 1 month, and I will send people to build a Duke's mansion for you in Xiandao City." "Thank you, your majesty." Huo Yuhao bowed slightly. Being awarded the title of Duke was indeed something Huo Yuhao had never thought of. However, this also allowed him to implement some of his plans in advance. It's time to build a force. Afterwards, Emperor Zhu Yi held a banquet in the palace. Huo Yuhao remembered the previous lesson and did not drink too much this time. After the banquet, he returned to the dormitory of Xiandao Royal Academy to rest. Otherwise, Ma Xiaotao would suffer again. However, after returning to Xiandao Royal Academy, Huo Yuhao learned a bad news. Xiao Wu is missing. Previously, in order to participate in the elite competition of advanced soul masters in the continent, Huo Yuhao took Ma Xiaotao and others to Wuhan City. Because he was worried that Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast would be exposed and cause unnecessary trouble, he did not take her. But who knew that in this Xiandao Royal Academy, Xiao Wu's cultivation was locked, and the little girl who was no different from an ordinary person, could actually escape from here. The chief of Xiandao Royal Academy Meng Shenji came to the gate of the small courtyard, and apologized to Huo Yuhao in person. Because before Huo Yuhao left, he had gotten rid of Meng Shenji, and sent someone to guard Xiao Wu. But now that she is gone, he doesn't know how to explain to Huo Yuhao. "My friend, this is my mistake. I arranged 2 female students at the Soul Master level and a female teacher at the Soul Emperor level to guard Xiao Wu here. But 5 days ago, someone attacked the Xiandao Royal Academy and brutally killed 3 people. Xiao Wu has disappeared since then." Meng Shenji's face was full of sorrow. He lost a Xiandao level teacher and 2 Xiandao level colleges, but still failed to guard Xiao Wu. This was a huge loss for him. Huo Yuhao stared at Meng Shenji for a long time, then sighed and said, "Chief Meng Shenji, this is my fault. I didn't tell you about Xiao Wu's importance. I will give you an explanation for the dead teacher and 2 students. No matter who it is, I will make him pay the price." Huo Yuhao said in a deep voice. He was actually already frowning in his heart. Meng Shenji said, "Thank you for your understanding. I will not let this matter go. He dared to break into my Xiandao Royal Academy and commit crimes. He is simply lawless and extremely evil. I will definitely investigate him strictly and find him without missing any clues." After saying this, Meng Shenji left in a hurry. Obviously, Xiandao Royal Academy represents the face of the royal family. Even if such a thing happened during entry, even he could not escape punishment. Most of the small courtyard in the mountains was also destroyed. Huo Yuhao and others could only temporarily move to the other side of the mountain. In the room, Huo Yuhao's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that the rabbit in his hand could let her run away. "Brother Yuhao, could it be Tangsun and Tang Hao who are here?" Zhu Zhuqing guessed. Who else could it be besides him? Huo Yuhao said. Few people knew that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast, so Huo Yuhao did not tell Meng Shenji. He had just suspected that Xiao Wu's soul beast aura was detected by Meng Shenji, who was at the soul Douluo level, and was hidden by him. When Meng Shenji was talking, Huo Yuhao had been staring at his eyes, paying attention to every bit of his eyes, knowing that he was not lying. And the killing of a teacher and 2 students in Xiandao Royal Academy was a big deal. You know, the 4th Prince of Xiandao Royal Academy, Zhu Beng, was in this academy, so the Xiandao royal family attached great importance to Xiandao Royal Academy, and even had the royal knights patrolling nearby. The academy was in charge of the 3 chiefs of the education committee, who were all powerful Soul Douluo. Only a titled Douluo could kill the Soul Emperor level teacher under the noses of the 3 of them, and rescue Huo Wu. Huo Yuhao recalled the plot of the original novel. In the original novel, after the Shrek 7 Devils won the championship of the Soul Master competition, Huo Wu's identity was exposed in front of Bibidong, which led Tang Hao to rescue Tang San and Huo Wu from the hands of a group of Wuhan Hall powerhouses. After leaving, Tang Hao asked Huo Wu to return to the Xingdao Great Forest. There are 200,000 year level soul beasts guarding Huo Wu, which is the safest place. Tang San also started to practice with Tang Hao, and then went to the Slaughter City to train, obtained the Killing God domain, and also obtained the qualification for the Shura God test. Huo Yuhao's eyes were dim, and he was obviously angry. Because of his own affairs, he actually implicated 3 lives, and he felt guilty. Tang Hao, it seems that you are not going to live. Ma Xiaotao walked to Huo Yuhao's side, touched his head, and then smiled and said, Huo Yuhao, don't worry, if I meet Tang Hao again, I will not let him escape again. Huo Yuhao nodded, and he had already sentenced Tang Hao to death in his heart. The next time they meet, Tang Hao must die. Even if he uses the 2 titled Douluo character summoning cards in the storage space, he must kill him. Because of his own affairs, innocent people were implicated, which Huo Yuhao absolutely could not allow. It took them about 20 days to return to Xiandao City from Wuhan City. Unexpectedly, Tang Hao could follow behind them, thinking of snatching the soul bone. After he had no chance to do it, he could rush to Xiandao Royal Academy to rescue people. It can be said that Tang Hao took great pains for his son Tang San. Perhaps it was because he picked up Tang San's twin martial spirits and had a great chance to complete revenge for him. Therefore, he spared no effort and ran around to make efforts for Tang San's road to becoming stronger, and also to make up for Tang San's childhood debt. After a night, Emperor Zuyi promised Huo Yuhao that the Duke's mansion had chosen an address. Coincidentally, the location was opposite to Shrek Academy. After learning the news, Huo Yuhao took several people from the Xiandao team and a group of Xiandao level students to initiate a competition and exchange activity with Shrek Academy in the name of Xiandao Royal Academy, commonly known as Kicking the Hall. Huo Yuhao was a little depressed and had to find someone to vent his anger. Xiandao Royal Academy was the face of the Xiandao royal family, and Shrek Academy could not refuse it at all. Therefore, a competition and exchange competition began. No one from the Xiandao team took action, and a group of Xiandao level students, that is, students with a cultivation level higher than Soul Venerable, beat the Shrek Academy to a pulp, with blood running down their noses. Of course, Damu Bei and others couldn't stand it, so they took action. Huo Yuhao also called Yu Xianheng and others to the field, and gave them a severe lesson. The exchange competition ended successfully, and Huo Yuhao was quite satisfied. He finally vented some of his frustration. Boss Huo, did Shrek Academy provoke you? Yu Xianheng couldn't help asking on the way back to Xiandao Royal Academy. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, they have provoked me more than once. Upon hearing this, Yu Xianheng hurriedly said, I think this kind of exchange activity is beneficial to our cultivation. After I go back, I will apply to the academy teacher to contact Shrek Academy more often in the future to jointly organize such activities. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but look at him with admiration and said, I'm optimistic about you. Beat me hard. As long as you can't kill me, beat me to death. If something goes wrong, I will take care of it. In fact, with Huo Yuhao's current status as a duke, there are still many ways to set up a high-level academy in Xiandao City. However, he is very patient with Shrek Academy and wants to play slowly. As long as Tang San and Tang Hao do not show up, Shrek Academy will not have an easy time in the future. Recommended book Douluo, The Unrivaled Tang Sect, Angels and Rakshasa Return Douluo 2nd, The Reborn Angels and New Rakshasa Come Again, The Fake Prince of the Sun and the Moon and the True Saint of the Holy Spirit said. Tang Buddha, you don't want. Chapter 135 Fatty, do that to me. At night, in Shrek Academy, in Mahanjan's room. Mahanjan, with a bruised face, limped out of the room. He felt very painful at the moment. Today, Yu Xianheng from the Xiandao team almost broke several bones. Unfortunately, his evil fire broke out at this moment, and his injured body could no longer suppress the evil fire in his body. So, he left his room with a hot body, and knocked on the door of Dame Yubei next door. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking for me, so late at night? Dame Yubei was wearing a light gauze skirt, with a slightly frowned brow. His fiery figure could not be concealed at all, and it was looming. Mahanjan, who was in an evil fire, could not stand this scene. His eyes were red, his throat was dry, and he rushed over directly. With a thump, Mahanjan's fat body directly pressed Dame Yubei to the ground. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Dame Yubei's delicate face turned pale, and he was shocked. He quickly raised his arms to support Mahanjan's body. Boss Day, didn't you say we are brothers? Help me when I'm in trouble. Mahanjan's eyes were red, and the heat wave hit her face as he spoke. Dame Yubei also smelled a disgusting stench, and she felt that her whole body was resisting. She had not even changed for the huge changes in her body, and it was difficult for her to adapt psychologically. It was just that during this period of time, she reduced the time she spent on picking up girls, and was busy practicing, just to figure out what was going on with her. During the time she returned to Shrek Academy, Dame Yubei was often harassed because of her outstanding appearance and hot body, which attracted many students in the academy. Some people even approached her, but in the end they were severely punished by the furious Dame Yubei. If she could attract so many opposite sexes, she might be ecstatic if they were put together. After all, with her romantic nature, she didn't mind spending some time to explore these resources. But now she has become the resource she mentioned, and she is stared at by many men with lustful eyes, which makes her want to die. However, Dame Yubei's current cultivation level is the best among all the students in Shrek Academy, and no other student has succeeded yet. However, what Dame Yubei did not expect was that her good brother now also set his sights on her. I treat you as a brother, but you actually want to sleep with me? Dame Yubei was immediately furious and attacked Mahanjan. However, she was seriously injured in the previous exchange with Yu Xianheng, and now she had no way to deal with Mahanjan, whose cultivation level was much lower than hers. For a moment, Dame Yubei found that she could not get away. Mahanjan's arms locked her body tightly like steel. At this moment, Mahanjan's strength was amazing. Fatty, if you dare to do that to me, I will definitely kill you. Dame Yubei shouted, shaking with anger. Mahanjan's rapid breathing slapped her face, making her very sick. She did not expect such a scene to happen. Dame Yubei fought back and directly used her martial spirit to attack Mahanjan, and knocked him out. She looked at Mahanjan coldly, with murderous intent in her heart. Even if they were brothers, they couldn't go this far. However, Mahanjan was already burning with lust, and he had no scruples at the moment. Moreover, under the lingering evil fire, his fighting power was even stronger. With his soul master cultivation, he was not at all inferior to the soul sect level Dame Yubei. Dame Yubei was already seriously injured, and his wounds were affected after the outbreak, and his momentum suddenly weakened. Mahanjan slapped him to the ground, then grabbed his ankle, and dragged him into the room. On this quiet night, the roar of the white tiger continued all night. Such a movement naturally attracted the attention of other students of Shrek Academy. However, the dormitories of students with outstanding talents such as Dame Yubei and Mahanjan were not next to ordinary students, so they could only watch from afar. It was unknown what the reason was that caused the two most powerful students in Shrek Academy to start a war. It was not until the second half of the night that Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong, the two sisters, found the two and realized the seriousness of the matter. Dame Yubei, who was already seriously injured, was more seriously injured after Mahanjan's continuous attack all night. His blood and ki were depleted, and his body was like a pool of mud. Mahanjan's evil fire had already subsided, but he knew that Dame Yubei would definitely seek revenge on him in the future. It would be better to use one night to conquer Dame Yubei by unspeakable means. Or maybe Ma Hanjin was still determined to dame Liu Bei and wanted to seize the opportunity to release himself. After all, on weekdays, he had no chance to touch a beautiful woman like Dame Liu Bei. Liu Erlang saw Dame Liu Bei with his eyes blank, tears on his face, and numbness. She was furious and wanted to slap Ma Hanjin to death. However, she was stopped by her good sister Yu Xiaogang. Erlang, calm down. Both Liu Bei and Hanjin are the top talents in our academy. Although Hanjin made a mistake, it is understandable. Yu Xiaogang said, Ma Hanjin's evil fire problem has not been solved yet, and ordinary women can't bear it at all. If the two of you can become a couple, you don't have to worry about this problem in the future. Dame Liu Bei looked at Yu Xiaogang in disbelief. She understood what Yu Xiaogang meant. In other words, as a soul master, Ma Hanjin could still restrain himself if he didn't have the evil fire. Once the evil fire got out of control, ordinary women couldn't bear his torment. Dame Liu Bei is also a soul master, and he is also a soul master with the top martial spirit White Tiger. His cultivation is higher than Ma Hanjin, so he can torment him at will, turning the rivers and seas upside down, continuing all night. Nothing will go wrong. Yu Xiaogang looked at Dame Liu Bei and said, Liu Bei, you and Hanjin had a good relationship before, and there is a foundation of affection. Even if there is no foundation, you can cultivate it slowly in the future. You are both geniuses, and you are the monsters of our Shrek Academy. It is perfect to be a pair. Get lost. Dame Liu Bei used up her last strength. Her eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and roared at Yu Xiaogang. She believed that all her current experiences were caused by Yu Xiaogang. If she had not come to Shrek Academy, she would not have encountered these things at all. These tragic experiences were enough to make her remember them for the rest of her life. Yu Xiaogang was embarrassed for a moment, and hurriedly took Liu Erlang's hand, and said to Ma Hanjin, Hanjin, I'll leave this to you. Let Liu Bei have a good rest these days. We'll leave first. Ah, okay, master. Ma Hanjin quickly agreed, not expecting that such a thing would actually get the support of the master. In this way, even if Liu Erlang had any opinions, it would be useless. Liu Erlang hated evil and hated it. With her hot temper, it was impossible for her to do nothing when such a thing happened in her own academy. If Yu Xiaogang hadn't come, she would definitely slap Ma Hanjin to death. Ma Hanjin breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that he could escape. At this moment, he praised the master in his heart. He looked at Dame Liu Bei, feeling both guilty and the pleasure of conquest. Although the two of them called each other brothers before, their status was not equal. One was the boss and the other was the younger brother. And yesterday, the boss was begging for mercy. Ma Hanjin thought to himself, anyway, we are all brothers. It's better to benefit myself than to benefit others. So he walked towards Dame Liu Bei. A month passed in a flash. In the morning, Huo Yuhao took Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rangrang to the education committee to apply for withdrawal. After the Soul Master competition was over, there was no need for him to stay in Xiandao Royal Academy. Even with the age of the three of them, they were fully qualified to participate in the next Soul Master competition. That was meaningless. Huo Yuhao couldn't waste 5 years here. He needed to build his own power and become stronger. Emperor Zhuyi promised Huo Yuhao that the Duke's mansion had been built, and he could move in now. So, after coming out of Xiandao Royal Academy, Huo Yuhao packed his luggage with Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Xiaotao, Yin, and Ning Rangrang and headed to the Duke's mansion. The Duke's mansion is located in Xiandao City, just opposite Shrek Academy. Isn't this a coincidence? In this month, Xiandao Royal Academy and Shrek Academy have held 5 exchange activities, and Huo Yuhao has also gained 50,000 luck points from these 5 activities. Maybe because Tangsun was not there, the luck points were not much, but you can take it slowly and accumulate little by little. Anyway, Shrek Academy is here, and it can't run away. The Duke's mansion covers a large area. Being able to own such a mansion in Xiandao City, where every inch of land is worth a lot, even the other dukes are envious. After moving to the Duke's mansion, Huo Yuhao's life became peaceful. He practiced every day and then accompanied Ma Xiaotao in actual combat. The soul guide that had been left for 2 months was also picked up again. Although Huo Yuhao is a duke, His salary is enough to maintain the expenses of the Duke's mansion, but soul guides are very important and can be regarded as a way to enhance strength. Of course, with Huo Yuhao's current strength, soul guides of the same level or even 1 or 2 levels higher will not have much effect on him. The reason why he did not give up is that he wants to revive the soul guide skills in this era. Huo Yuhao is looking forward to what kind of sparks will be created by establishing a force with soul guides and other forces in this era. Today, Huo Yuhao has completely mastered the 8 spider soul bones and can manipulate 8 spider legs at the same time to make soul guides. For the 7 treasures glazed tile sect's distraction control technique, Huo Yuhao can be said to have reached the extreme and made a breakthrough on this basis. Because even Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, has only reached the realm of the 7 aperture glazed heart and can control his 7 auxiliary soul skills at the same time. But Huo Yuhao's mind is divided into 8 users. Of course, Ning Rangrang's martial spirit has evolved from the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. In the future, she may master the skill of dividing the mind into 9 users, and at that time, Ning Rangrang will also become the most powerful auxiliary spirit master on the Douluo Continent. In the quiet room, Huo Yuhao's left hand turned into a dark gold claw, and the sharp claw was the best carving knife. In front of Huo Yuhao was a pile of metal materials, and he was trying to make a 6th level spirit guide longsword. One by one, the complex spirit guide arrays were engraved on the metal longsword, and a faint light shone. At this time, beads of sweat flowed down Huo Yuhao's forehead. This was his first attempt to make a 6th level spirit guide, so his mental power was too concentrated, and his energy was too much. Generally speaking, it is impossible for a soul master at the level of a soul king to make a 6th level spirit guide, but Huo Yuhao is not an ordinary soul king. Except for the fact that he only has 5 spirit rings, he has reached the level of a soul saint in other aspects. Therefore, it is not impossible to make a 6th level spirit guide. Time passed by minute, and when the last soul guide was engraved, a level 6 melee soul guide longsword was completed. Huo Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief and said, finally, it was made successfully. He had failed twice and damaged a lot of metal. Huo Yuhao did not spend as much time on the soul guide as he did on Masaoteo, so it was a test of his talent to master the advanced soul guide technology in a short period of time. However, after making it successfully once, Huo Yuhao was confident that he would succeed next time. He had already mastered the method of making a level 6 soul guide longsword, and the rest was to learn by analogy and continue to be proficient. Aryan came forward, holding a silk scarf in her hand, and wiped the sweat off Huo Yuhao's face. Her eyes fell on the soul guide longsword in Huo Yuhao's hand, and she looked at the complicated soul guide array that appeared on the blade, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Master, you are really amazing. Huo Yuhao looked at the longsword in his hand with satisfaction, and waved it twice. The blade broke through the air, and it was extremely sharp, and could easily cut through steel. After the soul power was injected, the blade lit up, the cold light was breathtaking, and the tip of the blade even spurted out a 3-meter long aura. This soul guiding longsword is a 6th level soul guiding device, which is enough to support the battle of soul masters at the level of soul emperors. Even auxiliary soul masters can burst out with excellent combat power after possessing this longsword. Yin, you don't have to worry about me. Go find some materials and try to make a 2nd level soul guiding device. Huo Yuhao looked at Yin, who was standing aside. Okay, master. Since returning from Wuhan City, Yin has developed a strong interest in soul guiding devices, and Huo Yuhao taught her knowledge about soul guiding devices. Yin is a titled Douluo with the blue-silver emperor spirit, and her mental power is also extremely strong. She has a high talent in soul guiding devices. Especially now that she is a titled Douluo, she is doubly powerful and has amazing control over her own soul power, which is far beyond the reach of an emperor level soul master. Therefore, in a month, Yin has mastered the ability to make a 1st level soul guiding device, and now she is trying to make a 2nd level soul guiding device. Moreover, Aryan is already a titled Douluo, and his strength is improving slowly, so he can spend more time studying soul guides. Perhaps in a few years, Aryan's soul guide level will be able to catch up with Huo Yuhao. If you want to spread soul guide skills, it is far from enough to rely on Huo Yuhao alone. And if Huo Yuhao wants to establish a soul guide force, he also needs to recruit more soul masters to learn soul guides and gradually expand his influence. In fact, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect is most suitable for promoting soul guides, because there are many auxiliary soul masters in the sect, and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower martial spirit itself has spiritual attributes. Generally speaking, soul masters with strong spiritual power will never be low in talent in soul guides. It's just that Huo Yuhao is unwilling to join the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Of course, if he can take the 7 Treasures Glazed sect as his own force, Huo Yuhao is absolutely willing. But with his current strength, it is still difficult to achieve this step. Maybe the 7 Treasures Glazed sect is facing the disaster of extinction, or when Huo Yuhao breaks through the titled Douluo, it can be done. Chapter 136 Sisters Iotao, what do you want to do? In the quiet room, Aryan held a piece of metal in her hand, twisting a delicate carving knife between her fingers, and was carefully carving on the metal block. Her pair of blue eyes stared at the metal block in her hand, and her beautiful face was full of seriousness. Aryan has always been meticulous in doing things, and the same is true for carving the soul guide array at this moment. She has devoted herself to it. Among the people around Huo Yuhao, only Aryan is interested in soul guides. Mars Iotao believes that the strength of the martial soul is the real invincibility, and she does have such strength. Of course, she does not reject the use of soul guides. But if she is asked to spend time learning the knowledge of soul guides, she will probably be reluctant. Zhu Zhuqing did say that if Huo Yuhao asked her to learn, she would learn. It's not a matter of willingness or not. As long as Huo Yuhao is happy, then she can do it. But Huo Yuhao believes that Zhu Zhuqing's focus should be on martial soul cultivation, and it is not convenient to be distracted by soul guides. For the time being, Huo Yuhao only has the energy to fight Aryan to learn soul guides. Otherwise, it would affect his martial spirit training time. During this period, the Crown Prince Zhuqing often sent people to invite Huo Yuhao to the East Palace to taste fine wine and food. Huo Yuhao also learned that the reason why Emperor Zhu granted him the title of Duke was because Zhuqing helped him, guaranteeing that Huo Yuhao would have a promising future and should be won over as soon as possible. Not to mention what level Huo Yuhao could reach in the future. Just the 2 titled Douluo around him were enough to win him over with the title of Duke. In the evening, Huo Yuhao left the Duke's mansion, and, with the token given by Zhuqing, he had no obstacles along the way, and came to the Crown Prince's East Palace. At this moment, Zhuqing had prepared a table of fine wine and food, waiting for Huo Yuhao to arrive. Second brother, come and try these fine wines. They are all tribute wines that my father has collected for many years. Zhuqing greeted enthusiastically. Huo Yuhao was not polite either. He walked straight to Zhuqing and sat down and started to eat. It tastes good. Huo Yuhao opened his eyes wide. In the past few days, he had tasted all kinds of delicious food and wine, and none of them were repeated. He was very satisfied. Zhuqing laughed and said, my father is old and has avoided alcohol in the past few years, so he left it there. It's just right for me to treat my second brother. Brother, let me toast you. Soon, the 2 of them were toasting each other, eating meat and drinking wine. The originally gentle and elegant Crown Prince, after spending some time with Huo Yuhao, was able to pick up the bowl, roll up his sleeves, and eat with Huo Yuhao, which was very generous. When the wine was drunk, the 2 of them got closer and closer, and then they put their arms around each other's shoulders and boasted. After drinking Zhuqing down, Huo Yuhao staggered to his feet, returned to the Duke's mansion, and fell asleep. Of course, the 2 did not do this every day. The health of Emperor Zhu was getting worse day by day, and the government affairs of the Xiandao Empire were basically handled by Zhuqing. Therefore, She often handled government affairs during the day and called Huo Yuhao to her palace to drink and have fun at night. On weekdays, Huo Yuhao would also take Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rangrang to the Xiandao City Great Soul Fighting Arena to hone their combat abilities. From time to time, they would go to the Xiandao Grand Auction House to auction some things they needed. Huo Yuhao's cooperation with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect continued, and a batch of soul guides would be traded every month. In Huo Yuhao's storage space, various rare metals piled up like mountains, which would be Huo Yuhao's reliance on building a soul guide force in the future. On this day, after Huo Yuhao left the Xiandao auction house with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rangrang, he asked them to return to the Duke's mansion first. Huo Yuhao took 10 jars of fine wine that he had bought from the auction house and walked towards the prince's eastern palace. Huo Yuhao was a little embarrassed to drink the royal wine of Zhuqing's family during this period of time. Today, the auction house happened to encounter fine wines with a longer age, so Huo Yuhao dared to express his feelings. Wine is something that can be addictive after drinking, especially between men and women. If Zhuqing was a man, Huo Yuhao would naturally not be interested in going to her every day to drink. But Zhuqing was actually Kan Ringsu in disguise, and she was actually a great beauty who was no less beautiful than Zhu Zhuqing and others, which was quite interesting. Huo Yuhao had been thinking about when to get Zhuqing drunk and reveal her true identity. After all, the two had been sworn brothers for several months, but he had never seen the true identity of his elder brother, which was really a bit inappropriate. Therefore, this meal of wine was drunk until the sky was dark and the sun and the moon were upside down. The physique of a soul master is different from that of an ordinary person, so his alcohol tolerance is naturally amazing. Of course, neither Huo Yuhao nor Zhuqing used their soul power to dispel the alcohol, otherwise this meal of wine would be meaningless. During this period of time, Zhuqing's alcohol tolerance has greatly improved under Huo Yuhao's training. Huo Yuhao today can no longer control it at will. Second brother, let me tell you, even though I'm the crown prince and seem to be so glorious every day, my life is actually quite miserable. I'm so busy every day. Zhuqing put one hand on Huo Yuhao's shoulder and began to complain crazily. At this moment, her eyes were blurry and she was already drunk. She took her hand off Huo Yuhao's shoulder and said, "Second brother, let's stop here for today. It's late. I'll send someone to send you back to the Duke's mansion later." Huo Yuhao looked out the window, but it was already pitch black, so he said, "It's getting late, but there are still 2 jars of wine left here. We can each have 1 jar and finish it." Zhuqing leaned weakly on the table with both hands, shook his head and said, "No, I can't do it anymore. Second brother, that's it for today. I'll accompany you another day to have fun. It's okay to drink another day, but let's finish today's wine. How can we save it for next time? Big brother, a man can't say no." Huo Yuhao picked up a jar of wine with one hand, placed it in front of Zhuqing, and said, "Big brother, get up and drink it in one gulp, otherwise I will look down on you." "No, I still have government affairs to deal with tomorrow morning. I admit defeat." "Okay." Zhuqing felt dizzy and was a little unconscious at the moment. "Give up." "Big brother, that's what you said." Huo Yuhao's steps were a little unsteady. He stood up and found a pen and a piece of paper in Zhuqing's room. He placed them in front of Zhuqing and said, "Give up, then write a letter of surrender. We drank at a certain time and place. You owe me a jar. You will make up for it next time." Zhuqing just wanted to fall asleep as soon as possible, so he picked up the pen and wrote on the paper, "On 20th month 20th day of XXXX year in Douluo, this prince and my second brother drank in the bedroom. In the end, we were too drunk. I give up and owe you a jar. You will make up for it next time. This letter is a proof." After writing, Zhuqing stood up directly, his eyes were closed, and he staggered back to his bed. Huo Yuhao picked up the paper and looked at it. He found that the paper in his hand had grown from 1 sheet to 3 meters long. The font was doubled, and he couldn't see what was written at all. But he didn't care. He would just take it out next time and let Zhuqing admit it himself. He staggered out of the prince's bedroom, got on the carriage under the guidance of the palace maid, and then headed towards the duke's mansion. In the Duke's mansion, Huo Yuhao went straight to a room and fell asleep, not wanting to disturb Zhu Zhuqing. He also didn't want to look for Ma Xiaotao. At this moment, he was drunk and had no fighting power at all. He just wanted to sleep. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Zhuqing angrily broke into the Duke's mansion, found Huo Yuhao, and woke him up from his sleep. "Second brother, you are too much." Huo Yuhao was a little short and said, "What's wrong with big brother? Give me back the things." Zhuqing stretched out his hand. "What is it?" Huo Yuhao rubbed his brows and finally remembered it. He couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't blame me, big brother." Huo Yuhao took out a piece of paper from his arms, spread it on the bed and carefully identified it. He found that, although Zhuqing was drunk, his handwriting was still flying and dancing, and he could clearly identify it. Zhuqing stretched out his hand to grab it, but Huo Yuhao was quick and hid behind him. "Brother, what do you want to do?" Huo Yuhao looked at Zhuqing with a face full of alertness. This was a dark history, and even if Khan Rinxu became a god in the future, she could still tease him. "You still know that I'm the eldest brother?" The eldest brother has lost all his face. Zhuqing approached and was about to snatch it. Huo Yuhao stepped back and Zhuqing stepped forward, kneeling on the bed with his legs, and stretched out his hand to snatch it. "Brother, calm down," Huo Yuhao shouted. However, just as the two were fighting on the bed, the door of the room opened again, and Ma Xiaotao stood in front of the door, looking at the scene in front of her with a face full of fear. "Excuse me." Ma Xiaotao turned around and closed the door, patting her chest, full of disbelief. How could Zhao Yuhao? Ma Xiaotao thought that Huo Yuhao's frequency of coming to see her had decreased a lot during this period, and he often went to the prince's bedroom and came back very late. In the room, Huo Yuhao and Zhuqing were also shocked, staring at each other for a while before acting. "I have something else to do. I'll leave first." Zhuqing got out of bed quickly and walked out of the house. Facing Ma Xiaotao's murderous gaze, she hurried away. After leaving the Duke's mansion, Zhuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She felt so close to death just now. Ma Xiaotao had a strong desire to kill her. Huo Yuhao also jumped up from the bed and shouted outside, "Sister Xiaotao, don't get me wrong. I'm not that kind of person." Huo Yuhao chased out the door and was about to explain, but was interrupted by Ma Xiaotao. "What is your relationship with Zhuqing?" Ma Xiaotao saw Huo Yuhao approaching and hurriedly said, "Don't get close to me first. Sister Xiaotao, your thinking is not normal." Huo Yuhao had no choice but to take out Zhuqing's surrender letter. It took him a lot of effort to explain it clearly. However, Huo Yuhao was dry in the mouth, but Ma Xiaotao still looked at him suspiciously. "What did you do during this time when you went to find Zhuqing besides drinking?" Ma Xiaotao asked. Huo Yuhao said, "I didn't do anything except drinking. I swear to heaven." Ma Xiaotao still didn't believe it and said, "No, I have to verify it, otherwise I will feel uneasy." As she said that, Ma Xiaotao pulled Huo Yuhao into the room and closed the door. "Sister Xiaotao, what do you want to do?" Huo Yuhao looked at Ma Xiaotao, not knowing why. "I want to." Huo Yuhao reacted and said, "But it's daytime now." Ma Xiaotao waved her hand and set up a soul power shield to block the light. The room suddenly became dark. "It's dark." Soon, the bed in the room shook violently. Huo Yuhao's powerful fighting ability and vigorous energy finally proved himself. In the evening, Ma Xiaotao lay limply on the bed with her eyes closed, recalling the previous battle process. "Sister Xiaotao, you should believe me now," Huo Yuhao said. Ma Xiaotao's suspicion also made him feel a chill. If this still fails to convince Ma Xiaotao, he will have no choice but to tell her Zhuqing's true identity. Ma Xiaotao's breathing had not yet completely calmed down. She exhaled like a orchid and said, "You want to prove yourself once. Well, what do you want?" At this time, Huo Yuhao also knew that Ma Xiaotao no longer doubted him after his explanation, and just took the opportunity to find an excuse to make up for Huo Yuhao's debt to her during this period. At least 3 more times. Ma Xiaotao lazily raised 3 fingers Her beautiful eyes narrowed and looked at Huo Yuhao. Okay. Huo Yuhao began to move, but was rolled his eyes by Ma Xiaotao. She said, let's do this today and continue tomorrow. You can't do it anymore? Huo Yuhao asked. Zhuqing was drunk yesterday and was in the same state. In the end, he wrote a letter of surrender. But for Ma Xiaotao, the letter of surrender was forgotten. Zhu Zhuqing and Yin were waiting for Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao to eat, but they were late. Zhuqing, how about I go and urge them? Yin asked. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and said, no need, let's eat first. For the next half month, Zhuqing did not go to Huo Yuhao for a drink. Even though the misunderstanding had been resolved due to Huo Yuhao's efforts, he was still unwilling to provoke Ma Xiaotao in the short term. After all, although Huo Yuhao was powerful, he was still a bit overwhelmed. Ma Xiaotao was holding back her anger and wanted to avenge the last time. To win back her face. Last time, she was beaten badly and lost face in front of Huo Yuhao. This time, she made full preparations. After more than half a month of protracted battle, she did not give Huo Yuhao any extra rest time. She finally won this battle. During this time, Huo Yuhao also stayed in the Duke's mansion obediently and did not go out for a drink. In addition to fighting, he was recovering. As a man, he did not want to admit defeat. However, the final result of this battle was that the title Douluo was still the title Douluo, especially the title Douluo who was fully prepared, so powerful that it was despairing. Huo Yuhao had no choice but to swallow the bitter fruit of defeat this time. Brother Yuhao, it's not shameful to lose to a title Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing consoled him while suppressing a smile. She knew Huo Yuhao was a little depressed because the ever-victorious General Huo Yuhao underestimated his enemy and suffered his first defeat. Zhu Zhuqing also couldn't imagine that the battle between the two could last so long before the winner was decided. She had seen the collapsed bedboard before, so she naturally knew how fierce the battle was. Chapter 137 Can You Die? Huo Yuhao began to reflect on what he had done in the past few days and found that he had indeed been a little slack. This led to his defeat in the duel with Ma Xiaotao, and he needed to be alert. So Huo Yuhao began to practice in seclusion, first to restore his physical condition, and second to improve his soul power level. Huo Yuhao was at level 52 at the moment, and Zhu Zhuqing was at level 55. In Huo Yuhao's plan, after breaking through level 60, he would go to the Slaughter City for training. As long as he could finally walk out of the Slaughter City, he would definitely obtain the Killing God Realm. And the Killing God Realm means that there will be a chance to obtain the inheritance of the Azura God's throne. On the Douluo Continent, only by becoming a god can one have unlimited life, otherwise no matter how powerful one is, in the end, he will only be a handful of yellow earth. A month later, Huo Yuhao broke through level 53. On the third day after Huo Yuhao's breakthrough, Zhu Zhuqing also broke through level 56. Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing went into seclusion together, using the characteristics of the two people's martial soul fusion skills that allowed the soul power of both parties to blend with each other, which increased their cultivation speed. Therefore, they were able to increase their soul power by one level in about a month. This was just the beginning, and Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing's seclusion ended. In the following Kun year, except for the time for eating, and the time when Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao exchanged ideas, the rest of the time was spent in cultivation. This led to the rapid improvement of their cultivation, and they broke through to level 61 after another. Huo Yuhao was able to increase his soul power by one level in about 3 or 4 months. Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation speed was relatively slow, and it took half a year to increase one level. After reaching level 60, Huo Yuhao did not rush to take Zhu Zhuqing to obtain soul rings, but instead practiced fighting spirits to consolidate his cultivation and regain the battle training that he had left behind for a long time. During this Kun year, Huo Yuhao's soul mentor level broke through level 6 and was completely consolidated, but neither he nor Zhu Zhuqing had the battle trials they should have. In the Xiandao Great Soul Fighting Arena, Huo Yuhao sat in the audience, watching the two sides fighting on the field. Next to him was Ma Xiaotao, who was wearing a red dress. Zhuqing is going to win. Ma Xiaotao looked at Zhu Zhuqing in the arena and smiled. With her strength, she could see the situation on the field and the status of the two sides at a glance, and could easily judge the result of the game. Huo Yuhao nodded and continued to look at the stage. Zhu Zhuqing's figure rushed out like a black lightning, almost invisible to the naked eye, so the opponent could not see her actions at all, and was passively beaten throughout the entire soul fighting. Third soul skill, Shura Slash. Zhu Zhuqing shouted, came in front of the opponent, put her hands together and slashed out. A terrifying black sword blade passed through the air, and the opponent was slashed off the stage. The winner of this soul fighting is Zhu Zhuqing. The referee announced the result of the game loudly. Zhu Zhuqing breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked off the stage calmly. For nearly half a year, she and Huo Yuhao had been participating in the fighting spirits in the fighting spirit arena, honing their combat skills. Of course, she and Huo Yuhao would also spar privately, and it was a serious sparring. As usual, they would participate in a match every day in the fighting spirit arena, and the rest of the time they would fight with Huo Yuhao for 2 hours. Although Zhu Zhuqing broke through level 60 before Huo Yuhao, she was still at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Whether it was the Blue Silver Emperor Martial Spirit or the White Tiger Martial Spirit, Zhu Zhuqing was not her opponent. Huo Yuhao even engraved the soul seal of the Netherworld Spirit Cat Martial Spirit, and was able to easily win against Zhu Zhuqing. After all, although Zhu Zhuqing had a super strong soul ring ratio of 2 yellow, 1 purple and 2 black, but no matter how strong she was not as strong as Huo Yuhao. At this moment, the age of Huo Yuhao's first soul ring had exceeded 90,000 years, which means that the soul ring he should obtain next could be up to 90,000 years. Huo Yuhao's first soul ring is 1,000,000 years old, and now it has the power of 90,000 years. This is too terrifying for other soul masters, and cannot be compared at all. And compared with Zhu Zhuqing, Huo Yuhao has 3 more soul skills, because of the 1,000,000-year soul ring, which is an advantage that no one can compare with. In the audience, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Zhu Zhuqing, until she walked to Huo Yuhao and sat down. After all, such a beautiful soul master with a stunning face and a great figure will become the focus of attention wherever she goes. However, in the past 6 months, no one dared to approach Zhu Zhuqing, because everyone in Xiandao City knew that the Xiandao Empire had a new duke named Huo Yuhao, who won the championship in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent. Of course, the title of champion can only prove that Huo Yuhao is a talented soul master with unlimited prospects, and as for why Emperor Zhuyi awarded him the title of duke, only a few people know the truth. Of course, no matter what, when they learned that Zhu Zhuqing was the woman of the new duke, no one dared to provoke her. No one wants to offend a duke. Among the titles of Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron, Huo Yuhao's title of Duke is already the highest level among the titles. Even in Xiandao City, there are only a handful of people with higher status than Huo Yuhao. Brother Yuhao. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, the trial is over. We will go to get the spirit ring tomorrow. Okay. Huo Yuhao took Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Xiaotao back to the Duke's mansion. As they were about to get the spirit ring, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing did not continue to practice, but relaxed their bodies and minds to adjust their states. Zhu Zhuqing returned to her room early after dinner to rest, and Ayan saw that the atmosphere was not right, so she hurried back to her room. At this moment, Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao sat opposite each other, looking at each other. Ma Xiaotao raised her eyebrows and teased, why, Huo Yuhao, you just came back from the great fighting spirit arena and you want to have an exciting battle with me? What do you think? Huo Yuhao smiled slightly. Ma Xiaotao wanted to say something else, but Huo Yuhao had already come in front of her, and his tall and broad figure instantly blocked her sight. Ma Xiaotao fell backwards, and fell on the soft sofa. She raised her head and looked up at Huo Yuhao on her body. Huo Yuhao pressed down his body, grabbed Ma Xiaotao's hands, and raised them above his head, and then lowered his head to look for that soft and sweet scent. In the room, Yin's pretty face was slightly red, and she thought to herself, the master is too eager. Now when Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao were discussing and communicating, he became more and more carefree. He did not deliberately lower his voice, nor did he release the soul barrier to block the sound and sight. He just dismissed the maids around him. It made her very embarrassed every time, and it was hard not to hear. Yin leaned against the door, and she felt as if she was also in the scene, and her legs were weak. After a long time, motivation finally overcame desire. She resolutely walked to the quiet room next to her room, and began to quietly make soul guides. In the past 2.5 years, her soul guide level has improved rapidly. After all, she has a very high talent, and with Huo Yuhao's guidance, she has now become a level 5 soul guide. Maybe in another year or two, he will be able to catch up with Huo Yuhao. In the morning, Huo Yuhao woke up from a deep sleep. In the past 2.5 years, his height has jumped to more than 1.9 meters, so Ma Xiaotao, who is 1.8 meters tall, is now lying on him, looking a little like a little bird. Huo Yuhao lowered his head and woke Ma Xiaotao with a suffocating kiss. Ma Xiaotao had just woken up and was still a little cute, so Huo Yuhao picked her up by the waist and walked to the bathroom. As for the mess on the sofa, there will be servants to clean it up. Sometimes Yin will do it for him. Although they were busy until the second half of the night, Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao, who were relieved physically and mentally, did not feel tired, but refreshed. After taking a long shower, the two walked out of the bathroom. At this moment, the servants in the Duke's mansion had already served the food on the table. Zhu Zhuqing and Yin also walked out of the room one after another and sat together to eat breakfast. After dinner, a luxurious carriage had stopped at the door of the Duke's mansion. Just as Huo Yuhao and his 3 companions were about to board the carriage, a beautiful figure rushed over from a distance. Huo Yuhao, wait for me. The person who came was Ningrangrang. She had returned to the Duke's mansion for 2 years. Although the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect was just outside Xiandao City, Ningrangrang could come to the Duke's mansion anytime she wanted. However, during this period, Ning Fengzi had been personally teaching Ningrangrang. As the most powerful auxiliary spirit master on the continent before Yin appeared, he had the most profound understanding of the 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda spirit. Now Ningrangrang has grown up and become much more sensible. She no longer rejects cultivation and learning. Under the guidance of Ning Fengzi, Ningrangrang's cultivation speed was very fast. She had broken through level 50 half a year ago and obtained the 5th spirit ring of the 10,000 year level under the guidance of Giant Douluo. When Huo Yuhao saw Ningrangrang, he smiled and asked, Master Ning, are you willing to let you out? No way. Ningrangrang said with some dissatisfaction. During this period, I have mastered everything my father taught me and passed the test that my father set for me, so he let me out. At this point, Ningrangrang's eyes lit up, and she asked a little embarrassedly, why, Huo Yuhao, do you miss me? Hearing this, Huo Yuhao looked at her strangely and said bluntly, only a ghost would miss you. I don't believe it. You smiled when you saw me just now. Ningrangrang said, I smiled because I saw you running towards me, and suddenly I wanted a daughter. Huo Yuhao said with a suppressed smile. The smile on Ningrangrang's face froze instantly. She looked at Huo Yuhao with gritted teeth, and uttered this sentence. Can you die? Zhu Zhuqing covered her mouth and chuckled, and even Ma Xiaotao and Yin couldn't help laughing. Huo Yuhao and Ningrangrang were like a pair of enemies, and they had to insult each other every time they met. Of course, Ningrangrang has always been at a disadvantage. After practicing for a year, Ningrangrang has become more and more graceful, and her originally flat figure has become rounder. Her beautiful face has become more and more gentle, and she is definitely a beauty. Before, when she was in Xiandao Royal Academy, Ningrangrang had many admirers, and now she is more beautiful than before. Even Huo Yuhao had to admit that this girl was worthy of his attention. No. Huo Yuhao said. Ning Rangrang glared at Huo Yuhao fiercely, came to Zhu Zhuqing, and asked, Zhuqing, are you going out? Zhu Zhuqing said, to get the spirit ring, my brother Yuhao, and I have broken through level 60. So fast. Ning Rangrang was surprised. She broke through level 50 not long ago. After getting the spirit ring, her spirit power level increased to level 52, and she has not yet broken through level 53. Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing are actually already level 60. Ning Rangrang suddenly felt that her efforts during this period did not seem to narrow the gap between her and Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing. At most, it did not widen the gap. Ning Rangrang said somewhat dejectedly, I feel that I'm getting further and further away from you. You can't rush into cultivation. You are only 16 years old now, and you have already become a Soul King, which is much stronger than the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Zhu Zhuqing comforted. At the same time, she also felt that if she hadn't met Huo Yuhao, she might not be a Soul Master now. She is not a match for her sister at all. After meeting Huo Yuhao, she got various opportunities and her strength increased at a terrifying speed. In the elite competition of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy more than 2 years ago, although she did not compete with her sister Zhu Zhuqing, her strength improvement has surpassed Zhu Zhuqing. Now, her goal is no longer to catch up with her sister, but to become stronger. Get in the car, we'll talk on the way. Huo Yuhao said. Everyone got on the carriage, and the coachman of the Duke's mansion whipped the carriage, and the carriage slowly drove away. Ning Rangrang and Zhu Zhuqing discussed what they had gained from their cultivation during this period, which was roughly the improvement of their own strength. After breaking through the Soul King, Ning Rangrang's auxiliary ability was significantly improved, and she could provide Soul Masters with a 60% increase in all aspects. Moreover, under the guidance of Ning Fengzi, Ning Rangrang's distraction control skills also initially reached the 5 apertures dispersion heart. The carriage headed towards the Stardao Great Forest. Although suitable soul beasts could be found in the Sunset's forest as soul rings for Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing, it would take time to search slowly. In the Stardao Great Forest, Huo Yuhao vaguely remembered that there was a silver moon wolf king. When he encountered it before, Huo Yuhao was still very weak and had little knowledge of soul beasts. At that time, he judged that the Silver Moon Wolf King had a lifespan of 50,000 years. After studying books for a period of time at the Xiandao Royal Academy, he learned that a Silver Moon Wolf King with a body size of more than 10 meters had a cultivation level of at least 80,000 years. If the body size reached 15 meters, then the Silver Moon Wolf King would reach the level of 100,000 years. Obviously, a higher level soul beast like the Silver Moon Wolf King has the potential to break through 100,000 years. But it may not live to that time. Half a month later, the carriage stopped in a small town near the Stardao Great Forest. This is where Huo Yuhao first encountered Shrek Academy. Here, he taught Tangsun and others a lesson, and also heard the famous saying those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. The carriage stopped here, and Huo Yuhao took the 4 girls to walk to the Stardao Great Forest. Silver Moon Wolf King, here I come. Chapter 138 Dragon's Fury. The Xingdao Great Forest was still the same as in memory, vast and deep, hiding countless soul beasts. Huo Yuhao led Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Xiaotao and others to the direction in memory. Under the coverage of spiritual detection, there were no secrets in the Xingdao Great Forest within a radius of dozens of kilometers for them. The last time Huo Yuhao came here, he intercepted Tangsun who was supposed to obtain the 8 spider soul bone. It was also that time that Huo Yuhao hunted a 10,000 year level Medusa and broke through the soul sect. Before hunting the 10,000 year Medusa, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing also encountered a Silver Moon Wolf King with a length of more than 10 meters, and they almost fell into danger. The Silver Moon Wolf King is a soul beast with a strong bloodline. As long as the length is more than 3 meters, it has a cultivation of more than 10,000 years. The Silver Moon Wolf King that Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing encountered at that time was more than 10 meters long. Huo Yuhao judged that its cultivation had reached at least 80,000 years.
A body length of more than 15 meters means that the Silver Moon Wolf King has broken through the 100,000 year level. In Huo Yuhao's memory, the Silver Moon Wolf King was more than 10 meters long, but not 15 meters long, so its cultivation should be between 80,000 and 100,000 years. Finally, after entering the core area of the Stardao Great Forest, the soul beasts detected by Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection range were at least 50,000 years old. At this point, even titled Douluo must be careful, because even titled Douluo does not mean invincibility. In the history of Douluo Continent, there have been several records of titled Douluo falling in the core area of the Stardao Great Forest. Therefore, Ma Xiaotao also became alert. She and I stood in front and behind, guarding Huo Yuhao, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rangrang in the middle. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the trees separated from both sides. A huge continent was constantly approaching Huo Yuhao and others. Soon, under Huo Yuhao's shared spirit detection skill, Ma Xiaotao and the others could see the specific appearance of this huge continent. This was a giant beast over 10 meters tall, and it looked like a giant bear. It was covered with golden hair, and each hair stood up like a steel needle. It was extremely majestic and powerful. Especially Ning Rangrang. She could also see the appearance of the giant soul beast through Huo Yuhao's shared spirit detection, and she was naturally shocked at this moment. This was a powerful King Kong bear, and it looked like it had cultivated for at least 80,000 years. Huo Yuhao remembered that Zhao Wuji, the vice president of Shrek Academy, who died in Ma Xiaotao's hands, had a powerful King Kong bear as his martial soul. It walked through the dense forest, and its wide bare paws pushed the trees on the road to the side, and some giant trees were even broken. And this was just the unintentional behavior of the continent King Kong bear in front of him. Even in front of its huge body, no trees could resist it, and even a pile of stones would be slapped away by a slap. The direction of the powerful King Kong bear was exactly where Huo Yuhao and his men were. Therefore, Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection quickly found the best escape route and evacuated to the side. Although Huo Yuhao and his men didn't have to fear this 80,000-year-old powerful King Kong bear with Ma Xiaotao, Huo Yuhao didn't want to waste time. After crossing the woods ahead, Huo Yuhao and his men came to the place where they encountered the Silver Moon Wolf King in their memory. At this moment, the sound of the earth shaking sounded again. Huo Yuhao found that the powerful King Kong bear was rushing towards their location. However, the powerful King Kong bear did not notice them and continued to move forward. Huo Yuhao waited until the powerful King Kong bear was far away before he began to search for the whereabouts of the Silver Moon Wolf King. However, at this moment, a bear roar that shook the mountains and forests sounded, followed by a wolf howl. This familiar sound instantly aroused the memories of Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing. At that time, they also fled after hearing such a wolf howl, terrified. However, at this moment, they did come to hunt down the owner of the sound. Sister Xiaotao, let's go. Huo Yuhao shouted, and then signaled everyone to follow. A few miles away, Huo Yuhao and others hid in the dense forest, watching the fight between the two behemoths from afar. The mighty King Kong bear was fighting with the Silver Moon Wolf King. Both beasts were soul beasts of about 80,000 years old. They were extremely powerful and could be called the masters among soul beasts under 100,000 years old. There were constant roars and blood and flesh flying everywhere. For some reason, the two soul beasts started fighting. No wonder the direction of the mighty King Kong bear was not much different from Huo Yuhao and others. It turned out that its target was also the Silver Moon Wolf King. At this moment, Huo Yuhao had already judged the specific behavior of the Silver Moon Wolf King. It was 11 meters long and its cultivation was 85,000 years old. At this moment, in the battle with the mighty King Kong bear, it fell into a slight disadvantage. She herself was a spiritual attribute and was also mixed with other attributes. It was relatively mottled, and her combat power was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. At this moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King was pressed to the ground by the mighty King Kong bear. The originally snow-white fur was now stained with blood, and a few of the silver teeth were knocked out. However, when the sky gradually darkened, and a bright moon was in the sky, a moon-shaped mark suddenly appeared on the forehead of the Silver Moon Wolf King. A faint moonlight fell from the sky and sprinkled on the body of the Silver Moon Wolf King, which actually made the claw marks and blood marks on its body slowly heal. Moreover, the momentum of the Silver Moon Wolf King continued to rise, and it gradually suppressed the mighty King Kong bear. Ah! A wolf howl shook the mountains and forests. The Silver Moon Wolf King turned over and suddenly pounced on the mighty King Kong bear. The wolf claws lit up with a sharp cold light, like a sharp sword, and fell on the mighty King Kong bear's body, leaving deep blood marks. The mighty King Kong bear was frightened and wanted to flee. It was not the first time that it had fought with the Silver Moon Wolf King, so it was naturally clear about the other party's current state. The Silver Moon Wolf King would be significantly stronger when fighting under the moon. Therefore, the mighty King Kong bear's strength has always been above the Silver Moon Wolf King, but it was defeated and fled every time. The two previous battles between the mighty King Kong bear and the Silver Moon Wolf King had also been defeated by this innate skill. Because the Silver Moon Wolf King's wisdom was not inferior to that of humans. When encountering an enemy that it could not deal with, the Silver Moon Wolf King would not confront it head on, but would deal with it and delay time until the night fell. As long as the bright moon was in the sky, its strength would be greatly improved. Therefore, even some soul beasts with cultivation levels higher than the Silver Moon Wolf King would never dare to provoke it. Because if there was no guarantee of a one-shot kill, once the Silver Moon Wolf King escaped, it would definitely go for revenge after the night. The Silver Moon Wolf King under the moonlight was as powerful as a soul beast of the 100,000 year level. The mighty King Kong bear fled in big strides, but could not get rid of the Silver Moon Wolf King behind him. When the two huge soul beasts passed by Huo Yuhao and others, Zhu Zhuqing asked, "Brother Yuhao, should we follow them?" Huo Yuhao nodded. He had to keep a close eye on the trail of the Silver Moon Wolf King. After all, this would be his sixth soul skill. Ma Xiaotao didn't say anything. She was always in the front, rushing past like a flash of fire, at an extremely fast speed. Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing tried their best, but they could only barely keep up with Ma Xiaotao's pace. Ning Rangrang was led by Yin, otherwise she would have been out of the team. After running for several miles, Huo Yuhao and others saw the two behemoths again. The Silver Moon Wolf King stood on the body of the mighty King Kong bear, looked up at the moon, and let out a soul-shaking wolf howl. "This is, the mighty King Kong bear is dead." Ning Rangrang was very surprised. Although she also knew some knowledge about the mighty King Kong bear and the Silver Moon Wolf King, she knew that these were two soul beasts with similar blood levels. The difference was that the Silver Moon Wolf King was extremely powerful in the battle under the moonlight. But at this moment, this mighty King Kong bear was unable to escape and died tragically here. A black soul ring emerged from the mighty King Kong bear. This black color could not be any darker. As long as the mighty King Kong bear's cultivation level is further improved, it will be able to transform into a 100,000 year soul beast, and the color of its soul ring will change from black to red. The skills that the soul ring bestows on the soul master will also increase from 1 to 2. What a pity. Huo Yuhao sighed in his heart. Perhaps in hundreds or thousands of years, the mighty King Kong bear will be able to break through to the 100,000 year level and transform its power. However, at this moment, it did not die at the hands of the soul master, but died under the claws of the soul beast. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao narrowed his eyes slightly, and a golden beam of light shot out and landed on the huge body. On the left leg of the mighty King Kong bear, there was a group of misty light shining, which could not be seen by the naked eye. Only Huo Yuhao's eyes could see through the illusion, and he could find some abnormalities. Is this a soul bone? Huo Yuhao thought to himself. The mighty King Kong bear was already dead, and the soul power in its body was condensed into a soul ring, and the shining misty light was obviously the soul power condensed into a soul bone 80,000 year left leg bone. Huo Yuhao was pleasantly surprised. At this moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King had already stretched out his hand and was seriously injured. He was recovering from his injuries under the moonlight. Bathed in the moonlight, the injuries on the Silver Moon Wolf King's body were healing at an astonishing speed. Ma Xiaotao was about to rush forward to attack, but was pulled back by Huo Yuhao. Ma Xiaotao looked at Huo Yuhao with a puzzled look on her face and asked in a low voice, "Zhao Yuhao, what's wrong?"
I want to fight with him and verify my strength. Huo Yuhao said in a deep voice. He has reached level 60 at this moment, but his combat power will never lose to that of a soul saint. In the Xiandao Great Soul fighting arena, Huo Yuhao lacked opponents of similar strength. At this moment, he was naturally happy to meet the Silver Moon Wolf King, who was in a state of severe injury. Huo Yuhao, you have to think carefully. Although the Silver Moon Wolf King is seriously injured, its combat power is still at the level of 100,000 years. Ma Xiaotao reminded, you don't have to face an enemy that you can't defeat at all. Ma Xiaotao knew Huo Yuhao's strength. Although he was powerful, he was only level 60 at present. He was still a long way from being a real strong man. It was not necessarily a good thing to face the Silver Moon Wolf King, who temporarily possessed the strength of a titled Douluo, so early in the morning. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and said, it was because he was seriously injured. Otherwise I would not have wanted to give it a try. Don't worry, even if I'm not his opponent, I will be fine. Okay, I'll just watch from the side. Join the battle at any time. Ma Xiaotao could only agree. Ning Rangrang exclaimed, Huo Yuhao, you are so brave. Are you challenging a title Douluo now? Huo Yuhao glanced at her and snorted, it's not like I haven't defeated a title Douluo before. Hearing this, the faces of the three people, except Ning Rangrang, suddenly turned red. The victory over the title Douluo mentioned by Huo Yuhao refers to Ma Xiaotao. Therefore, the temperature of the flames on Ma Xiaotao's body suddenly increased, and her pretty face suddenly became red, and she couldn't help feeling ashamed. Zhu Zhuqing and Yin looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Brother Yuhao, come on. Master, come on. Huo Yuhao kicked his feet and rushed out. During the charge, he had already completed the spirit possession. A golden light turned into a dragon shape and poured into Huo Yuhao's body. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao exuded a strong momentum. Although he could not compete with the Silver Moon Wolf King, who had the strength of 100,000 years, he was not at a disadvantage. In particular, the dragon might emanating from the golden spirit made the Silver Moon Wolf King feel that his own strength was suppressed. The golden dragon spirit restrains all beast type spirit beasts and beast spirits. Even a high level spirit beast like the Silver Moon Wolf King had to succumb. While recovering from his injuries under the moonlight, the Silver Moon Wolf King let out a series of low roars and looked at Huo Yuhao warily. If it had not recovered from its injuries, it would have pounced on Huo Yuhao and torn him into pieces. However, it did not take action, not because Huo Yuhao wanted to wait for it to recover from its injuries. Huo Yuhao's first soul ring shone brightly, and a golden dragon spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, the second, third, and fourth soul rings lit up, and Huo Yuhao's aura became stronger and stronger. Second soul skill, Dragon's Fury. Third soul skill, Tyrant Body. Fourth soul skill, Blood Rage. The effects of these three soul skills are to increase the power of the self. The second soul skill, Dragon's Fury, can increase Huo Yuhao's strength by 100%. The third soul skill, Tyrant Body, can increase all attributes by 100%. In all the years since he came to this world, Huo Yuhao has never seen a soul master who can increase his own power by 100%. Therefore, Huo Yuhao's soul skill can be said to be the most powerful amplification skill. Amplification of all attributes by 100%. What does this mean? Even Ning Fengzi, the second auxiliary soul master in the world, only increases the soul master by 80% in 7 aspects, not 100. Huo Yuhao's fourth soul skill is even more powerful, but this soul skill is mainly used when fighting desperately, which can increase the violent factor in the dragon blood and improve strength in a short time. The increase was between 50% and 300%. However, the greater the increase in strength, the stronger the backlash after the battle. At this moment, facing a Silver Moon Wolf King whose strength had increased to 100,000 years, Huo Yuhao chose to go all out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 139. Fighting the Silver Moon Wolf King. The Titan Ape also joins in the fun. Huo Yuhao was undoubtedly extremely terrifying with the 3 amplification skills, and his aura was completely raised to the peak. In this state, if he was facing the pursuit of Flanders and Zhao Wuji, he would not need to summon Ma Xiaotao at all, and he could kill them by himself. Although the process was definitely not as easy as Ma Xiaotao. At this moment, facing the Silver Moon Wolf King, who was seriously injured, but still had the strength of 100,000 years, Huo Yuhao did not dare to be careless, and rushed up with the Golden Dragon Spear. The spear came out like a dragon, with terrifying power, as if it was going to blow up the space. The power of this spear was extremely strong. With a bang, the Silver Moon Wolf King could not dodge in time, and was hit directly by a spear. In an instant, the blood and flesh were blurred, and the huge body was blown away. You know, this is a behemoth with a length of more than 10 meters. In front of it, Huo Yuhao was like an ant, not worth mentioning at all. However, now, Huo Yuhao was able to blow this giant beast away with one shot. This could not help but greatly surprise Zhu Zhuqing and the others. Ningrangrang in particular was staring at Huo Yuhao in astonishment. She had never expected that the latter would possess such a powerful strength. In her opinion, Huo Yuhao was already much stronger than Zhao Wuji at this moment. The Silver Moon Wolf King smashed on the ground, causing the earth to shake and dust to fly. The wound on its body, which had almost healed, also broke open at this moment. Blood flowed on the ground, with a faint silver light in the blood. The Silver Moon Wolf King looked at Huo Yuhao with a pair of green eyes, and the aura on his body was powerful and terrifying. Under the moonlight, its strength was greatly enhanced, and it was no less than a soul beast of the 100,000 year level. Although it was covered with scars at this moment, it was still extremely powerful. The Silver Moon Wolf King stood up and rushed towards Huo Yuhao with extremely fast speed and amazing strength, leaving deep footprints on the ground. It rushed over, blood dripping from its ferocious mouth, and there were pieces of meat that had not been chewed clean, all from the powerful King Kong bear. Its 4 hooves burst out with sharp claws, like the sharpest swords, and stretched out towards Huo Yuhao's head, trying to cut it in two. Huo Yuhao naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He was much smaller than the Silver Moon Wolf King, and was extremely agile. The Golden Dragon Spear in his hand was powerful and heavy, and collided with the claws of the Silver Moon Wolf King. With a clang sound, sparks flew everywhere, and Huo Yuhao's figure flew backwards and directly broke a giant tree. However, his strong physical strength prevented him from being injured, but he felt a little chest tightness. The Silver Moon Wolf King let out a roar, and there was blood on its claws, obviously injured in the collision just now, and his flesh and blood were broken. However, bathed in the moonlight, the wounds on its body were slowly healing. The Silver Moon Wolf King rushed over again, and its powerful aura raged in the dense forest, invincible, and nothing could stop it. Huo Yuhao swept the Golden Dragon Spear. At this moment, he was already 2 meters tall, with a tall and sturdy figure. The Golden Dragon Spear in his hand was 3 meters long, with a golden dragon attached to it, and waves of dragon roars continued. One man and one beast, both were extremely powerful. Although Huo Yuhao was at a disadvantage, every time he made a move, he could leave blood marks on the body of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Although the Golden Dragon Spear was only a soul skill, it contained unparalleled terrifying power. If it was touched, it would be injured, and if it was touched, it would be dead. It was also because the Silver Moon Wolf King had thick skin and flesh, and the hazy moonlight was a strong amplification for it. Otherwise, it would have been broken by the Golden Dragon Spear in Huo Yuhao's hand. Of course, even so, the Silver Moon Wolf King was now torn and bleeding. Its power was even more terrifying than Huo Yuhao in this state, but its body could not withstand the sharpness of the Golden Dragon Spear at all. Huo Yuhao is so powerful. Ningrangrang exclaimed. She knew how powerful the Silver Moon Wolf King was at the moment, and he was no less powerful than a titled Douluo among humans.
In other words, Huo Yuhao already had the strength to fight a title Douluo. Although the Silver Moon Wolf King had just fought with the mighty King Khan Bear and was seriously injured, he was definitely not comparable to an ordinary soul Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance, and she stared at Huo Yuhao in front of her, full of admiration. No wonder brother Yuhao and sister Xiaotao have won and lost in battles. It turns out that brother Yuhao has become so powerful without making any noise. Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself. Huo Yuhao has always been so powerful, but he just didn't show it in front of you. Ma Xiaotao said. If you want to say who among the people present knows Huo Yuhao's strength best, it's only him. Before this, only Ma Xiaotao had seen how powerful Huo Yuhao was in his full strength. Sometimes even she was no match for him. Of course, this is divided into different battlefields. In order to master his true fighting power, Huo Yuhao had many serious competitions with Ma Xiaotao. Because in this team, only Ma Xiaotao could make him go all out and withstand his full strength burst. Ma Xiaotao, whose cultivation has broken through the 94th level, is undoubtedly a rare strong man in the world. Although Yin is also a titled Douluo, she has a gentle temperament, does not like fighting, and is also a supporting system. So Huo Yuhao can only compete with Ma Xiaotao. In the Soul Master competition, Huo Yuhao did not go all out, but won the championship, which was really boring. At this moment, in the battle with the Silver Moon Wolf King, he did not hold back at all, and his fighting power was fully exploded at this moment. As soon as Ma Xiaotao said this, she reacted and her face flushed. The competition between the two was relatively private, and Zhu Zhuqing and others were not present. Therefore, her words now obviously caused Zhu Zhuqing and Yin to misunderstand. However, Ma Xiaotao was too lazy to explain and continued to pay attention to the battle. Huo Yuhao's momentum became more and more terrifying, and his fourth soul skill, Bloodburst, had reached a 100% increase at this moment. Huo Yuhao's body was covered with golden dragon scales, like a golden armor, with extremely strong defense. In his body, the originally red blood was already turning golden. The golden dragon martial spirit gave him the blood of a golden dragon, but in general, a martial spirit cannot be compared with the soul beast itself, and will be weakened, and many abilities cannot be manifested. Huo Yuhao's blood bursting skill undoubtedly purified the dragon blood in his body, and then burst out with even more powerful power. Perhaps when he uses the blood bursting skill to completely transform the blood in his body into gold, his blood will also completely turn into a golden dragon. Huo Yuhao's eyes burned with golden flames. The powerful dragon might emanated, faintly suppressing the Silver Moon Wolf King. However, the difference in their cultivation was too great, and the dragon might could not completely suppress the Silver Moon Wolf King. The battle was extremely fierce. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, everything turned to dust. Tall trees broke and turned into powder and could not withstand the rampage of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Suddenly, Ma Xiaotao frowned and looked in another direction, where an extremely powerful aura was approaching. The night enveloped the earth, and only the hazy moonlight brought some light. Ma Xiaotao soared into the sky, staring into the distance, and saw a figure as tall as a mountain rushing towards this side. It exuded an extremely heavy aura all over its body, and was ferocious and amazing. Titan Giant Ape. Ma Xiaotao exclaimed, feeling a little tricky. The Titan Giant Ape is the king of the forest and a truly terrifying soul beast of the 100,000 year level. Its strength is definitely not comparable to that of the 100,000 year soul beast like the Silver Moon Wolf King, who has been enhanced by his innate skills and the amplification of moonlight. The strength of the Titan Giant Ape can be compared with that of a human level 95 titled Douluo. Even now, Ma Xiaotao did not dare to be absolutely sure that he could defeat the opponent. Moreover, even the Titan Giant Ape has appeared, and it is hard to say whether there will be other powerful soul beasts approaching. Huo Yuhao, the situation is not right. Hurry up and end the battle. Ma Xiaotao sent a message to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao did not hesitate in the battle and shouted, Zhuqing, Rangrong, come together. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's voice, Zhu Zhuqing's figure instantly disappeared and rushed towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. Although Ning Rangrang hesitated for a moment, she immediately released her martial spirit, the 9 treasures glazed tower. Yan also made some moves. She glanced at Mars Ioteo in the sky, and then turned her gaze to Huo Yuhao. She was a titled Douluo of the support system, and had a good combat power, but it was undoubtedly only by supporting that she could exert her strength to the extreme. At this moment, the blue-silver grass in the Stardao Great Forest suddenly emitted a little blue light. Under the call of the Emperor of the blue-silver grass, all the blue-silver grass that could be seen everywhere became the incarnation of Yin, transmitting energy to her. The 9 treasures turn into colored glaze. 1 is strength, 2 is speed, 3 is defense, 4 is defense, and 5 is attack. A total of 10 rays of light scattered from the 9 treasures colored glazed tower in her hand, and found Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing respectively. After Ning Rangrang was promoted to Soul King, her own auxiliary ability was comprehensively improved. These 5 soul skills correspond to strength increase, speed increase, soul power increase, defense increase, and attack increase. And the increase in these aspects is as high as 60%. After releasing the soul skills and falling on Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rangrang also felt that her soul power was lost like water, and the consumption was too great. Every time she assisted Huo Yuhao, she felt that her soul power was not enough, even though Huo Yuhao was only a soul king. But Ning Rangrang felt that she was assisting a titled Douluo, and that kind of consumption could not last long. And the fact is that, before receiving Ning Rangrang's assistance, Huo Yuhao's combat power was not inferior to Soul Douluo. After receiving assistance, Huo Yuhao was directly promoted to the level of titled Douluo. The difference between him and the titled Douluo now lies in the number of soul rings and the amount of soul power. With a bang, Huo Yuhao's speed and strength increased, and he directly smashed the Silver Moon Wolf King away. Roar! The Silver Moon Wolf King let out a painful roar. A bone in its abdomen was directly broken. At this moment, the broken bone pierced into its flesh and blood, causing unbearable pain. Its eyes emitted a green light, full of murderous intent. Suddenly, a nimble figure suddenly appeared behind it. Zhu Zhuqing held a long sword and suddenly slashed out a fierce blow. This sword contained all of Zhu Zhuqing's strength, and it was a full strength attack after the amplification of the 1st and 5th soul skills. Originally, this attack was enough to threaten the Soul Saint. Under the 60% amplification of Ning Rangrang's 5 aspects, this attack completely reached the level of Soul Douluo. This sword was impossible to dodge, and the speed was extremely fast. In a hurry, the Silver Moon Wolf King could only raise his claws and try to block the sword. However, the long knife in Zhu Zhuqing's hand was originally Huo Yuhao's latest 6th level soul guide. It was extremely sharp and could cut iron like mud. With a swish, the long knife sank directly into the front hoof of the Silver Moon Wolf King and embedded in the bone. Roar! The intense pain made the Silver Moon Wolf King almost crazy. It rushed towards Zhu Zhuqing while biting. However, after the attack, Zhu Zhuqing had already fled far away. The amazing speed was so fast that even the Silver Moon Wolf King could not catch up for a while. At this time, Huo Yuhao's attack resumed. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao's body shook as he rushed forward, and an extremely powerful force suddenly surged into his body. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's entire person underwent an amazing transformation. On his body, the aura of the titled Douluo level actually burst out. Huo Yuhao was delighted and instantly knew the reason, but at this moment he could not think too much, because the attack that was about to burst out was even more terrifying. Huo Yuhao soared into the sky, and then the long spear went down and stabbed at the head of the Silver Moon Wolf King. This extremely terrifying blow was so powerful that even a titled Douluo could not resist it. The spear pierced through the head of the Silver Moon Wolf King and killed him instantly. Roar! A desperate roar sounded, and then it was cut off. The huge body of the Silver Moon Wolf King collapsed with a bang. The color in his eyes faded, and the breath of life completely disappeared. A solemn 10,000-year soul ring emerged from the body of the Silver Moon Wolf King, and a powerful aura emanated. Huo Yuhao felt extremely happy when the spear was stationed. At this moment, his cultivation level was directly raised to the level of title Douluo, so powerful that the Silver Moon Wolf King felt despair. He turned his head to look at Yin, only to see Yin's face showing a faint smile, and nodded to him. Just now, it was Yin who made the move. The fifth soul skill of Yin's Blue Silver Emperor Martial Soul Power Sharing, can transfer its own soul power to Huo Yuhao's body. Huo Yuhao, who possessed the powerful soul power of a title Douluo, undoubtedly fully unleashed his own strength. Many of his soul skills exceeded the limit that could be released by the Soul King level. Therefore, the power of his soul skills was not fully unleashed. For example, his first soul ring of 1 million years now has the power of nearly 100,000 years. The soul skills granted by this soul ring are all soul skills of nearly 100,000 years, so under normal circumstances, Huo Yuhao's soul power could not support a full explosion. After obtaining Yin's amplification, the power of the Golden Dragon Spear in Huo Yuhao's hand was fully activated, and one shot pierced through the head of the Silver Moon Wolf King and killed it. Huo Yuhao, who had just killed the Silver Moon Wolf King, was panting heavily. Before he could rest, Ma Xiaotao on the other side had already started a battle with the Titan Giant Ape. Huo Yuhao glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, and then rushed in the direction of Ma Xiaotao. At this moment, he had Yin's amplification, and his own strength was no different from that of a title Douluo, and he could participate in the battle between Ma Xiaotao and the Titan Giant Ape. At the same time, he also wanted to know why the Titan Ape appeared here instead of staying near the Lake of Life. Chapter 140 Super Douluo Summoning Card has been used. Huo Yuhao, along with Yin, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rangrong, rushed to where Ma Xiaotao was. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao had already fought a great battle with the Titan Giant Ape, the king of the forest. The Titan Giant Ape was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Standing up, it was over 15 meters tall, and had a burly figure, like a small mountain. Its sturdy arms were like two stone pillars, waving, giving people an extremely shocking visual impact that was impossible to resist. Even Ma Xiaotao did not dare to confront it head on, and could only keep dealing with it. Of course, Ma Xiaotao's strength was not weaker than that of the Titan Giant Ape. Soaring in the sky, she was already invincible by nature, and endless flames gathered behind her, like a sea of fire. Huo Yuhao came close, and the terrifying pressure from the Titan Giant Ape frightened him. However, now he has the assistance of Yin, and his strength has been raised to the level of title Douluo, so he is not afraid of the Titan Giant Ape at all. What needs to be done now is to repel the Titan Giant Ape as soon as possible, otherwise it will affect his absorption of soul rings. Suddenly, a figure stood up from the shoulder of the Titan Giant Ape, with rabbit ears and a scorpion tail. Who else could it be but Xiao Wu? Huo Yuhao. I didn't expect to meet you here. I will return all the humiliation you gave me. Huo Yuhao looked at Xiao Wu, and was not too surprised by her appearance. In the original novel, after Xiao Wu was rescued by Tang Hao, she was also released back to the Xingdao Great Forest. Because this is her territory and the safest place. With the protection of the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python, two 100,000-year-old ultimate licking beasts, only the Spirit Hall could hurt Xiao Wu. At this moment, the Titan Giant Ape was just taking Xiao Wu for a walk and patrolling his territory, but he didn't expect to find a big battle here. When he got closer, he found that it was Huo Yuhao and others. This naturally aroused Xiao Wu's anger. More than 2 years ago, she was imprisoned by Huo Yuhao and raised like a pet for a year. She was already disheartened. It was not until Huo Yuhao and others went to Wuhan City to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, and left her alone in the Xiandao Royal Academy, that she saw a glimmer of hope for escape. Unexpectedly, although Huo Yuhao left, he also left people to guard her. Xiao Wu, whose cultivation was sealed, could not escape from a Soul Emperor and a Soul Lord. This made her fall into deep despair again, until her long-cherished third brother finally brought his father to the Xiandao Royal Academy, and rescued her from the sea of suffering. But although she gained freedom, Xiao Wu had to separate from Tang San again. Because Tang San's strength was too weak,
He could not protect her at all. Therefore, Tang Heo sent Xiao Wu back to the Xingdao Great Forest. At this moment, the enemies met and were extremely jealous. Huo Yuhao chuckled and said, "Don't be so eager to die. I don't lack soul rings now." Xiao Wu snorted coldly and said, "I think you are the one who is eager to die. You dare to appear in the Stardao Great Forest to hunt soul beasts. Crush them." Upon hearing this, the Titan giant ape roared, and the pressure of the Forest King was undoubtedly demonstrated at this moment. Its huge body, as big as a hill, moved, and the ground was shaking. It rushed towards Huo Yuhao, jumped high, and fell with its arms like a sledgehammer. Boom! Endless dust splashed, and a 10-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. However, Huo Yuhao's figure was no longer in the original place. Instead, he appeared behind the Titan giant ape. He held the golden dragon spear and stabbed it suddenly. The extremely sharp golden dragon spear pierced directly into the back muscles of the Titan giant ape. Its terrifying body, which seemed to be cast from steel, could not block the golden dragon spear in Huo Yuhao's hand at all. However, compared to the huge body of the Titan ape, Huo Yuhao's shot did not really hurt him. The Titan ape was furious because he suffered a small loss in the first fight. It turned around suddenly and smashed Huo Yuhao with a fist as big as a small house. Huo Yuhao blocked it with a spear in front of his chest. With a bang, his body flew backwards like a cannonball and fell hard to the ground. Huo Yuhao felt that his blood was surging and his bones were crackling. The power of the Titan ape was too terrifying. Even Huo Yuhao in this state could not compare with it. Although he temporarily possessed the combat power of the title Douluo level, it was only reflected in the total amount of soul power. The strength of his physical body did not get a substantial improvement. Huo Yuhao bounced up from the ground and rushed towards the Titan ape again with the golden dragon spear in his hand. Ma Xiaotao also took action. The seventh soul ring on her body shone brightly. Then, in the endless flames, a huge monster disappeared. This was a blazing fire phoenix that was over 500 meters long, and its body was filled with blazing flames. As soon as it appeared, the temperature within a radius of dozens of miles rose sharply. In front of it, even the Titan giant ape seemed much smaller. The flaming phoenix swooped down, carrying terrifying flames, setting the forest on fire, and an extremely powerful pressure fell instantly. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. She had used her martial spirit's true body and had fully exerted her strength to the extreme. She swooped down towards the Titan giant ape, and a phoenix cry pierced the sky. A flame spewed out of her mouth and landed on the Titan giant ape. Sizzle. Suddenly, a piece of flesh and blood on the Titan giant ape's body was burned black, and the intense pain made it irritable and roared. Huo Yuhao followed with a spear in his hand and launched a fierce attack. Under the two people's faces, the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest, was completely at a disadvantage. Xiao Wu's face changed drastically. She knew Ma Xiaotao's strength. As a titled Douluo, she was absolutely powerful. But she didn't expect that Huo Yuhao now also had the terrifying combat power of the titled Douluo level. How did he do this? Xiao Wu was shocked. She remembered that when Huo Yuhao participated in the Soul Master competition, his cultivation was only a Soul King. How could he become a titled Douluo in just one year? At this time, Xiao Wu looked at Yin, who was not far away. She saw that her fifth soul ring was shining all the time, and it was obvious that she was releasing soul skills. Then, Xiao Wu found the faint blue halo on Huo Yuhao's body and immediately knew the reason. Before Yin appeared, the most powerful auxiliary soul master on the continent was Ningfengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. After Yin appeared, Ningfengzi could only rank second. Because the first must be Yin, her auxiliary ability is too abnormal. Xiao Wu remembered that it was with the assistance of Bao that Ma Xiaotao was able to defeat the arrogant Haoshan Douluo with the weak. The Titan ape let out an astonishing roar, shaking the mountains and forests. As a yellowish-brown light swept out from the Titan ape, Huo Yuhao suddenly felt an extremely heavy pressure. It was as if he was carrying a mountain on his back and was trapped in a quagmire, with his movements greatly restricted. Huo Yuhao was startled. This was the Titan Ape's innate skill, the gravity field. In the field, Huo Yuhao and Masaoteo were both carrying unparalleled gravity, and their speed dropped sharply for a while. The Titan Ape was not affected at all. At this moment, it was very fierce, and attacked Huo Yuhao and Masaoteo at the same time, and beat them back in a short time. However, Huo Yuhao and Masaoteo were not weaker than the Titan Ape at this moment. After only adapting for a moment, they burst out again, and repelled the Titan Ape. The two took advantage of the victory, to pursue the Titan Ape, and beat it back again and again, with blood flowing out of its mouth and nose. As the king of the forest, it has always been invincible in the Stardow Great Forest, but now it was injured. There were large pieces of charred flesh on the Titan Giant Ape's body, burned by Masaoteo's flames, that were infinitely close to the extreme, and there were claw marks deep enough to see the bones. Huo Yuhao's golden dragon spear also left many blood holes on its body. Suddenly, a bull roar came, shaking the area within a radius of dozens of miles, and countless soul beasts crawled on the ground in panic. An extremely powerful aura came again. This was a giant python that was more than 50 meters long, with a huge bull head, and its momentum was even stronger than that of the Titan Giant Ape. Seeing it appear, Xiao Wu was overjoyed and shouted loudly, "Damning! You dare to bully Sister Xiao, you will deserve to die." The Azure Bull Python approached, and the huge bull head emitted a faint green light, and a powerful aura unique to a 100,000-year-old soul beast spread. Ning Rangrang looked at Xiao Wu on the shoulder of the Titan Giant Ape in disbelief. She was already surprised by Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year-old soul beast. What she didn't expect was that Xiao Wu was actually the big sister of the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. This was really surprising. Ning Rangrang remembered that when she had just joined Shrek Academy, she had entered the Stardow Great Forest under the leadership of Xiao Wuji, and it was at that time that they encountered the Titan Giant Ape and fell into trouble. At that time, she was still wondering why the Titan Giant Ape appeared on the outskirts of the forest, and then hurried away after catching Xiao Wu. Not long after, Xiao Wu returned safely. It turned out that the crisis was caused by Xiao Wu. Although there were no casualties in Shrek Academy, it was inevitable to be frightened. Masaoteo's face finally changed. Facing a Titan Giant Ape was already feeling exhausted, and now, the Forest King and Forest Emperor of the Stardow Great Forest gathered together, and today's battle would be very difficult. It's a pity for Xiao Yuhao's soul ring. Masaoteo thought of the Silver Moon Wolf King behind the crowd. That was a top-level soul beast with an age of 85,000 years, and was most suitable to become Huo Yuhao's 6th soul ring. However, Huo Yuhao had no time to absorb the soul ring, so it would be wasted. Huo Yuhao thought to himself that it was not good. Facing two soul beasts with an age of 100,000 years at the same time, it was impossible to resolve the battle in a short period of time, and the soul ring could only last for an hour after it appeared. Therefore, Huo Yuhao made a prompt decision, and issued an order to the system in his mind. Use the Super Douluo character summoning card. Ding, the Super Douluo character summoning card has been used to randomly summon a Super Douluo from the future. The character is about to arrive at the host's side. Masaoteo shouted, "Yin, assist me with all your strength. Xiao Yuhao, you go absorb the soul ring first. With me here, they can't disturb you." Obviously, Masaoteo was going to fight to the death. With the full support of Yin, Masaoteo's cultivation will be able to be upgraded to Super Douluo, and her strength will far exceed that of any of the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Even if it is 1 against 2, she can still compete with 1 or 2. Damning and Erming, attack together. We must not let Huo Yuhao absorb the spirit ring. Xiao Wu on the shoulder of the Titan Ape shouted, her eyes full of hatred. If it weren't for Huo Yuhao, she and Tangsun would never have been separated, and she would not have exposed her identity as a spirit beast so early. She would not have to stay away from the human world and return to the Stardow Great Forest. The Titan Ape and the Azure Bull Python launched an attack together, and the huge momentum seemed to shake the entire Stardow Great Forest. These are 200,000-year spirit beasts, equivalent to the Super Douluo among humans.
If Masaoteo faces one, she can still defeat, but if she faces two at the same time, the result can only be defeat. With the help of Yin, a desperate fight may be able to repel the two spirit beasts. Masaoteo rushed forward, bursting out with all her strength, using the most powerful means to contain the 200,000-year spirit beasts. She didn't want Huo Yuhao's spirit rings that he had obtained by killing spirit beasts with great effort to be wasted. And now it seems that nothing is more suitable than the Silver Moon Wolf King in front of him as Huo Yuhao's 6th spirit ring. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and was very touched. But it was clear that Masaoteo didn't need to fight desperately, because in Huo Yuhao's dry perception, an extremely powerful aura had already appeared. In the night sky, a bright moon cast endless states, and a terrifying pressure was quietly spreading. This is a powerful aura that belongs only to Super Douluo. Even if Masaoteo now has the combat power of Super Douluo, there is a clear difference between her and the real Super Douluo. Masaoteo, who was in the battle, also sensed this aura. She was shocked, and her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. I saw a cold and arrogant figure stepping on the moonlight, like a real goddess of the moon palace, beautiful beyond description. She has long lavender hair, a perfect face, and wears a black long skirt, revealing a section of slender calves like white jade. As she approached, the azure bull python and the titan giant ape felt that something was wrong. Because this woman who suddenly appeared, with a strong killing intent, was obviously coming for them. Zhang Lexun, the eldest sister of the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy in the original novel, is a level 95 strong attack Super Douluo, with a martial soul, moon, and a title of moon. Zhang Lexun is born with full soul power. She became an 8-ring soul Douluo at the age of 24, and a soul Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring. Like Masaoteo, she has 2 100,000-year soul rings as a title Douluo. However, the difference is that Masaoteo's 100,000-year soul ring was absorbed through the special means of the Holy Spirit Church, while Zhang Lexun relied entirely on herself. Zhang Lexun nodded to Huo Yuhao, and then rushed towards the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python, and together with Masaoteo, they were going to fight 2 100,000-year soul beasts. Chapter 141 Senior Sister Zhang Lexun. 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black and 2 red, appeared on Zhang Lexun's body, especially the 200,000-year soul rings, which gave people an incomparable shock. Although Zhang Lexun's 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, could not compare to Masaoteo's 10,000-year soul rings, she had one more 100,000-year soul ring than Masaoteo. In this era, no soul master could have 200,000-year soul rings in one martial soul. The war broke out. Zhang Lexun and Masaoteo fought against the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. This was destined to be a devastating war. Huo Yuhao hurriedly took Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rangrang away from the battlefield. At this moment, Yin put the auxiliary ability on Masaoteo, so Huo Yuhao could not intervene in the battle between them at this moment. Huo Yuhao returned to the body of the Silver Moon Wolf King and said to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rangrang, "Protect me, I will start to absorb the soul rings now." "Brother Yuhao, you can absorb the soul rings with confidence," Zhu Zhuqing said. Ning Rangrang also nodded, looking around cautiously. However, there was a battle between Masaoteo and Zhang Lexun and 200,000-year soul beasts nearby, so no other soul beasts dared to approach. Huo Yuhao pulled the black soul ring on the Silver Moon Wolf King and began to absorb it. The soul power contained in the 85,000-year soul ring was extremely strong, so Huo Yuhao had to be patient and absorb it slowly. Absorbing an 85,000-year soul ring at the 6th ring had never happened before. No one else could do it except Huo Yuhao. While Huo Yuhao was absorbing the soul ring, Masaoteo and Zhang Lexun were fighting with 200,000-year soul beasts, which was earth-shaking and terrifying. The two of them deliberately moved the battlefield to a place far away from Huo Yuhao, because they were worried that the fluctuations of their battle would affect Huo Yuhao's absorption of the soul ring. Especially since the soul ring that Huo Yuhao absorbed was already very old. The absorption process was extremely dangerous.
If it was disturbed, the consequences would be disastrous. Zhu Zhuqing stayed by Huo Yuhao's side, looking anxiously at Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lexuan in the distance. She didn't know who this woman who had just appeared was, but she was sure that she was here to help. Zhu Zhuqing was very curious about how Huo Yuhao actually knew such a powerful title Douluo. Her strength was even stronger than Ma Xiaotao's. It was shocking that she appeared in time when she encountered a crisis. Ning Rangrang was also extremely shocked. After this woman appeared, there were already 3 title Douluos around Huo Yuhao. Even the 7 treasures glazed tile sect only had sword Douluo and bone Douluo. Moreover, Ning Rangrang felt that the strength of Ma Xiaotao and this newly appeared title Douluo was not inferior to sword Douluo and bone Douluo. With the assistance of Yin, the strength of the two was definitely above sword Douluo and bone Douluo. Ning Rangrang became more and more curious about Huo Yuhao's identity. In addition to the spirit hall, which other force could have 3 titled Douluos? The appearance of Zhang Lexuan quickly stabilized the situation. With the 3 of them working together, the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python were no match. These 200,000-year-old soul beasts are the most powerful soul beasts in the Stardao Great Forest. However, even if they join forces, they are no match for Zhang Lexuan and others. At this moment, they finally realized how much trouble Xiao Wu had caused in the human world for several years. Seeing Daming and Erming being beaten back step by step, bleeding from their mouths, Xiao Wu felt extremely regretful. She regretted why she came to provoke Huo Yuhao again. Originally, as long as she hid in the core area of the Stardao Great Forest, it would be difficult to find her, even if someone wanted to hurt her. But now she took the initiative to jump out, which was really asking for trouble. Xiao Wu did not expect that Huo Yuhao actually had 3 title Douluo around him. This was simply too incredible, frightening and terrifying. Finally, the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python knew they were no match for them, so they could only flee with Xiao Wu. Ma Xiaotao was about to chase and kill them to vent her anger, but was stopped by Zhang Lexuan. Killing them now will only waste 300,000-year soul rings. Zhang Lexuan said, Xiao Yuhao still needs 300,000-year soul rings to reach the title Douluo level. Ma Xiaotao could only stop after hearing this. Now that Huo Yuhao has broken through to the Soul Emperor level, he has already absorbed an 85,000-year level soul ring. No matter what, the next soul ring must be at least 100,000-year old, and 100,000-year soul beasts are so rare. Although there are many 100,000-year soul beasts on the mainland, they are even fewer than the title Douluo of humans. The two returned to Huo Yuhao's side and waited quietly for Huo Yuhao to absorb the soul ring. Ding, the Super Douluo character summoning card has been consumed. Does the host consume 1 million luck points to permanently summon Zhang Lexuan to this world? A system prompt came into his mind. Huo Yuhao did not hesitate and said directly, yes. Ding, 1 million luck points have been deducted. The current balance of the host's luck points is 480,000. Super Douluo Zhang Lexuan has been implanted into the memory of this world. When summoning Ma Xiaotao before, it only cost 500,000 luck points, but now summoning Zhang Lexuan actually consumed 1 million luck points. I don't know how much luck points will be needed when summoning Extreme Douluo in the future. Ding, the host suppressed Xiao Wu, Titan Giant Ape, and Sky Blue Bull Python, and obtained 30,000 luck points. The current balance of luck points is 510,000. Huo Yuhao thought to himself, the luck points obtained by suppressing the people around Tangsun are still not comparable to suppressing Tangsun directly. I don't know where the little punk has gone to hide. Calculating the time, Tangsun in the original work should have gone to the Slaughter City to train during this period. Huo Yuhao opened his eyes, and the inky black 10,000-year soul ring turned into a streak of light and merged into his eyes. Huo Yuhao stood up, carefully checked the changes in his body, let out a long breath, and said, I'm now level 63. Brother Yuhao, congratulations on breaking through to Soul Emperor. Zhu Zhuqing approached immediately with a stunning smile on her face. Huo Yuhao touched Zhu Zhuqing's head, then looked at Ma Xiaotao. Xiao Yuhao, congratulations. Ma Xiaotao also said with a smile. Huo Yuhao nodded, then looked at Zhang Lexan and said with a smile, "Senior sister, fortunately you arrived in time, otherwise I would not be able to absorb the spirit ring smoothly." Zhang Lexan said, "I went to the Duke's mansion in Xiandao City to find you and Xiaotao, and was told that you came to the Stardao Great Forest, so I rushed all the way here." Huo Yuhao introduced Zhu Zhuqing, Ningrangrang and A Yin. "This is my senior sister. She is a level 95 Super Douluo. Hello, senior sister. My name is Zhu Zhuqing. My name is Ningrangrang. My name is A Yin." The three introduced themselves to Zhang Lexan one after another. Zhang Lexan smiled at everyone and said, "Hello. Huo Yuhao, my senior sister and I did not kill the soft-bone rabbit, Titan giant ape and azure bull python. Considering the 100,000 year spirit ring you will need later, we will spare their lives for now." Huo Yuhao nodded and then asked, "Senior sister, what are your plans for the future?" "Find a place to practice in peace and break through to a higher level. I just don't know if Huo Yuhao's Duke's mansion can accommodate me, my senior sister." Zhang Lexan said, "Of course it can accommodate me. There are many vacant rooms in the Duke's mansion. After we go back, you can choose whatever you want." Huo Yuhao said happily. "Then I won't be polite. With me here, let's see who dares to bully Huo Yuhao." Zhang Lexan patted his chest and guaranteed. Ningrangrang was a little surprised. It seems that Huo Yuhao will be surrounded by 3 titled Douluo in the future. Who else dares to provoke such a force except the Spirit Hall? Even the Spirit Hall has to consider the cost of offending 3 titled Douluo at the same time. Ningrangrang looked at the 3 sisters around Huo Yuhao and felt a little envious. Huo Yuhao was so lucky to have 3 sisters of the titled Douluo level protecting him. It can be said that Huo Yuhao can walk sideways in the entire Douluo continent from now on. Huo Yuhao said, "Big sister, we came to the Stardao Great Forest this time. In addition to me, Zhuqing also needs to obtain a spirit ring." Hearing this, Zhang Lexan's eyes were on Zhu Zhuqing who was holding Huo Yuhao's arm. She smiled slightly and said, "Big sister, you came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gifts. Let me hunt a spirit beast for Zhuqing." Huo Yuhao pinched Zhu Zhuqing's little hand and the other party immediately reacted and said quickly, "Thank you, big sister." Zhang Lexan walked up, stretched out her hand, and pressed it on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. After a moment, she said, "With your current cultivation and physical fitness, you are suitable for absorbing spirit rings within 50,000 years. What type do you want?" "Big sister, my martial soul is the nether spirit cat, which is a sensitive attack system," Zhu Zhuqing said. Zhang Lexan nodded, and then said, "Wait for me here for a while, I'll be back soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Lexan soared into the sky and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Huo Yuhao looked at everyone and said, "Then let's wait here for a while. With the strength of the senior sister, she will soon be able to find a soul beast suitable for Zhuqing." Zhu Zhuqing remembered that when she broke through to the Soul King, it was Ma Xiaotao who directly caught a suitable soul beast for her. "Is this what it feels like to have someone behind you?" Huo Yuhao cut a piece of hind leg meat from the Silver Moon Wolf King, cleaned it, and handed it to Ian. Then, he took out a large iron pot and other complete kitchen utensils from the storage space. Among the crowd, Ian's cooking skills are the best. While waiting for Zhang Lexan, you can prepare breakfast. Huo Yuhao walked to the body of the powerful King Kong bear, staring at its left leg with a pair of golden eyes. Huo Yuhao slapped out his right palm and used his soul power to break the left leg of the powerful diamond bear. Then, a soul bone emitting a hazy light appeared in front of Huo Yuhao. This soul bone is 80,000 years old, and its quality is extremely high among soul bones. Except for the 100,000 year soul bone, this is already the most powerful soul bone. The domineering soul power emanating from the left leg bone of the powerful diamond bear attracted the attention of Ma Xiaotao and others. Except for Yin, the chef, who could not leave, the other 3 quickly gathered. "Soul bone!" Ma Xiaotao exclaimed, looking at the soul bone in Huo Yuhao's hand. They were all his own people here, and Huo Yuhao did not intend to hide. He turned around and showed the soul bone in his hand. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rangrang were also surprised. They did not expect to have an unexpected gain. This soul bone came from the powerful diamond bear with 80,000 years of cultivation, which means that the quality of this soul bone has reached 80,000 years. Huo Yuhao and his companions once represented the Xiandao Royal Academy in the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, and received 3 soul bones as a reward from the Spirit Hall. Among the 3 soul bones, the oldest one was the Wisdom Soul Bone of Spiritual Concentration, which was as high as 50,000 years. However, this was incomparable to the left leg bone of the powerful diamond bear in Huo Yuhao's hand, and the quality difference was too great. The quality of this soul bone was close to 100,000 years old, and it might be possible to evolve it into a 100,000 year soul bone through the soul bone evolution potion. However, the soul bone evolution potion obtained at the beginning had all been used on the 8 spider soul bones, and there was no more left at this time. Huo Yuhao hoped that all 6 soul bones in his body could reach the 100,000 year level to create the most powerful configuration. So he kept this soul bone first and saw if he could get the soul bone evolution potion later. Among the people around Huo Yuhao, only Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lexuan were suitable for absorbing this soul bone. However, both of them already had left leg bones, so Huo Yuhao could only keep it for himself. Ning Rangrang looked at Huo Yuhao with some envy. She didn't have a soul bone until now. No, I'll go home and ask my father to give me a soul bone. That's too shabby. Ning Rangrang thought to herself. As the richest sect in the entire continent, the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect was not so poor that she couldn't even take out a soul bone. Huo Yuhao, you're lucky, but you just absorbed a soul ring, so it's not suitable to absorb soul bones now. Let's consolidate it for a while. Ma Xiaotao said. Huo Yuhao nodded and put the soul bone into the storage space. Yin was in charge of the cooking, and Ma Xiaotao controlled the heat. Soon the aroma of meat filled the air. Yin stewed a pot of meat soup, and the sky was filled with fish belly. A new day has arrived. At this moment, a stream of light flashed across the sky, and Zhang Lexuan's figure appeared in the air, holding a huge soul beast in her hand. Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing looked at each other, their faces a little strange, because what Zhang Lexuan was holding in her hand was a golden scale eagle. Huo Yuhao, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Xiaotao had come to the Sunset Forest before. It was also at that time that they found the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and obtained the immortal grass. At that time, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing were attacked by a 20,000-year-old golden scaled eagle. Ma Xiaotao attacked in anger, but was stopped by Huo Yuhao, who wanted to keep the golden scaled eagle as Zhu Zhuqing's 5th soul ring. However, Zhu Zhuqing later encountered a shadow wolf with a more suitable age, so the golden scaled eagle escaped. The one that Zhang Lexuan caught was obviously more powerful than the original one, and its age was 49,000 years. Zhuqing, how about this golden scaled eagle? The cultivation of 49,000 years is almost the limit of what you can absorb. Zhang Lexuan fell from the sky and threw the already dying golden scaled eagle on the ground. As a super Douluo, she couldn't do much to deal with a soul beast that was less than 50,000 years old. Thank you, senior sister, Zhu Zhuqing said gratefully. Chapter 142. Zhang Lexuan smiled at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "You're welcome. Hurry up and start absorbing the soul ring." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to absorb the soul ring. The age of the soul ring is 49,000 years. For ordinary soul masters, at least they have to be at the soul Douluo level to absorb it. However, Zhu Zhuqing herself is a genius soul master. With the improvement of a series of elixirs and the fairy grass acacia heartbroken red, her physique, mental strength, and cultivation talent have been greatly improved. Therefore, she can absorb such a soul ring at level 60. Huo Yuhao and others ate breakfast while guarding Zhu Zhuqing to prevent her from being disturbed by external things. 3 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing finally completed the absorption of the soul ring. She stood up, and a smile appeared on her delicate face. "Big sister, thank you." Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude again. The big sister she just met was very friendly to her, so Zhu Zhuqing was very grateful. Zhang Lexuan nodded and then asked, "How do you feel?" "My soul power level has reached level 63. Zhu Zhuqing smiled. Just after breaking through the Soul Emperor realm, the soul power level was raised by 3 levels, which is something that ordinary soul masters cannot do, because they simply cannot absorb soul rings of such a high age. At this moment, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing's soul power levels are once again equal. However, considering that Huo Yuhao is 3 years older than Zhu Zhuqing, therefore, the 16-year-old Zhu Zhuqing has already become a soul emperor, and no soul master in the entire continent can do it. Of course, the soul power level does not determine everything. The super strong soul ring ratio of 2 yellow, 1 purple and 3 black is enough to make Zhu Zhuqing almost invincible in the same realm. The reason why it is almost invincible is that Huo Yuhao is in the same soul emperor realm as her. Zhu Zhuqing is confident that she can defeat any soul emperor except Huo Yuhao, because Huo Yuhao's strength is not reflected by the level of cultivation. Although he is only a soul emperor at the moment, his strength is already comparable to the strong men of the older generation in the soul master world. Huo Yuhao stepped forward and said, "Now that Zhuqing and I have both obtained spirit rings, it's time to return to Xiandao City." A luxurious carriage was traveling on the official road of the Xiandao Empire. No one would have thought that in this small carriage, there were actually 3 titled Douluo level masters. There were no accidents along the way. Nearly a month later, everyone returned to Xiandao City. There were only a few maids and guards in the Duke's mansion, which seemed quite empty. After entering the Duke's mansion, Huo Yuhao said to Yin, "Yin, take the senior sister to choose a room. Sister Xiaotao and I have something to discuss." "Okay, master." Yin was very obedient. Ma Xiaotao, however, rolled her eyes at Huo Yuhao in a charming manner. Noticing Zhang Lexuan's puzzled look, her face was immediately covered with a faint blush. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Huo Yuhao with a smile on her face, and very sensibly pulled Ning Rangrang back to her room. According to the frequency she had calculated before, Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao might have been pent up in the past 2 months. After everyone left, Huo Yuhao suddenly turned around, came to Ma Xiaotao, and hugged her by the waist. "Huo Yuhao, don't be so impatient, the senior sister will find out." Ma Xiaotao hesitated and reminded him. After all, she and Zhang Lexuan had a very close relationship. If Zhang Lexuan found out about the secret between her and Huo Yuhao, she would be ashamed to death. Especially now it was daytime. However, Huo Yuhao, who had not experienced actual combat for 2 months, was already hot and unbearable. Both his mind and body were about to explode. If he could not vent through fighting, he would probably be attacked by the evil fire. If they find out, they will find out. They can't hide it. Huo Yuhao carried Ma Xiaotao to her room and closed the door with his foot. The temperature in the room gradually rose, and the clothes were all taken off. Just when the thunder was about to ignite the fire, Ma Xiaotao propped up Huo Yuhao's chest with both hands, and said with a faint look, "Huo Yuhao, don't forget that the senior sister is your child bride." Huo Yuhao was shocked, and the fire in his heart was immediately extinguished by a basin of cold water. Yes, in the system setting, Zhang Lexuan is his child bride. Huo Yuhao only noticed this identity at this time. You know, now he has gathered many girls around him. Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Xiaotao, Yin, Ning Rangrang. Although he and Yin and Ning Rangrang are still innocent, but that woman must not be happy to see her little man surrounded by flowers. Huo Yuhao was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes fell and swept over the delicate white body in front of him. Suddenly, the fire that had just been extinguished instantly ignited. "I have always regarded the senior sister as my sister," he explained hurriedly. Ma Xiaotao rolled her eyes at Huo Yuhao and said, "Originally, you only thought of me as your sister." However, knowing that she could not extinguish the flames in Huo Yuhao, Ma Xiaotao could only choose to compromise. After all, for her, this was what she had always longed for. In a room not far away, Zhang Lexuan's face looked a little strange, and then her mental power swept directly over. Suddenly, Zhang Lexuan wanted to be angry and laugh, and the majesty on her chest rose and fell. Big sister, how about this room? It's close to Xiaoteo's room. You are sisters, and you can be close to each other on weekdays. Yin said. Zhang Lexuan took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, saying, yes, Xiaoteo and I haven't seen each other for many years, so we should get closer. Yin smiled and said, then big sister, you can rest first. If you need anything, just call the maid in the mansion, or come to me directly. Okay, thank you, Yin. Zhang Lexuan smiled, and sent Yin out. Then she sat on her bed, her mind flying, and her mood was very complicated. One is her little man, and the other is her closest junior sister. She was not careful for a moment, and was actually stolen by her junior sister. Zhang Lexuan regretted it secretly. A few years ago, she practiced in seclusion for several years, in order to break through the 95th level in one fell swoop. The 95th level is a hurdle for every title Douluo. After crossing it, the strength can be improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, even Zhang Lexuan, who is full of innate soul power, has to work hard to break through the 95th level. In this way, Zhang Lexuan stayed in the room from noon to dusk. Zhang Lexuan's forehead was full of black lines, and she was in a very bad mood. Especially the soul power screen covering the room, which can just block the detection of the title Douluo powerhouse, but can't block the detection of the super Douluo. And in this Duke's mansion, besides her, Zhang Lexuan, are there other super Douluo powerhouses? Are you provoking me? Zhang Lexuan suddenly wanted to grab Huo Yuhao and spank him. The age difference between the two is more than 15 years. So when Huo Yuhao was very young, Zhang Lexuan would frown and spank him when he was naughty and disobedient. However, Zhang Lexuan found that after not seeing him for a few years, Huo Yuhao had grown up and turned into a handsome man with a strong body and sharp edges. How dare you bully your senior sister? Zhang Lexuan felt a little regretful. She regretted why she had been in seclusion for such a long time. During the 8 years of Huo Yuhao's growth, Zhang Lexuan did not participate, so now that Huo Yuhao had changed so much, she felt at a loss. Senior sister, it's time to eat. Zhu Zhuqing's voice came from outside the door. Zhang Lexuan opened the door, with a haggard look between her eyebrows. She looked at Zhu Zhuqing and smiled gently. Zhuqing, how did you and Huo Yuhao know each other? At this moment, Zhang Lexuan really wanted to know what Huo Yuhao had experienced in the 8 years when she was away. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes were a little dazed, and suddenly realized that she and Huo Yuhao had known each other for 8 years. When I met brother Yuhao, the two went to the dining table, and Zhu Zhuqing told Zhang Lexuan about her experiences over the years. Zhang Lexuan looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a complicated look. After all, she was Huo Yuhao's child bride. She didn't expect that during the time she was away, Huo Yuhao had a confidant. Thinking in her heart, Zhang Lexuan's eyes were on Yin and Ningrangrang. She wondered in her heart what the relationship between the two and Huo Yuhao was. Where is Huo Yuhao? Zhang Lexuan asked knowingly. Brother Yuhao and sister Xiaoteo should be here soon. Zhu Zhuqing said. Before she finished speaking, Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaoteo hurried over. As soon as she entered the door, Zhang Lexuan's eyes looked at the two. Even if Huo Yuhao was thick-skinned, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed at this moment. The blush on Ma Xiaoteo's face had not yet faded, and it was even more red, as if it was burning. Big sister. Ma Xiaoteo straightened her legs and walked to the dining table a little unnaturally. She didn't dare to look Zhang Lexuan in the eye at all. Although the eldest sister is usually very gentle to others, once she gets angry, her sharp eyes are enough to make you feel uneasy. Huo Yuhao sat down at his seat and said, elder sister, let's eat. Zhang Lexuan looked at Huo Yuhao and said with some resentment, Huo Yuhao must be hungry, eat more, otherwise you can't make up for it. As she said that, Zhang Lexuan gently picked up a piece of meat and put it in Huo Yuhao's bowl. Thank you, eldest sister. Although Huo Yuhao felt guilty, he did not show it. Zhang Lexuan nodded, then looked at Ma Xiaotao and said softly, Xiaotao should eat more too, you must be exhausted just now. Ma Xiaotao was shocked and wanted to cry, but had no tears and felt uneasy. Thank you, eldest sister. Ma Xiaotao said, while quietly glaring at Huo Yuhao. She put a piece of meat into her mouth and clenched her silver teeth, as if she was biting Huo Yuhao's meat. If she had known that she would be more determined and her attitude of rejection would be clearer, she would not be so embarrassed now. But Ma Xiaotao knew that she couldn't refuse Huo Yuhao. After all, a sister always loves her brother endlessly. The atmosphere of this meal was very subtle. Zhu Zhuqing and Yin looked at each other, their shoulders shaking constantly, trying to hold back their laughter. After the meal, Huo Yuhao said, Big sister, you just came to Xiandao City. I'll take you out for a walk and get familiar with it. Zhang Lexuan was a little moved, but her nose moved, and she smelled the smell of Ma Xiaotao on Huo Yuhao that had not yet dissipated. She still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She put down some dishes and chopsticks, wiped her rosy lips, and said, let's do it another day. I'm a little tired today. I'll go back to my room to rest first. Zhang Lexuan got up and left. Just when Ma Xiaotao breathed a sigh of relief, her voice came from outside the door. Xiaotao, come to my room. I have something to talk to you about. Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao was shocked, and her body straightened up. She stood up, glared at Huo Yuhao fiercely, and then hurriedly chased after him. Huo Yuhao held his forehead with his hands and smiled bitterly. You can't let desire break through your rationality. Huo Yuhao admitted that he was indeed anxious at noon. Zhu Zhuqing came up and asked, Brother Yuhao, what happened to the eldest sister? Huo Yuhao hesitated for a moment and said, the eldest sister is my child bride. Ah. Huo Yuhao's voice was very low, but Ning Rangrang and Aya next to him also heard it. The three women exclaimed at the same time, looking at Huo Yuhao in disbelief. Even Zhu Zhuqing was stunned for a moment, and then said, Brother Yuhao, you are miserable. With that, Zhu Zhuqing took Ning Rangrang, who was gloating, and Yin, who looked incredible, away. Huo Yuhao sat alone at the dining table and sighed. What is going on? Suddenly, a maid entered the room and said to Huo Yuhao respectfully, My Lord Duke, the Crown Prince is here. My eldest brother is here. Huo Yuhao stood up and saw Zhuqing's figure when he went out. Big brother. Second brother. Why are you here? Huo Yuhao asked. I heard that my second brother went out to get a spirit ring and was gone for 2 months. I came to see you. Zhuqing was very enthusiastic and was about to go to the room. Huo Yuhao grabbed Zhuqing and said, Big brother, let's go to your place. Drink? Zhuqing's first reaction. Drink. Zhuqing came to the Duke's mansion, and before he sat down, Huo Yuhao pulled him back to the East Palace. A table of wine and food was soon set up in Zhuqing's bedroom. Did my second brother get a spirit ring? Zhuqing asked, after clinking glasses with Huo Yuhao. Yes, I ran around the Stardao Great Forest and finally found a suitable spirit beast. Huo Yuhao said. Second brother, congratulations, a 19-year-old spirit emperor. The young generation of the spirit hall is all garbage. Zhuqing laughed and was surprised by Huo Yuhao's cultivation. Alas. Huo Yuhao sighed. He was in a good mood. Is there anything wrong with my second brother? Zhuqing asked. This is so. Huo Yuhao simply recounted his situation just now. After listening to Huo Yuhao's story, Zhuqing couldn't help laughing and said, Second brother, you are too fickle. You are not satisfied with Miss Zhuqing, and you actually had a relationship with His Majesty the Fire Phoenix. Zhuqing said, but what surprised me most is that you actually have a child bride of the title Douluo level. Huo Yuhao said helplessly, I was young at that time and I don't have any impression at all. Second brother is so ungrateful, surrounded by beautiful women, with stunning looks, and they are all top level powerhouses. Zhuqing was a little envious. Although she is the granddaughter of Kandao Liu, the chief worshipper of the spirit hall, she is only protected by 2 title Douluo powerhouses.
But Huo Yuhao now has 3 titled Douluos around him, and they are all very powerful. If Du Gubo is counted, there are 4 titled Douluos. Go back and apologize. You should admit your mistakes. Each of these women around you is not simple. You can't treat them with the attitude of ordinary nobles to their wives and concubines. Zhuqing changed the subject and said, but the source of everything is that you are too fickle. Huo Yuhao knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't refute. He was not fickle at all. He just wanted to give the girls around him a home. As he got drunk, Huo Yuhao simply stopped worrying and drank with Zhuqing. Brother, you are the crown prince of Xiandao, and you are not young anymore. How come you don't even have a crown princess? Huo Yuhao asked. Zhuqing smiled bitterly and said, in the past few years, my father's health has been getting worse day by day. I'm busy dealing with government affairs every day. I'm exhausted. How can I have time to choose a crown princess? Brother, what do you think of Rangrang? Huo Yuhao asked. Rangrang, the teacher's daughter, is very talented and beautiful. Zhuqing said without hesitation. How about taking her as the crown princess? Second brother, you are joking. Rangrang is the teacher's daughter. I treat her like my own sister. Zhuqing said righteously. Taking Ning Rangrang as the crown princess. Let's not talk about whether Ning Fengzi, as the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, is determined to tie his sect to the Xiandao Empire. Just talking about Zhuqing's own identity, it is impossible for her to do this. Otherwise, after getting married, there will be a close person around her, and the possibility of her identity being exposed will be directly increased. After all, there must be activities between husband and wife, and she has no capital to do activities. Brother, you are also 26 or 7 years old. What's the point of not getting married at this age? Huo Yuhao was angry at his lack of struggle. Zhuqing showed a sad face, which was exactly the case. Now, Emperor Zhuyi is also urging him, as the crown prince of Xiandao and the future emperor of Xiandao. Zhuqing actually has no crown princess, no wives or concubines. This made many ministers quite complain. After all, for a normal man, how could he keep himself clean for so many years without touching women? Zhuqing not only did not marry, but he also did not touch the maids around him. This not only made many people wonder if the crown prince had any hidden illness. Second brother should still want to solve his own problems. Zhuqing said. The 2 of them drank and exchanged cups, and soon they were drunk and unconscious. It's getting late. Second brother, go back early, otherwise I'm afraid that the Fire Phoenix crown will come to trouble me. Zhuqing said this vaguely, and the whole person fell directly on the wine table. Huo Yuhao laughed and stood up, picked up Zhuqing by the waist, and put her on her bed. Then, Huo Yuhao turned around, and was about to leave. Who knew that his feet slipped, and he fell directly on the bed, pressing on Zhuqing. After hearing that there was no movement for a long time, the maids outside the palace walked into the palace, and began to clean up the mess. However, when they saw the 2 people on the bed, their faces were suddenly shocked, and full of disbelief. On the other side, in the Duke's mansion, in Zhang Lexuan's room, Ma Xiaotao called out cautiously, Big sister, tell me, what happened between you and Huo Yuhao? Zhang Lexuan asked expressionlessly without even raising her head. My evil fire broke out before, and Huo Yuhao wanted to help me solve it, so. Ma Xiaotao blushed. After all, Huo Yuhao was only 15 years old at the time. After listening to Ma Xiaotao's detailed explanation, Zhang Lexuan's brows relaxed slightly. This was not Ma Xiaotao's original intention. Thinking of the critical situation at the time, Zhang Lexuan had nothing to say. Forget it, things have come to this point. I don't blame you. Zhang Lexuan sighed. She hadn't been by Huo Yuhao's side for 8 years, and so many things had happened during this period, and she also had some responsibilities. Ma Xiaotao walked up, hugged Zhang Lexuan and whispered, Big sister, I'm sorry, I can't leave Huo Yuhao anymore. Zhang Lexuan felt a headache. Zhu Zhuqing was enough to make her feel upset, and now there was another junior sister. What was going on? Especially since Zhang Lexuan didn't know what Huo Yuhao's attitude was towards her child bride. Little Yuhao has grown up. Zhang Lexuan said. Yes, I'm not as obedient as when I was a child.
Ma Xiaotao said, her pretty face suddenly blushed. Although she herself enjoyed it. Zhang Lexuan and Ma Xiaotao took a bath and lay on the same bed. The two had a very good relationship and used to sleep in the same room. Now that they haven't seen each other for many years, the sisters naturally have a lot to talk about. Especially one thing Zhang Lexuan was very curious about. Huo Yuhao's aspect. The next morning, Zhuqing woke up and felt a tightness in her chest. Her body was suppressed and her thighs and arms were already numb. She opened her eyes and saw a big face. Huo Yuhao was completely pressed on her, his head against her shoulders, and the hot air he exhaled came over her. Although he was very handsome, it still made her tremble all over, and she raised her foot and kicked out. Ah! The scream stopped before it sounded. Zhuqing covered her mouth and hurriedly checked her clothes. After making sure that the clothes were intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Huo Yuhao fell to the ground with a thud, his buttocks touching the ground closely, and he suddenly woke up from his sleep. Huo Yuhao looked at Zhuqing with hazy eyes and said, "Brother, are you awake? Why are you in my bed?" Zhuqing gritted her teeth and pointed at Huo Yuhao on the ground angrily. Huo Yuhao covered his chest with his hands. The kick just now was very powerful and almost gave him a stitch in the side. "I don't know either." Huo Yuhao looked confused and then said, "Brother, we are brothers. What's wrong with sleeping in the same bed? You kicked me off the bed?" Huo Yuhao stood up and looked at Zhuqing in disbelief, questioning the brotherhood between them for the first time. Zhuqing was speechless for a moment and hurriedly explained, "I'm the Crown Prince of Xiandao, and you are the Duke of Xiandao. How can this be? What this and that? We are brothers. It is normal to sleep in the same bed when drunk." Huo Yuhao said, "Brother, you are too hypocritical, twisting and turning like a woman. You are a woman." Zhuqing glared. "Okay, brother, you go first. I'm going back." Huo Yuhao left directly. This brother, he doesn't look like a brother at all. Huo Yuhao returned to the Duke's mansion and happened to meet Zhu Zhuqing and others eating. After a simple meal, Huo Yuhao planned to go back to his room to take a shower. "Huo Yuhao, where did you go last night?" Zhang Lexuan asked with concern. "Go find my elder brother." Huo Yuhao said, "I have sworn brotherhood with the Crown Prince of Xiandao." Zhang Lexuan nodded and then said, "Go take a shower quickly, you reek of alcohol." "Okay, senior sister. By the way, Huo Yuhao, didn't you say you would take me around Xiandao City? We'll set off after you take a shower." Zhang Lexuan said. "Okay, senior sister." Huo Yuhao smiled. Huo Yuhao hurried back to his room, took a shower, changed into a quick set of clothes, and walked out of the Duke's mansion with Zhang Lexuan. The others did not follow and let Huo Yuhao go. Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexuan strolled on the streets of Xiandao City, and the gentle breeze made the two feel relaxed and happy. In fact, for a strong man like Zhang Lexuan, the mental power can perceive a large area, so although he had just arrived in Xiandao City, he was already familiar with every aspect of Xiandao City. Huo Yuhao took Zhang Lexuan around and bought all the clothes and accessories, and the two strange and familiar hearts became close again. On the way back to the Duke's mansion, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but shout, "Big sister." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhang Lexuan. Zhang Lexuan habitually touched Huo Yuhao's head, and a gentle smile appeared on her perfect face. "Huo Yuhao, you don't have to say sorry. I already know the relationship between you two. I don't blame you." Zhang Lexuan said, "I should say sorry. I haven't been with you for 8 years." Huo Yuhao said, "Big sister, I have lived a good life these years." Zhang Lexuan smiled and said, "Indeed, I have lived a good life." Zhuqing, Xiaotao, Yin, Rangrong, tell me the truth. Who else? Huo Yuhao was embarrassed and explained quickly, "Big sister, don't talk nonsense. Yin, Rangrong and I are innocent. Then I will make the decision and find a man for Yin. Anyway, she is not young anymore." "No," Huo Yuhao said quickly. Although he has never possessed Yin, he does not allow other men to get involved. As for warning Rangrong, She was the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect after all, and was treated like a jewel in the palm of Ning Feng's hand. How could he allow Ning Rangrang to share a husband with another woman? What about Rangrang? Zhang Lexuan looked at Huo Yuhao with a smile in her eyes. I plan to introduce her to my eldest brother as the crown princess. Huo Yuhao said. Anyway, the eldest brother is not the real eldest brother. Zhang Lexuan nodded and finally understood Huo Yuhao thoroughly. Big sister, you are not young anymore. Huo Yuhao suddenly said. Zhang Lexuan's body trembled, and looking at Huo Yuhao who was taller than her, she said faintly, Huo Yuhao, you have grown up, you should know my feelings. Chapter 143 My butt hurts a little. Huo Yuhao lowered his head slightly and met Zhang Lexuan's eyes, which were as soft as water. He couldn't help but be shocked. As a man, facing such a beautiful woman who only cares about him, who can refuse? Huo Yuhao himself felt a little guilty, because he already had Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Xiaotao by his side. How could he let a super Douluo share with others? Big sister, I already have Zhuqing and Xiaotao by my side. Why do you have to wrong yourself? Huo Yuhao said softly. I don't mind these. Zhang Lexuan was indeed wronged in her heart, but what's the use of being wronged? She left Huo Yuhao for 8 years. In these 8 years, there were too many uncontrollable things, and she couldn't blame Huo Yuhao. When she left Huo Yuhao was only 11 years old. She really couldn't ask Huo Yuhao for anything else. She could grow up smoothly to the present and reach such an amazing height. What else could she ask for? Hearing this, Huo Yuhao hesitated again, and he was really stupid. He gently stretched out his arms and took Zhang Lexuan into his arms. The two hugged each other tightly. Huo Yuhao could feel that Zhang Lexuan's body had completely straightened. After all, 8 years ago, Huo Yuhao was just a little kid. In the 8 years, when she was absent, Huo Yuhao had grown into an adult man. The change was too big, and she couldn't adapt to it at all. Fortunately, as a super Douluo, although she was already 33 years old, her face remained unchanged, just like when she was 20 years old. The age difference between the two was 14 years. It would be a lie to say that she didn't feel a little uneasy. Of course, Ma Xiaotao's stealing also gave her some confidence. Because the age difference between Ma Xiaotao and Huo Yuhao was not small. The two hugged each other for a long time, and Zhang Lexuan's tense body finally relaxed. Her pretty face was slightly flushed. Just feeling the masculine aura of Huo Yuhao made her legs weak, and the whole person was already leaning on Huo Yuhao's chest. Huo Yuhao put one hand around Zhang Lexuan's slender waist and the other hand through her soft hair. He smelled the light body fragrance of the beauty, and felt extremely satisfied. As a time traveler, he thought he had not lost the face of a time traveler. He already had strength, wealth, beauty, and status. As the sky gradually darkened, Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexuan were not in a hurry to return to the Duke's mansion. Instead, they cherished the time they spent alone together and enjoyed the throbbing of two passionate hearts slowly approaching each other. After dinner, the night fell, and the stars were dotted like a dream. Huo Yuhao held Zhang Lexuan's hand and strolled along the streets of Xiandao City like an ordinary couple, enjoying the comfortable time after dinner. It was not until Huo Yuhao sent Zhang Lexuan back to her room that the two reluctantly said goodbye. Senior sister, see you tomorrow. Huo Yuhao smiled. Zhang Lexuan leaned against the door, her beautiful eyes full of deep affection. She wanted to speak to keep her, longing for more love. For the first time in her life of more than 30 years, she felt such a fluttering heartbeat, which made her fall in love with it right from the beginning. Tonight, Huo Yuhao did not go to find Ma Xiaotao, but returned to his room to practice with Zhu Zhuqing. Generally speaking, soul masters who can practice dual cultivation would like to spend all their practice time together, but the time for Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing to practice together is getting less and less. After all, Huo Yuhao has long been addicted to fighting with Ma Xiaotao. Although it is said that dual cultivation is not very useful at their current practice speed, it is naturally better to be able to practice dual cultivation. At this moment, it was dark. Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged on the bed, wearing a thin nightgown, which outlined her fiery body to the fullest. Zhu Zhuqing has always had a good figure. Now she is 16 years old and her height has reached 1.7 meters. Although her height has not changed much, her figure curves have reached the extreme. It seems that she noticed Huo Yuhao's fiery gaze, and the large area of Zhu Zhuqing's exposed white skin turned a faint pink. Especially on her delicate little face, her eyelashes trembled slightly. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly. Although his movement of opening the door was very small, it obviously startled Zhu Zhuqing, who was in cultivation. This girl pretended to be still cultivating, which was a bit naughty. Huo Yuhao sat down next to Zhu Zhuqing. The soft big bed sank, and Zhu Zhuqing still sat cross-legged, unwilling to open her eyes. Huo Yuhao felt a little funny. Zhu Zhuqing was no longer as cold as when they first met. Although due to her martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing's appearance was cold and aloof, like an iceberg goddess. People dared not approach her easily. But her personality had changed, becoming a bit naughty, and she often smiled. Huo Yuhao raised his palm and dropped it. Para brother Yuhao, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing woke up instantly, covered her perky buttocks with one hand, and looked at Huo Yuhao with some dissatisfaction. I was careless, and couldn't help it. Huo Yuhao looked at his palm, as if he was still savoring the extreme rebound at that moment, which was wonderful. Brother Yuhao, you are so mean. Zhu Zhuqing said coquettishly, you can't be so hard, even if you can't help it. Zhu Zhuqing lifted the hem of her skirt and saw that her snow white skin had turned red, leaving a slap mark. Huo Yuhao leaned forward, took Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, and said, okay, who told you to practice with your butt facing me? You know I came into the room, but you are still pretending. Zhu Zhuqing raised her head and looked at Huo Yuhao with tears in her eyes, saying, brother Yuhao hasn't been to my room for a long time. Huo Yuhao suddenly realized that he had been immersed in the duel with Ma Xiaotao for a while before, and he really hadn't been to Zhu Zhuqing's room for a long time. Huo Yuhao couldn't help feeling guilty about this. He rubbed Zhu Zhuqing's head and said, I was wrong. I will practice with you today. Who asked you to practice with me? Zhu Zhuqing said loudly. Huo Yuhao immediately understood and said, indeed, cultivation is boring. Let's do something interesting. He hugged Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist and lay on the soft bed. Every time at this time, Zhu Zhuqing felt very relaxed, nestled in Huo Yuhao's arms, and the boredom of cultivation and the boredom of daily life were all cleared at this moment. Brother Yuhao, my butt hurts a little. Zhu Zhuqing said in a soft voice with a red face. Well, let me see. Huo Yuhao used his arms to force Zhu Zhuqing to turn over and lifted the hem of her skirt to take a look. It was indeed a bit harsh. Be good, it's okay, I'll rub it for you. Huo Yuhao's words like coaxing a child made Zhu Zhuqing roll her eyes. However, Huo Yuhao's next action was very gentle, which made her very enjoyable and hum softly. Brother Yuhao, what's the situation between you and the eldest sister now? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized that Huo Yuhao's actions were getting more and more excessive, and were no longer limited to the round part. She hurriedly asked, trying to divert Huo Yuhao's attention. You have to call her big sister from now on. Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened and she said, why? We were the first to be together. Because you are the youngest. Zhu Zhuqing twisted her body to show her dissatisfaction. Then she stood up, deliberately puffed out her chest, and then continued to show the proud parts of her body, and asked, how am I young? Huo Yuhao laughed and said, you are the youngest. Zhu Zhuqing was a little discouraged. She was indeed much younger than Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lexun, and even younger than Ning Rangrang. When did being young become a disadvantage? Huo Yuhao added, also, the eldest sister was my child bride when I was 1 year old. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing lay on Huo Yuhao's body, her delicate and small feet swaying, shining with an attractive luster. As long as I can stay with brother Yuhao, I will be very satisfied. Zhu Zhuqing smiled. What she said just now was just a joke. How can I bear to let you leave me? Huo Yuhao held up Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face and kissed her deeply. Although Huo Yuhao did not experience a thrilling battle that night, he was also particularly satisfied. The next day, everyone had breakfast together. After solving Zhang Lexuan's problem, the atmosphere at the table was finally no longer so awkward and became very harmonious. For several days, the eldest brother Zhuqing did not come to Huo Yuhao for a drink. Maybe he was really busy, or maybe he was still angry about what happened that day. Huo Yuhao couldn't help laughing. Zhuqing accidentally suffered a loss and would probably be depressed for a while. Huo Yuhao planned to find something to do and needed Zhuqing's help. In the crown prince's bedroom, at the wine table, Zhuqing looked at Huo Yuhao in surprise and asked, "Second brother, are you going to open an academy?" Huo Yuhao nodded and said, "I'm sure you've heard of this too. I accidentally got a book about soul guide making before, and I want to pass it on to benefit the soul master world." Zhuqing looked at Huo Yuhao meaningfully and said, "Second brother, I admire your broad-mindedness. Nowadays, apart from some basic soul guide facilities, many soul guide technologies have long been lost, and only you have mastered them. Now you want to share them." Huo Yuhao smiled and said, "It's in my hands. In the world, there is no use for it, except to collect a wave of wealth. No matter how powerful the soul guide is, it is only an external object. Only when you reach the strongest can you be truly invincible." Zhuqing said, "I can help you with this matter, but you have to promise me first that before the Xiandao Empire has not unified the continent, the academy you opened can only recruit soul masters from the Xiandao Empire." Huo Yuhao laughed and said, "Of course, as the Duke of Xiandao, I also hope that the Xiandao Empire can unify the continent as soon as possible." Zhuqing said, "With my second brother here, I will definitely complete the unification within 10 years. The two laughed and raised their glasses, and then drank heavily, until they were drunk. The next day, Zhuqing woke up, and the familiar feeling of something wrong came again. Before she opened her eyes, she felt as if she was hugging a warm human-shaped pillow. Suddenly opening her eyes, Zhuqing's heart collapsed. How did she sleep on the same bed again? At this moment, Zhuqing was lying on her side on the bed. One thigh was on Huo Yuhao's waist, and one hand was still on Huo Yuhao's chest. Huo Yuhao was lying flat on his back, with one hand on Zhuqing's thigh and the other hand around her waist. What a damn posture. Zhuqing's heart collapsed instantly, and she felt terrible. She arched her body, and kicked Huo Yuhao out with one foot. With a thump, Huo Yuhao woke up instantly, and kept shouting, "What's wrong? What happened? Why are you in my bed?" Zhuqing's eyes widened, and her face was full of anger. Huo Yuhao even felt a little murderous intent. He was directly confused and asked back, "Brother, didn't you let me sleep here last night?" Zhuqing's face was full of question marks, but he couldn't remember what happened last night. "Brother, you are too much. This is the second time you kicked me off the bed." Huo Yuhao expressed dissatisfaction. Zhuqing suppressed the psychological and physical discomfort. Although he has a good relationship with Huo Yuhao now, they call each other brothers. But Zhuqing didn't know if Huo Yuhao would still treat her as a brother once her identity was exposed. If they turned against each other, what would it matter now? It was all a black history, and it was all a loss for no reason. Zhuqing looked apologetic, but she was gritting her teeth in her heart. She said, "This is my brother's fault. Okay, I'm not really blaming you. I still need your support for the establishment of the academy." Huo Yuhao waved his hand, and didn't take it to heart. "Leave this to me, there won't be any problem." Zhuqing said, "Okay, brother, I'll go back first. Call me for a drink." Huo Yuhao left. Zhuqing sat on the bed, watching Huo Yuhao's back gradually go away. After being stunned for a long time, she sighed. Although she disguised herself as a man over the years, Zhuqing was still Qian Rinxu in essence. As a woman, Qian Rinxu had to admit that Huo Yuhao was a genius, enough to make any woman fall in love with him. This can be seen from the fact that so many girls gathered around Huo Yuhao. To be honest, Qian Rinxu was a little tempted. However, it was hard for her to imagine what kind of reaction Huo Yuhao would have if he knew that she was a woman. Would he feel that he was deceived? Or would he feel disgusted by what she did as a member of the spirit hall? Zhuqing held her forehead, feeling a little melancholy. The plan to steal the country has been going on for more than 10 years, and it is impossible to give up. Because this is her way to prove herself to that woman. As for Huo Yuhao, she did not want to be an enemy of Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao is the Duke of the Xiandao Empire, although she fought for this dukedom. But it was also granted by Emperor Zhu Yi himself. If one day she found that her country had changed its surname and changed its owner, what would be her reaction? After Huo Yuhao returned to the Duke's mansion, he told everyone about his decision to establish an academy during breakfast. Huo Yuhao, you want to establish an academy? Ning Rangrang was shocked. How old is Huo Yuhao now? He is less than 20 years old, and he has already started to consider establishing students. Huo Yuhao said, establish an academy and spread the soul guidance technology I have mastered. Ning Rangrang had been in contact with Huo Yuhao for a long time, and knew some of his secrets. For example, the soul guidance devices that Huo Yuhao traded with the 7 treasures glazed sect did not come from the so-called hidden family behind him, but were made by Huo Yuhao one by one. When Ning Rangrang first discovered it, she felt very incredible, because in this era, soul guidance devices were basically only used for some infrastructure. For example, the sound amplifying soul guidance devices and soul guidance lights used by the host of the Grand Fighting Soul Arena are all used for life, lacking the part that hesitates soul masters to fight. The soul guidance devices that Huo Yuhao traded with the 7 treasures glazed sect are basically soul guidance arm guards and soul guidance longswords. They can arm an auxiliary soul master and give him a certain combat power and self-protection ability. Ning Rangrang reacted and hurriedly said, Huo Yuhao, can our disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect enter your academy to learn soul guidance technology? Huo Yuhao smiled and said, when the academy is established and enrolls students normally, no matter which force in the Xiandao Empire, they can enroll. Ning Rangrang nodded heavily. Although the 7 treasures glazed tile sect is one of the top 3 sects, most of the disciples in the sect are auxiliary departments. It can be said that it is entirely supported by 2 super Douluos. If the disciples of the sect become soul guides and have a certain combat power, wouldn't it be possible to further enhance the overall strength of the sect? Zhang Lexuan asked with concern. Yuhao, can you spare time to attend classes at the academy now? She thought that Huo Yuhao was now in the golden stage of cultivation and should focus on cultivation and improve his strength as soon as possible, instead of wasting his time on these empty academies. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, after the academy is established, it will be divided into the martial soul department and the soul guide department. Senior sister, you should have a lot of free time. Zhang Lexuan thought about it and realized that apart from the 4 hours of fixed cultivation every day, she really had nothing to do at other times. Huo Yuhao looked at Yin and asked, Yin, what about you? Yin said, I have 7 hours to practice and learn soul guides now, so I can take time to teach. Huo Yuhao nodded and then said, big sister, the troubled times are coming and the wars will continue. I established the academy just to develop my own strength and then do my best to protect one side and end the troubled times as soon as possible. This continent has the Xiandao Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Under the Xiandao Empire, there are several principalities. The 2 empires are calm on the surface, but there are countless frictions in secret, and small-scale battles break out from time to time. However, these are all minor problems. In Huo Yuhao's impression, in a few years, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Babidong, will establish the Spirit Empire and start a war to unify the continent. The Xiandao Empire is also in turmoil because of Qian Rinxu's act of stealing the country. The whole continent fell into chaos. As a spirit master with good strength, he has 3 powerful people at the level of title Douluo around him. The so-called greater strength, greater responsibility. Huo Yuhao wanted to do something. Otherwise, he, who was familiar with the plot, felt uneasy. Zhang Lexuan looked at Huo Yuhao with a very gentle gaze and said, do whatever you want to do. I will always be by your side. Ma Xiaotao also said, Xiao Yuhao, I will also help. Chapter 144 Daimyo Bei's Revenge Plan. Zhu Zhuqing also said, Brother Yuhao, I will help you too. Her clear and pure eyes looked at Huo Yuhao, and she spoke very seriously. Huo Yuhao touched Zhu Zhuqing's head, then smiled at everyone and said, you are the basis and meaning of my survival in this world. After dinner, Huo Yuhao took Zhang Lexuan out of the Duke's mansion and strolled on the streets of Xiandao City. Yuhao, I heard from Xiaotao that you have a lot of grievances with Shrek Academy. Zhang Lexuan looked at Shrek Academy opposite the Duke's mansion. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, it's over. When Zhuqing and I were in Soto City, we had several conflicts with the students of Shrek Academy. Then the Dean of Shrek Academy wanted Zhuqing and me to join Shrek Academy, but we refused. After that, Zhuqing and I left Soto City and were chased by 2 deans of Shrek Academy on the way to Xiandao City. Fortunately, Sister Xiaotao arrived in time and killed them. Hearing this, Zhang Lexuan's beautiful eyes flashed with strong murderous intent. As a super Douluo, she has powerful strength and can do whatever she wants in this world. And Shrek Academy dared to provoke the person she cares about the most. This made the gentle Zhang Lexuan angry instantly. She took Huo Yuhao's hand and came to the gate of Shrek Academy, looking up at the plaque with the 5 big characters Shrek Academy engraved on it. Big sister, there is no need. The current Shrek Academy is just a clown, not worth worrying about. Huo Yuhao said. In the current Shrek Academy, Tangsun is not there, and Xiao Wu is in the Stardao Great Forest. Even if they are suppressed, they can only gain a small amount of luck points. Zhang Lexuan nodded and was pulled away by Huo Yuhao. However, after taking 2 steps, Zhang Lexuan stopped, turned around and slapped out with a palm. The terrifying palm wind was like a storm hitting the shore, surging out. The huge plaque of Shrek Academy suddenly broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Zhang Lexuan smiled and said, I can't help but vent my anger. Huo Yuhao held his forehead, feeling a little helpless, but he didn't think it was a big deal. As long as the senior sister is happy. Who dares to be so presumptuous? Soon, Soul Masters in Shrek Academy roared and rushed out. These people were all students of Shrek Academy. Their cultivation was just great Soul Masters and a few Soul Masters. These people, let alone Zhang Lexuan, even Huo Yuhao didn't take them seriously. Soon, a strong aura rushed out from Shrek Academy. This is a woman in black. She looks to be in her 30s, with a pretty face, a plump figure, and a mature flavor. It is Liu Erlang. She rushed out with a lot of anger, wanting to see who dared to destroy her Shrek Academy plaque. Isn't this a slap in her face? However, when Liu Erlang saw Huo Yuhao, her anger suddenly stagnated. My Lord Duke, don't you think this is too much? Liu Erlang was full of anger, but she didn't dare to get angry at this moment. It was just because the person in front of her was Huo Yuhao, the Duke of the Heaven Dao Empire. And because Huo Yuhao had 2 title Douluo behind him. She had just broken through the 80th level and was already a quasi-soul Douluo, but facing a title Douluo, she still had no chance of winning. Therefore, even if she was furious now, she could only force herself to hold it back. Huo Yuhao took a step forward, spread his hands and said, I just bullied you too much. If you don't accept it, come and fight me. Do you really think I dare not fight to the death? Liu Erlang said with gritted teeth. According to her hot temper, she should rather die than surrender. But now, in Shrek Academy, there is Yu Xiao Gang, whom she cares about the most. There are also 3 talented soul masters with excellent talents, Mahangjin, Daimyo Bei, and Oscar. Therefore, she can only choose to be tolerant, unless it is absolutely necessary. Who made Shrek Academy offend Huo Yuhao so deeply before? The pursuit of the 2 soul saints has deteriorated the relationship between the 2 sides to the point where it is impossible to reconcile. And now, Land Bay Academy has been renamed Shrek Academy and has inherited this grudge. If she had the strength, Liu Erlang would not be so tolerant, but would have avenged Flanders long ago. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, I don't like the word Shrek Academy. If you change your name, I can guarantee that, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't bother you again. Impossible. At this time, Master Yuhao Gang walked out of Shrek Academy. However, even Huo Yuhao could hardly recognize Yuhao Gang now. She has completely become a woman now, and she doesn't look like she did before. With her low cultivation level, wrinkles have appeared on her face, and her body is bloated. She looks like a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s. Yuhao Gang's eyes sparkled. She looked at Huo Yuhao and said, "My Lord Duke, this is Xiandao Imperial City. Even if you are a duke, you cannot ignore the law and bully others." Huo Yuhao laughed and said, "Yuhao Gang, I almost didn't recognize you. After so many years, why haven't you broken through to become a great soul master?" Yuhao Gang's face suddenly turned pale. She said sternly, "My Lord Duke, you don't have a title Douluo following you now. Do you think that with your strength, you can withstand the attack of a top soul saint? If it's a fight to the death, even if we die, we will bite a piece of meat off you." As Yuhao Gang finished speaking, Liu Erlang also took a step forward. Killing intent emerged from her body. Although there was a woman following Huo Yuhao, she was not the two-titled Douluo they knew. With Huo Yuhao's strength alone, Liu Erlang might be able to kill him instantly. Huo Yuhao laughed and ignored Yuhao Gang and Liu Erlang. Instead, he looked at Zhang Lexuan beside him and said with a smile, "Big sister, they said there is no title Douluo around me?" Zhang Lexuan sneered and took a step forward. She was already in front of Liu Erlang. This strange speed surprised Liu Erlang, and she was about to retreat and distance herself from Zhang Lexuan. However, before she could make any move, Zhang Lexuan had already moved. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Liu Erlang's neck and lifted him up. Title Douluo. Liu Erlang's face flushed and squeezed out these words from his throat. Yuhao Gang's face also changed drastically. The woman in front of him was actually a title Douluo. Being able to control a level 80 soul saint in an instant, no one except the title Douluo could do it. Humph. Zhang Lexuan's face was cold and her aura rose suddenly. Soul rings emerged from under her feet. Yellow, purple, black, and red. A 9-ring title Douluo. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Not only Yuhao Gang and Liu Erlang, but also the students of Shrek Academy and other people who had gathered there. Their eyes widened at this moment. 200,000 year spirit rings. How is this possible? Tang Heo and Ma Xiaotao, who have 100,000 year spirit ring, are already powerful titled Douluo. And how strong is Zhang Lexuan, who has 200,000 year spirit rings? At this moment, Yuhao Gang's face was at hen. This world always respects the strong. Even if Huo Yuhao ignores the law, so what? The Heaven Dao Empire would never choose to offend a title Douluo who is so powerful that it is unimaginable. Because of a Shrek Academy, the spirit ring on Zhang Lexuan's body flashed away, but the shock it brought to everyone was unparalleled. I saw that her aura suddenly shook, and Liu Erlang in her hand had already fallen into a coma. Zhang Lexuan's hand loosened, and Liu Erlang fell to the ground. Huo Yuhao said, "I won't kill you, because keeping you alive will bring me a lot of fun. I hope that, when I go out tomorrow, I will see that the words written on this door are no longer Shrek Academy." Huo Yuhao took Zhang Lexuan's hand and walked away. Ding, the host suppressed Shrek Academy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 luck points. The host's current luck point is 510,000. Huo Yuhao was slightly surprised. Before, Xiandao Royal Academy often suppressed Shrek Academy in the name of exchange and learning, and Huo Yuhao only obtained a small amount of luck points, and later he did not obtain any luck points. Now 2 years have passed, and I didn't expect to be able to obtain 3 luck points. It is really a pleasant surprise. It seems that with the accumulation of time, suppressing Shrek Academy can also gain a lot of luck points. In Shrek Academy, the students felt very humiliated. The dean of their own academy was subdued by someone at the gate of their own academy. Just the breath made him faint. Does such an academy really have a future? Many students even thought of dropping out. After the Soul Master competition, Shrek Academy has been going from bad to worse, and has become a laughing stock of other Soul Master Academy. After all, they provoked the Duke of Xiandao and would be suppressed from time to time by the Xiandao Royal Academy. In the room, Liu Erlang woke up faintly and there was still fear in her eyes. She sat up suddenly, looked at Yu Xiaogang, Mahanjin, Damu Bei and others around her, and said, I'm going to the Stardao Great Forest to get a soul ring. I will return the humiliation today 100-fold. Dina Long, is our academy really going to change its name? Oscar asked. Liu Erlang closed her eyes, and a strong sense of humiliation spread in her heart. But at this moment she had to compromise. From today on, Shrek Academy will be changed back to Blue Tyrant Academy. That afternoon, Liu Erlang left Blue Tyrant Academy with several powerful academy teachers, set out from Xiandao City, and headed for the Stardao Great Forest. Liu Erlang has broken through level 80, and it is time to get a soul ring, and advance to Soul Douluo. She was originally a genius soul master with a martial soul mutation, unlike Yu Xiaogang. Liu Erlang's martial soul mutation was a change in attributes, and the martial soul itself was not weakened. Moreover, Liu Erlang's talent was extremely high, but she had not opened her heart about Yu Xiaogang for more than 10 years, and could not concentrate on cultivation, so her cultivation speed was slowed down. With her talent, it is possible to break through the title Douluo. She suffered humiliation several times in the past few years, and because of Yu Xiaogang's changes, she wanted to become stronger, so she was able to break through the 80th level. Now, she only wants to break through the title Douluo and wash away the humiliation she suffered. However, what Liu Erlang did not expect was that her departure caused Yu Xiaogang to suffer a disaster. 2 days after Liu Erlang left, she was in Damu Bei's room, panting in Mahanjin's arms after just finishing her exchange with Mahanjin. Now, her heart has long been numb, and she has gradually accepted Mahanjin. But the resentment in her heart has never disappeared, and has been buried deep in her heart. After several exchanges, Mahanjin's martial soul riot was suppressed. At this moment, he had regained consciousness, his eyes greedily stayed on Damu Bei's fiery body, and the movements of his hands were even more wanton. Boss Day, do it again. Mahanjin felt some abnormal movements of his martial soul again. Now Mahanjin is no longer worried about the outbreak of evil fire. Every time the evil fire comes up, he can get help from Damu Bei. Of course, Damu Bei does not ask for it in his heart. Therefore, he is no longer worried about the problem of evil fire, and his cultivation has improved rapidly. In the past 2.5 years, Mahanjin has broken through the soul sect, and is about to catch up with Damu Bei in terms of soul power level. His cultivation has made great progress, which is also the reason why Liu Erlang continues to indulge Mahanjin. Damu Bei resisted the discomfort in his heart, stretched out his hand to push Mahanjin away, and said, Fatty, promise me one thing, otherwise, no matter what happens in the future, you can't do this kind of thing with me. Mahanjin's heart tightened, and he asked quickly, don't say one thing, as long as you are willing to follow me, I will listen to you in everything. Although Mahanjin's cultivation is almost catching up with Damu Bei, he is still not Damu Bei's opponent. Therefore, if Damu Bei doesn't want to, he can't force him. Damu Bei said with a faint look in his eyes, the master is also a woman, go find her once. Hearing this, Mahanjin's evil fire that had just been released suddenly burned. Yu Xiaogang is old and his appearance is not good, but he is still acceptable. A few years ago, Mahanjin lingered in the brothels in Soto City because his only source of income was the Soul Master subsidy. Therefore, the women he could find were all mediocre and vulgar. In order to release the evil fire, he had experienced women who were worse than Yu Xiaogang. So he didn't reject Yu Xiaogang. And because of Yu Xiaogang's status, and Yu Xiaogang's proud and arrogant character, Mahanjin's evil fire was even more intense. Just thinking that, if something really happened with Yu Xiaogang, Liu Erlang would definitely not let him go. When he came back, the fire in his heart was immediately extinguished by a basin of cold water. Damu Bei was now careful, and saw the hesitation in Mahanjin's heart, and said, I have a soul-loving drug here. As long as you inhale it, you will be able to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, and you will not have any impression afterwards. If you can't find evidence, the master can't do anything to you. If you don't agree to me, I will leave now, and don't even think about touching me in the future. Daemube stood up and made a gesture to leave. Mahangjin was anxious and quickly pulled Daemube and held him tightly in his arms. He said, I'll do whatever you say. But before that, you have to satisfy me one more time. Daemube suppressed the nausea in his heart and forced a smile. Okay. Soon, in Daemube's room, the sounds of phoenixes and tigers roaring were heard, and the bed began to shake violently. Chapter 145, The Land of Divine Inheritance. On the other side, in the Duke's mansion, Huo Yuhao received news that Emperor Zhuyi had agreed to Huo Yuhao's establishment of the academy, and he began to build the academy's buildings and facilities outside Xiandao City. According to Zhuqing's estimate, it would take less than half a year to start recruiting students and teaching. But before that, Huo Yuhao had to determine the teaching staff. But Huo Yuhao couldn't wait until then. He was about to set off for the Slaughter City. In the bedroom of the Crown Prince of Xiandao, Huo Yuhao and Zhuqing were drinking and chatting. Huo Yuhao didn't know the exact location of the Slaughter City, and it was only after Zhuqing investigated that he got the general location. Second brother, in fact, with your talent and strength, you don't need to go to the Slaughter City to train. As long as you improve your cultivation, you will be the strongest person, Zhuqing said sincerely. In Huo Yuhao, Zhuqing saw infinite possibilities. Even she, as a person with an 8 level 20 soul power and a god level martial soul, the 6-winged angel, a unique existence in Douluo Continent, could not help but marvel at Huo Yuhao's strength. She is now a soul saint, but she is not sure that she can defeat Huo Yuhao. Even though the angel martial soul is a god level martial soul, it is extremely powerful. Because Huo Yuhao's golden dragon is not inferior to the angel martial soul. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, I'm just curious about what that place is like. Don't worry, I will be back in half a year at least, or a year at most. Zhuqing raised his glass and said, since you have made up your mind, I can't stop you. Take care. Huo Yuhao drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and left the prince's bedroom. Tonight, he still has to return to the Duke's mansion to say goodbye to Zhu Zhuqing and others. The atmosphere at the table was a little silent. Huo Yuhao, do we have to go to the Slaughter City? Ma Xiaotao asked. Although they knew Huo Yuhao's strength, even the Slaughter City could not trap Huo Yuhao. But that place is a paradise for the fallen, and there are no friends at all. In the Slaughter City, everyone is your enemy. If others don't die, you will die. Although Huo Yuhao is powerful, he cannot guarantee that there will be no accidents. Huo Yuhao did not choose to hide it, and said directly, I must go to the Slaughter City, because that place is the inheritance place of the Shura God. Maybe there, I can get the inheritance of the Shura God. The inheritance place of the throne. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. The Slaughter City is a place where only those who have committed many evil deeds and crimes will choose to go. Because there can be escape from the pursuit of the two empires and the Spirit Hall. It is like a free cage, imprisoning the greatest sin on the Douluo Continent. Brother Yuhao, I will go with you. Zhu Zhuqing had made up her mind long ago. Where Huo Yuhao is, she will be there. Huo Yuhao touched Zhu Zhuqing's head and said, I will go alone this time. The Slaughter City is not suitable for you. Brother Yuhao. Zhu Zhuqing was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Huo Yuhao said, don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll be out in a year at most. The Slaughter City not only has the inheritance of the Shura God, but is also a place that Huo Yuhao can't avoid to obtain the luck value. Calculating the time, Tangsun should also go to the Slaughter City now. Only from Tangsun can Huo Yuhao obtain enough luck value. After summoning Zhang Lexun, Huo Yuhao's luck value is now only 510,000. That night, Huo Yuhao and Zhu Zhuqing did not practice, but sat on the roof of the Duke's mansion, leaning on each other, quietly looking at the bright moon in the sky. When it was dawn, the stars had not yet completely disappeared, and Zhu Zhuqing fell asleep on Huo Yuhao's shoulder. Huo Yuhao gently picked her up by the waist, returned to the room, and put her on the bed. After Huo Yuhao covered Zhu Zhuqing with a quilt, he kissed her gently on the forehead, and then left. As Huo Yuhao went away, Zhu Zhuqing's eyelashes trembled, and she opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were already hazy, and tears were shining. She and Huo Yuhao have been together for 8 years. During these 8 years, they have never separated, and have already regarded each other as the most important people. Therefore, as soon as Huo Yuhao left, Zhu Zhuqing felt endless attachment. After Huo Yuhao walked out of the room, he saw Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lexun. He walked forward with a smile and embraced Zhang Lexun. The two greedily sniffed the familiar smell on each other's body, because this separation would not see each other for many days. After a long time, the two reluctantly let go. "Big sister, I'm leaving." Zhang Lexun smiled and nodded, watching Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao get on the carriage. Finally, she whispered, "If you don't come back in a year, I will go to the Slaughter City to find you." The Slaughter City is such a dangerous place that even a titled Douluo will be trapped in it. But Zhang Lexun has made up her mind that, if Huo Yuhao can't come out, she will go there in person and bring Huo Yuhao out. Ma Xiaotao will escort Huo Yuhao to the entrance of the Slaughter City. This is their final compromise. Ma Xiaotao is about to break through the Super Douluo and can ensure Huo Yuhao's safety on the way to the Slaughter City. Of course, Huo Yuhao has become stronger now. As long as he encounters someone who is not a titled Douluo, he can handle it. The carriage gradually drove out of Xiandao City and headed north. After the carriage had been moving for a month, Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao arrived at a remote town in the north. The two walked out of the carriage, and Ma Xiaotao looked around the town with a frown. Her face was ruddy and radiant at the moment. Because Huo Yuhao was going to the Slaughter City this time, it was unknown how long it would take for them to meet. Therefore, Ma Xiaotao was very crazy along the way. Huo Yuhao knew Ma Xiaotao's friendship, so he could only sacrifice his life to accompany the beauty. So at this moment, his face was slightly pale. But it didn't matter, and it wouldn't affect Huo Yuhao's combat effectiveness. Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection was instantly launched, and he quickly locked onto a tavern. No one could have imagined that the entrance to the Slaughter City was right below this tavern. The air in the tavern was turbid, cold and dark, with only a dozen people sitting there. The approach of Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention, especially Ma Xiaotao, who was wearing a red dress at the moment and looked extremely beautiful. Her tall figure and upright body made everyone present salivate. TSK, where did this beauty come from? This is God's favor to us. Among the dozen people, everyone's eyes were focused on Ma Xiaotao, who was naked and unconcealed. Two people even came forward and uttered foul language. Ma Xiaotao had a violent temper, so how could she tolerate it? She was about to take action, but was stopped by Huo Yuhao. "I'll do it." Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao stopped moving, standing behind Huo Yuhao, looking at Huo Yuhao's figure with gentle eyes. Although her strength was stronger, she was already one of the most powerful in the world. But as a woman, being protected by the one she loves also touched her. At this time, following Huo Yuhao's actions, more than a dozen fierce men in the tavern stood up, looking at him with murderous intent in their eyes. Huo Yuhao had a faint smile on his face, and soul rings appeared one after another under his feet. White, purple, black, Soul Emperor. Huo Yuhao's soul rings obviously surprised everyone. There were a total of 16 people here, but there were only 3 soul masters, and the strongest was only a soul master. At this moment, they secretly thought that it was not good, but who could have thought that a handsome boy was actually a soul emperor? Kill, altogether. Someone in the crowd shouted, and then everyone rushed up to kill Huo Yuhao first. However, Huo Yuhao just stood there quietly without any extra movements. The next moment, countless thick and sharp blue-silver grass drilled out from the ground, accurately piercing the 16 people in the tavern. For a moment, the smell of blood filled the air, and the blood of 16 people flowed. Huo Yuhao frowned slightly, then looked at the waiter at the counter and asked, "Did you open the entrance on your own initiative, or did I open it myself after I killed you?" The waiter at the counter had a heavy face. Huo Yuhao killed 16 people in a breath, and he was indeed qualified to enter the slaughter city. He pressed an extremely secret button on the counter. Then, the ground rumbled, the soil rolled, and a hole with a diameter of 2 meters appeared. A cold wind blew out of the hole, carrying a strong smell of blood. It was pitch black below, and no scenery could be seen. Masaoteo was slightly startled and said, "I didn't expect this to be the entrance to the slaughter city." Huo Yuhao returned to Masaoteo's side and gently stretched out his arms to say his final farewell. "Sister Zaoteo, I'm going in. Be careful, don't be too anxious, take your time. Don't worry, it's okay." The two hugged each other and separated after a long time. Huo Yuhao lowered his head slightly and kissed Masaoteo's beautiful red lips like crazy and predatory for a long time. Then he turned around and jumped into the cave. Masaoteo stood there in a daze, as if she was feeling the last breath left by Huo Yuhao. After a long time, she turned around and left. However, the door of the tavern had been closed at some point. "Beauty, your little man has entered the slaughter city and most likely he will not be able to come out. Why don't you follow me from now on?" The waiter stepped forward with a lewd smile on his face, but before he could finish his words, he was blown away by the terrifying aura emerging from Masaoteo and hit the wall of the tavern hard, making a dull sound. Blood flowed from the waiter's body. He stared at Masaoteo with wide eyes and died in a moment. Masaoteo walked out of the tavern, got on the carriage, and returned to Xiandao City. She was already looking forward to the scene of the two meeting in a year. In the darkness, Huo Yuhao descended dozens of meters before he felt the feeling of being on the ground. This was a dark passage that extended downwards, with a cold wind blowing in his face. He opened his golden eyes and walked forward. After walking forward for more than 1,000 meters, Huo Yuhao heard a cold voice coming from all directions. "Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is the capital of resistance, a world full of slaughter. Here, you can have everything, but the price is your life." Huo Yuhao continued to move forward, and there was an open door in front of him. After walking out of the passage, Huo Yuhao saw a black city. Above the thick city wall was a purple moon. The moon was less than 500 meters from the ground. In front of the city wall, there were 101 people wearing black armor and holding heavy swords. One of them was riding on a tall warhorse. He sat upright on the warhorse and slowly walked towards Huo Yuhao. "Defeat me, and you will be qualified to enter the city of slaughter," the Dark Knight said. Huo Yuhao said, "Then let's fight." The warhorse suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Huo Yuhao, carrying a terrifying killing intent, as if it had rushed out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A flash of light appeared in Huo Yuhao's hand, and a long sword appeared. The long sword was 2 meters long, and the narrow blade flashed with sharp light. This was a level 6 soul guide long sword, indestructible and able to cut iron like mud. After coming here, Huo Yuhao seemed to have entered a special realm. In this realm, soul power could not be used, and everything depended on oneself. He flashed and came behind the Dark Knight. The long sword in his hand slashed out, and pulled the tall knight off the horse. With a bang, the knight fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Huo Yuhao in shock, not expecting that the other party could defeat him so easily. "You have a soul bone." The Dark Knight reacted immediately. Huo Yuhao did not answer, but walked in front of the Dark Knight and stretched out his hand. The soul bone skill he used just now was the teleportation skill of his 100,000-year-old Lightning King Bird soul bone. This was how he could appear directly behind the Dark Knight and defeat him with a single blow. The Dark Knight knew that the other party was definitely not trying to pull him up, but to get a token to enter the slaughter city. He took out a black token from his arms and threw it into Huo Yuhao's hand, saying, "This is your proof of being in the slaughter city. Someone will meet you at the city gate." "Okay." Huo Yuhao glanced at the token in his hand. There was a number on it, 10,086. He turned around with the token and walked towards the tall and thick city wall. The city wall was black, and the city gate was also pitch black. Above the huge city gate, the word Slaughter City were hung high. A woman with a black veil was already waiting here. "Welcome to the Slaughter City." The woman in black veil had a slim figure and wore bold clothes, revealing a large area of snow white skin. Led by the woman in black veil, Huo Yuhao entered the city. Under the shining of the purple moon, this place was completely a purple world. There were quite a few people in the city, and it was very similar to some ordinary cities in the outside world. I'm your guide. You can ask me anything you don't understand within 24 hours. After 24 hours, this is where you will live, and you will become a member of the Slaughter City. Take me to the Hell Slaughter Field. Huo Yuhao said bluntly. Maybe the chapter was reported yesterday, and it is blocked now. I can't unlock it until Monday. I will find the editor. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 146 Tang-san. Are you surprised to see me? What is the Slaughter City? A paradise of sin. There are no rules here, and you can do anything. Even if a titled Douluo comes here, he cannot use soul skills, and his strength will be weakened. You can only enter but not leave. There is a special law enforcement team, which is composed of soul Douluos, who are given the ability to use soul skills by the King of Slaughter. The captain of the law enforcement team is a titled Douluo. Those who want to escape from here have all died in the hands of the law enforcement team without exception. Even if a titled Douluo from the outside world comes to the Slaughter City after losing the ability to use soul skills, he is definitely not the opponent of the law enforcement team. And there is only one way to leave the Slaughter City, that is to win the championship of the Hell Slaughter Field, have the qualifications to challenge the Hell Road, and then kill out of the Hell Road. And such a strong man is also given the title of God of Death. The Slaughter City has been built for more than 1,000 years, and only 8 gods of death have appeared in total. In Huo Yuhao's memory, there are only 2 gods of death in the world. One is the Pope of the Spirit Hall Bibidong, and the other is Tang-san's father, Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. In the original novel, Tang-san and Hulina also broke out of the Hell Road through cooperation, and won the title of God of Killing. What Huo Yuhao also knew was that after creating the Hell Road, he would obtain the God of Killing domain. And possessing the God of Killing domain would also qualify for the Shura God test. In this killing city, there is a powerful person, the King of Killing. The King of Killing was originally Tang Chen, the ancestor of the Haoshan sect. When he experienced the 8th test of the Shura God, he was possessed by the 9-headed Bat King in the killing city, and lost his original spiritual wisdom. Who is Tang Chen? He was once the leader of the Haoshan sect, who was known as the Invincible on Earth. It was in his hands that the Haoshan sect developed into the world's #1 sect. There is also a saying on the mainland that, although the Haoshan hammer is very strong, its title of the world's #1 weapon spirit comes entirely from Tang Chen. When Tang Chen was still in the Haoshan sect, even the Wuhan Hall did not dare to provoke the Haoshan sect easily. Even Kan Dao Liu, the chief worshipper of the Wuhan Hall, was defeated by Tang Chen, as well as a series of Haoshan secrets, and the most powerful ring blasting skills, all came from Tang Chen. Take me to the Hell Killing Field. Huo Yuhao looked at the black-veiled girl in front of him. Are you sure? Only 1 in 10 people can walk out alive after entering that place. The black-veiled girl reminded. Huo Yuhao said, I have a general understanding of the rules here. Take me there. Okay. Huo Yuhao knew the rules of the killing city roughly, and he came in for the ultimate killing god realm. As one of the 5 great gods in the god realm, Shura God's position is one of the strongest. If there is no other choice, perhaps inheriting Shura God's position is Huo Yuhao's best choice. Therefore, Huo Yuhao will go to the Hell Killing Field as soon as possible to undergo the killing trial. Everyone in the killing city will only be required to enter the Hell Killing Field once a year. As long as they survive the battle, they can live in the killing city for another year. But Huo Yuhao can't wait that long. Following the steps of the black-veiled girl, Huo Yuhao walked towards the city. Along the way, he saw many people with pale faces and skinny bodies. These were poor people who did not have the courage to go to the trial of the Hell Killing Field, and survived by contributing 2 cups of Bloody Mary every month. Bloody Mary sounds nice, but it is actually human blood. The killing city is actually divided into two areas. One is the outer city where fighting and conflict are not allowed. The inner city is a place without rules. After walking for more than half an hour, Huo Yuhao finally came to a wall, and behind this wall was the inner city of the killing city. There was no guard at the gate of the city, because as long as you step into it, you will face the real test of the killing city. So as long as you have the courage, you can enter at any time. The two stepped into the inner city of the killing city. Unlike the dead silence and indifference of the outer city, the inner city is a luxurious and crazy world. And there are more people here, and it is particularly noisy. Excited shouting and painful cries are creepy. This is the real paradise of sin. As long as you have strength, you can have everything here. Here, Huo Yuhao saw many indescribable scenes. Fighting was everywhere. As soon as Huo Yuhao entered the city, he was noticed by many people, who looked at him with provocative eyes. If Huo Yuhao had not been with the black-veiled girl, I'm afraid someone would have already made trouble. The black-veiled girl was the messenger of the King of Slaughter, and no one dared to provoke her. And those who had just entered the slaughter city would have a novice protection period of 12 hours. Of course, this novice protection period was only effective if they stayed with the messenger of the King of Slaughter. Under the guidance of the black-veiled girl, Huo Yuhao came to a special circular building, 50 meters high. And here was the center of the slaughter city, the location of the hell-killing field. Under the instructions of the black-veiled girl, Huo Yuhao used his identity token to sign up, and then waited for the game to begin. Each group of people entering the hell-killing field had 10 people. The fighting in the killing field was not limited to the rules. As long as you could walk out alive in the end, you would be the winner. Of course, there was only one person in each group who could walk out. In other words, once you step into the hell-killing field, you can only be enemies with each other, and you must kill the other 9 people by any means. Huo Yuhao was lucky. He didn't have to wait for long before he gathered 10 people and could start the game. If you want to enter the hell-killing field to watch the game, you must also contribute a glass of Bloody Mary to be eligible to enter. Otherwise you can only participate in the trial. Huo Yuhao followed the black-veiled girl into the long passage and entered the killing trial field. A man came forward. This man was the winner of the previous game. Huo Yuhao narrowed his eyes and found something wrong. This man was wearing a mask on his face, and his figure and the little face he revealed were not seen before. But Huo Yuhao felt a familiar breath from him. Tang-san. Huo Yuhao's mouth slightly raised an arc. He didn't expect that Tang-san had arrived at the killing city before him. It seems that Hulina must have arrived here as well. Can we do it here? Huo Yuhao looked at the black-veiled girl beside him. You can do it anywhere in the inner city, the black-veiled girl said. Before he finished speaking, Huo Yuhao's figure had disappeared from the spot and rushed towards Tang-san. Tang-san, who had just experienced a massacre, was full of killing intent and did not seem to be exhausted. He noticed Huo Yuhao's action and raised his head in an instant. However, Tang-san, who had won 20 consecutive victories in the hell-killing field and was called Shura, had a look of panic in his eyes. Huo Yuhao was undoubtedly a nightmare character for Tang-san. Tang-san was repeatedly defeated by Huo Yuhao and had to hide everywhere. He did not expect that, even if he came to the killing city, he would not be able to escape from Huo Yuhao. However, thinking that he had evolved into the Blue Silver King due to the Blue Silver Grass martial spirit, his appearance, figure, and temperament had changed greatly, and he expected that Huo Yuhao would not recognize him. Tang-san's heart was slightly settled. Facing Huo Yuhao rushing towards him, Tang-san was not panicked and faced him cautiously. He stepped on the ghost shadow trace step and was about to get away. However, Huo Yuhao's speed was beyond his expectations. In an instant, Huo Yuhao caught up with Tang-san. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Huo Yuhao swung the sword, and the long sword left no trace, but he cut off the mask on Tang-san's face with one blow. Tang-san tried his best to dodge, but was still scratched on the face by the long sword in Huo Yuhao's hand. Dare to attack me, you have already chosen death. Tang-san snorted coldly. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Tang San had been training hard with Tang Heo for 3 years, and his strength had been greatly improved. His cultivation had even broken through the Soul King. He had also been tempered by blood in the Hell-killing field, and his comprehensive strength had been greatly improved. However, with just one attempt, Huo Yuhao cut off the mask on his face. You know, if Tang San's ghost shadow step was not extremely mysterious and his mental strength was always tense, he would probably have been beheaded by Huo Yuhao's sword. Tang San was furious, and as his soul power surged, a dark hammer appeared in his hand, which looked very heavy. This was his martial soul, the Clear Sky Hammer. Tang San rushed forward waving the Clear Sky Hammer, ready to fight with Huo Yuhao. When Tang San first entered the Slaughter City, it was also this black-veiled girl who received him. Therefore, when he saw the black-veiled girl beside Huo Yuhao, he immediately knew that Huo Yuhao had just entered the Slaughter City. After entering the Slaughter City, soul skills cannot be used, and most soul masters need a period of time to adapt. Therefore, Tang San felt that this was the best time for him to defeat Huo Yuhao. 3 years ago, in the elite competition of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy, Huo Yuhao had already reached the level of Soul King. Who knows if he will have broken through to Soul Emperor after 3 years. And in this Slaughter City, the restriction on the use of soul skills will undoubtedly consume more energy for Huo Yuhao. Because Tang San has mastered the unique skills of the Tang sect, he can use some soul skills in disguise. Tang San stepped on the Ghost Shadow Phantom step, holding the Clear Sky Hammer in his hand, and rushed towards Huo Yuhao. He was stained with blood, and had a murderous intent. Huo Yuhao held a long sword in his hand, and fought with him. The black-veiled girl stood not far away, and did not stop him, because it was Huo Yuhao who provoked first, so the novice protection period was useless for Tang San. Clang clang clang. The dense metal collision sound rang out, and the Soul Guide longsword and the Clear Sky Hammer collided with each other, creating a series of sparks. Tang San was awed in his heart. He did not expect Huo Yuhao to have such a strong strength even without using his martial spirit. The long sword was indestructible, and it contained extremely terrifying power. After several collisions, Tang San found that his arm was numb. In terms of strength comparison, he was actually completely crushed. Tang San, I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect you to hide here. Are you surprised after seeing me? Huo Yuhao teased. Huo Yuhao. Tang San was shocked. He did not expect Huo Yuhao to recognize his identity. Not long ago, he broke through level 50 and followed Tang Heo to a forest where he received the sacrifice of the 80,000-year-old Blue Silver King. While obtaining a soul ring that was extremely compatible with the Blue Silver Grass martial spirit, his own Blue Silver Emperor bloodline was also awakened. Now, his Blue Silver Grass is no longer a useless spirit, but a top-level spirit, Blue Silver King. The reason why it did not awaken to Blue Silver Emperor is that there can only be one Blue Silver Emperor spirit in this world. When Yin, the original Blue Silver Emperor, was still alive, Tang San could not awaken Blue Silver Emperor, even if he had the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. He could only awaken the next level Blue Silver King. Huo Yuhao's Blue Silver Emperor spirit was copied through the almost unsolvable ability of the Mirror Pupil spirit, and did not have the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. In other words, it is impossible for Huo Yuhao's descendants to have the bloodline of a copied spirit. From beginning to end, his spirit was Mirror Pupil. After the spirit awakened, Tang San's body underwent amazing changes, and it can be said that he had completely changed his appearance. Even so, he was still recognized by Huo Yuhao, which was beyond his expectations, and made him feel extremely incredible. How did you recognize me? Tang San was horrified. Huo Yuhao said with a sneer, I was just trying to trick you, but I didn't expect you to admit it yourself. You. Tang San's eyes turned a faint blood red, and he was extremely angry. He always claimed to be a calm and steady person, but whenever he met Huo Yuhao, it was as if he was released with a halo of intelligence. This is the Slaughter City. You can't hide behind a woman anymore. Tang San said, maybe here, I can kill you. Huo Yuhao heard this, and suddenly exerted his strength. With a powerful and heavy knife, Tang San flew out and smashed hard on the wall of the passage. "Do you have the strength to do this?" Huo Yuhao sneered. At the same time, he was alert in his heart. As one of the gods of slaughter, Tang Hao can enter and exit the slaughter city at will, because the law enforcement team here can't stop him at all. If he encountered Tang Hao here, who knows what accidents might happen. Of course, Tang Hao was already seriously injured, and later he was injured by Ma Xiaotao and Yin. It is still unknown how much strength he can exert now. Moreover, Huo Yuhao dared to enter the slaughter city alone, so he still had some cards. After Tang San was knocked away, he did not rush up, but fled quickly towards the passage. Huo Yuhao was about to chase him, but was stopped by the black-veiled girl. "Your trial is about to begin." Huo Yuhao glanced at the direction where Tang San left, then nodded to the black-veiled girl, and entered the Hell Slaughter Field. This is a huge arena, similar to the Daohan arena, but not as big as the Xiandao Daohan arena. At this moment, there were already 9 people waiting on the arena. Huo Yuhao jumped and came directly to the arena. There was still a short time before the trial began, and the 10 people on the field just looked at the people around them warily. Standing on the arena, except for himself, the rest were enemies, and they were existences that would be killed at all costs. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao noticed a pair of eyes staring at him. He turned around and saw a graceful figure in the audience. It was obvious that this was a woman who, like Tang San, wore a mask on her face and was filled with murderous intent. Her eyes were very familiar to Huo Yuhao, and it was obvious that this was an acquaintance. In this city of slaughter, besides Hulina, the only person Huo Yuhao could think of was Hulina. 3 years had passed, and Hulina's figure had become more plump and tall, like a ripe peach, waiting to be picked. Chapter 147. Before we take action, does anyone want to leave here? Huo Yuhao. Hulina's pupils shrank in the stands. When she met Huo Yuhao's eyes, her mind was shaken. Why did she come to such a place? It was to wash away the humiliation she suffered from Huo Yuhao and the elite competition of advanced soul masters in the continent. As the leader of the golden generation and the most outstanding young soul master of the spirit hall, he was defeated by Huo Yuhao without any ability to fight back. Huo Yuhao alone was absolutely suppressing the 3 people of the golden generation. At that time, they were all soul kings. However, facing Huo Yuhao, they had no way to deal with him. In the end, they could only lose, and the spirit hall lost 3 extremely precious soul bones. In this era, the value of soul bones is self-evident. Losing 3 soul bones at once is also a huge loss for the spirit hall. Even her teacher Bibi Dong was questioned by the spirit hall's worship hall. In previous soul master competitions, even the champions received only a soul bone as the most precious reward. The prize for this championship is 3 soul bones. Originally, Bibi Dong intended to give them directly to the 3 people of the golden generation, but was opposed by the worshippers. In the end, they could only be given to the 3 people in the form of championship rewards. But who would have thought that Huo Yuhao would come out halfway and directly lead Xiandao Royal Academy to win the final championship? All 3 soul bones were taken by Huo Yuhao. The 3 people of the golden generation were punished for losing the championship. Ziyu and Yan were sent by Bibi Dong to the Hurricane Canyon for training. After Hulina came back from the Hurricane Canyon, she chose to go to the Slaughter City for blood training. After losing the Soul Master competition, Hulina's desire to become stronger was particularly strong. She was a very proud person, and didn't want to experience the humiliation of failure again. Hulina looked at Huo Yuhao, and suddenly remembered the scene when she used charm in the singles match between the two. Even though she had been training here for half a year and her heart was filled with killing, she felt a little embarrassed. Ding, the host suppressed Tang San. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 luck points. The system prompt sounded in Huo Yuhao's mind. He smiled slightly. Tang San, the son of luck, was still covered with thick wool. The trial begins. A cold voice came from nowhere. As the voice fell, the other 9 people on the killing field, except Huo Yuhao, took action immediately. The melee of 10 people was about to break out. Huo Yuhao looked around him, holding the 6th level soul guide longsword in his hand, and started fighting. At the beginning of the trial, the two people on Huo Yuhao's left and right actually united and attacked him at the same time. One of them held a spear and the other held a sharp blade and attacked Huo Yuhao. However, Huo Yuhao was not panicked at all. In fact, in this killing city, some of his advantages will be greatly reflected. For example, he has a golden dragon martial spirit, and his physique is already strong enough to be comparable to Soul Douluo. Therefore, here, even Soul Douluo will never be his opponent. Moreover, since he already had 3 soul bones, he could use soul bone skills. Huo Yuhao's figure flashed and disappeared directly from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already come behind a person on the right. The long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out, and the soul master holding the spear had been beheaded. Huo Yuhao looked at the other person with a very calm look. He walked forward calmly, and the long sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. The martial spirit of this soul master was the sharp blade in his hand. He was obviously a little surprised at the scene that Huo Yuhao killed a person with one blow. However, there was no one who dared to mix in the killing field who was not a ruthless person with blood on his hands. Although he was surprised, he was not afraid. Holding the sharp blade, he rushed towards Huo Yuhao, aiming at Huo Yuhao's throat. Huo Yuhao did not intend to deal with it. The long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out, and with a powerful blow, he directly slashed the sharp blade in the opponent's hand and flew out. His hands were paralyzed. The terrifying blow made his whole body tremble. The sharp blade in his hand slipped out of his hand instantly, and even his arm was almost broken. His reaction was very quick. After one round of fighting, he knew that he was no match for Huo Yuhao, so he quickly retreated. On the way back, he recalled the fallen sharp blade. However, Huo Yuhao had no interest in these trash characters. He began to enter a killing state. He killed one person every 10 steps. Soon, the other people on the field also discovered Huo Yuhao's strength. They actually abandoned their opponents and surrounded Huo Yuhao. However, Huo Yuhao's strength was not at the same level as this. Even if he was outnumbered, he could easily kill the opponent. Hulina in the stands was shocked. Huo Yuhao's attack was disorganized. He relied entirely on his agile speed and strength that ordinary people could not bear, and he could easily kill all the opponents on the field. Soon, on the wide killing field, only Huo Yuhao was still standing, and the others had fallen in a pool of blood. Except for a few who came here for training, the rest of the people in the slaughter city were all extremely evil, so Huo Yuhao was very decisive in killing people. He cut a piece of cloth from the dead body, wiped the blood off the long knife in his hand, and walked out of the passage. Huo Yuhao found a room nearby to live in. From the first day, he would enter the slaughter trial field every day to complete a competition. Half a month later, Huo Yuhao had won 16 consecutive victories in the Hell Slaughter field. In the slaughter city, there was no one else like him who participated in the competition every day. Because the place with the most killings is often not the Hell Slaughter field. As long as you live in the inner city, you may encounter danger at any time. After Huo Yuhao ended the 12-hour novice protection period, he was constantly attacked by others. For ordinary people, in such an environment, the spirit is always tense, and sooner or later one day they will go crazy. However, Huo Yuhao didn't feel anything, except feeling a little annoyed. Because in the past half month, the enemies he encountered were just some chickens. Huo Yuhao's strength was a complete dimensionality reduction blow to them. That night, Huo Yuhao had just walked out of the hell killing field. After winning a victory easily, he planned to return to his room to rest. However, just as he was heading to an alley, dozens of murderous auras appeared around him, which made him alert. "Come out," Huo Yuhao said lightly. In his perception, there were at least dozens of people hiding in this narrow alley. There was no way he had been too popular recently. In about half a month, he had won 16 consecutive victories. Such a record was not achieved even by the most outstanding Hell Envoys and Shuras in the Hell killing field in the past 6 months. Hell Envoy Hulina, Shura Tangsan. Of course, except Huo Yuhao, no one knew the true identities of these two people. When they first entered the killing city, they encountered too many difficulties and obstacles. They were often injured and often attacked. Although they were able to kill or repel all the enemies, they could not maintain a good state to cope with the trials of the hell killing field. Therefore, they don't go to the hell killing field for trials every day. As Huo Yuhao finished speaking, 3 figures appeared in front of him. Huo Yuhao narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the strong murderous aura and powerful aura on the other party. He was a little surprised, because the 3 people in front of him were all Soul Douluo level masters, and they didn't know why they were targeting him. Could it be because Huo Yuhao occupied the most luxurious villa next to the hell killing field? Huo Yuhao chuckled, glanced at the dark places around him, and said, "Before you start, is there anyone who wants to walk out of here alive?" No one responded. They sentenced themselves to death with their actual actions. The 3 Soul Douluo masters in front of Huo Yuhao rushed forward first. They can't use soul skills in this killing city, but this does not prevent them from being strong. Soul Douluo level masters, whose bodies are strengthened by 8 soul rings, have reached an incredible level. Therefore, even in this killing city, they are also outstanding. A long sword appeared in Huo Yuhao's hand, and the sharp blade light was frightening. Facing 3 Soul Douluos at the same time, and surrounded by dozens of auras, Huo Yuhao did not dare to be careless. Because this was also the first time he faced such a lindup. Not only did he have to fight with 3 Soul Douluos, but he also had to be careful to deal with sneak attacks in the dark. Huo Yuhao rushed towards the 3 Soul Douluos in front of him with his long sword. With a loud clang, Huo Yuhao collided with a soul sword Douluo holding a warhammer. With one blow, Huo Yuhao and the other party flew backwards at the same time. The difference was that the warhammer Soul Douluo was knocked out, while Huo Yuhao used the force to retreat in order to avoid the attacks of the other 2 Soul Douluos. However, behind him, there was a murderous intention. A man in black clothes wanted to stab him with a sharp sword. However, Huo Yuhao's figure disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he had come behind the man in black. The long sword in his hand swept across and directly cut off the head of the man in black. People who hide their heads and show their tails are not worthy of being on the stage. Huo Yuhao sneered and rushed towards the 3 Soul Douluos again. The sound of fighting continued, and the murderous aura and soul power surged, destroying the walls around the alley. Huo Yuhao fought 1 against 3, and he was not at a disadvantage. With the injection of soul power, the soul guide long knife in Huo Yuhao's hand burst out with a 3-foot long blade, which was extremely sharp and could cut iron like mud. It was as easy to cut a person as tofu. Suddenly, a spiritual power wave attacked Huo Yuhao's right side. Huo Yuhao drew his knife and turned around, blocking the blade at his heart. The next moment, the sound of metal collision came. This was a flying knife containing soul power fluctuations. Huo Yuhao was slightly startled. This was the first time he encountered a soul master with a flying knife type martial spirit. However, it was obvious that this soul master was not very strong. Even this sneak attack could not hurt Huo Yuhao. He kicked out suddenly and repelled a Soul Douluo with a diamond tiger martial spirit. However, this also made him unable to defend against the attack of another Soul Douluo. A cold light flashed, and a blood mark was left on Huo Yuhao's abdomen. Then, the 3rd Soul Douluo also rushed forward. His martial spirit was a bear, and he was extremely powerful. He punched Huo Yuhao in the chest, knocking him out, and knocking down a thick wall. Huo Yuhao felt a surge of blood, and forced out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Huo Yuhao injured, dozens of auras hidden in the surroundings suddenly moved. One after another, figures appeared in this narrow alley, and attacked Huo Yuhao. Seeing Huo Yuhao injured, they seemed to be on stimulants, jumping out from the darkness one by one, all wanting to kill Huo Yuhao. However, Huo Yuhao showed a cold smile. Injured? Fake. Huo Yuhao completely exploded at this moment, and a golden dragon shape emerged from his body, and the golden dragon martial spirit was released instantly. At this moment, his physique was greatly enhanced, and the sword wound on his abdomen just now was actually healed directly at this moment. The injury just now was just a show of weakness to the enemy, attracting the enemies hiding in the dark. And now, it is time to hunt. Huo Yuhao was facing dozens of enemies, and his killing intent was completely aroused. He swung his long sword fiercely, killing one person with one step, blood splashing and broken limbs flying. At this moment, he was very scary, and the blood on his body made him look like a killing god, and no one could stop him. Huo Yuhao took out a long sword from the storage space, held the two swords in both hands, and killed all the enemies around him like a meat grinder. He was as imposing as a dragon, and his killing intent was amazing. He knew that the three soul Douluos rushed to the front and attacked together, which made his killing steps pause slightly. If he was in the outside world, facing 3 soul Douluos and dozens of soul masters of all levels at the same time, Huo Yuhao might be much easier than now with his full burst, because he has many powerful soul skills to use. But here, he can't use soul skills. Although he can exert his strong physique to the extreme, it is actually greatly weakened. There are enemies on all sides. Huo Yuhao knows that the other party is determined to kill him here. Behind Huo Yuhao, his clothes instantly tore apart, and 8 spider legs extended out, like 8 sharp swords, fighting the enemy at the same time. Huo Yuhao's mind was divided into 8 parts, and it could be used to make fine soul guides, so it was no problem to use it in battle. After being strengthened by 2 soul bone evolution potions, the 8 spider soul bones were now at the level of 30,000 year soul bones. In addition, the characteristic of the external soul bones that can continue to grow as the soul master's cultivation level improves, makes the 8 spider soul bones continue to strengthen at this moment. The 8 spider soul bones now have a soul skill called Devour. The 8 spider soul bones can devour the soul power and vitality of all creatures. In this chaotic battle, the increase in Huo Yuhao's power is even more obvious. External soul bones. Everyone was boiling, and after seeing the external soul bones that Huo Yuhao showed, they all showed greed on their faces. Chapter 148 The humiliation you brought me. In the Slaughter City, the role of soul bones can be greatly reflected. Because the Slaughter City does not restrict the use of soul bone skills, having a soul bone here will undoubtedly open up a huge gap in strength with others. And Huo Yuhao has an external soul bone that can be compared with 100,000 year soul bone. For a moment, the people who rushed towards Huo Yuhao had different thoughts. It was not difficult to guess what they were thinking. They wanted to preserve their own strength and kill their companions around them while killing Huo Yuhao. Only in this way can they snatch the soul bone from Huo Yuhao more safely. Everyone, take action together. Kill this man first, and then discuss the ownership of the soul bone. Sword Soul Douluo shouted, calling on everyone to take action together. Huo Yuhao looked at everyone coldly and said, "Do you really think you can kill me?" He became more and more ruthless, and there were more than 20 corpses lying beside him. Huo Yuhao inserted the 8 spider lance into the 8 corpses respectively, absorbing the soul power that had not yet dissipated from the corpses, and using it to restore his own consumption. This battle was undoubtedly a great challenge for him. All along, the biggest crisis Huo Yuhao had ever encountered was the hunt he and Zhu Zhuqing had encountered in the crossing Luo Empire. Later, with Ma Xiaotao and others around him, he basically had not encountered any danger. Now he could only rely on himself, which also made Huo Yuhao's fighting spirit boil. Fight. The fighting became more and more intense. The premise of snatching the soul bone was to kill Huo Yuhao. Under the combined efforts of a group of soul masters, Huo Yuhao was a little overwhelmed. Suddenly, a nimble figure came from a distance and broke into the battle directly, clearing the enemies behind Huo Yuhao. Hulina. Huo Yuhao was shocked. He didn't expect Hulina to help him. "I will wash away the humiliation you brought to me with my own hands. Before that, I will not allow you to die." Hulina snorted coldly, holding a short dagger in her hand, and directly inserted it into the chest of an enemy, killing him. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and focused on fighting. "Hell Messenger, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's not too late to leave now," a spirit master shouted. Originally, a group of people joined forces to deal with Huo Yuhao, and they already felt very exhausted. At this moment, the addition of a Hell Messenger simply made their mentality explode. At this moment in the Slaughter City, there are 3 people with a prominent reputation. One is Hulina, who was the first to come to the slaughter city and was called the Hell Messenger. One is Tang San, who is called Shura. Although Huo Yuhao has only been here for half a month, he has also earned the name of the King of Hell because of his 16 consecutive victories in the Hell slaughter field and the several sieges he experienced in this inner city. Anyone who dared to attack Huo Yuhao has died, and no one has escaped. With the addition of Hulina, Huo Yuhao's pressure suddenly decreased, and there were several more corpses around him. Although Hulina is a control type spirit master and her martial soul ability tends to be charming, as the leader of the golden generation, her individual combat ability is also very outstanding. After nearly a year of training in this slaughter city, the whole person has undergone a transformation. Now, she was holding a short dagger, which was enough to make people tremble. Behind Hulina, a long foxtail stretched out, which was furry, but had extremely strong lethality. Under her control, the foxtail could extend 3 meters long, and the hair on it was like a steel needle, with extremely strong penetrating power. The long tail swung, and an enemy was directly smashed out. His chest collapsed, and he died directly. With the help of Hulina, Huo Yuhao rushed directly to the one who used the sword martial spirit among the 3 soul fighters. Although the 3 soul fighters were all attacking Huo Yuhao's attacks were all concentrated on the sword martial spirit soul fighter. The left leg bone skill of the 100,000-year-old lightning king bird, teleportation. Huo Yuhao's figure appeared directly behind the sword soul fighter, and the long sword in his hand burst out with extremely terrifying lightning power. The violent lightning accompanied the slash of Huo Yuhao's long sword and all bombarded the sword soul fighter. The second soul skill of the left leg bone of the 100,000-year-old lightning king bird, lightning storm. Lightning flashed, and sword soul Douluo was blasted away. Lightning flashed all over his body, and the violent energy blasted a blood hole in his back, and his flesh was charred black. Puff sword soul Douluo spat out a mouthful of blood, and the powerful aura on his body instantly wilted. Huo Yuhao took advantage of the victory, and was about to kill him, but was blocked by the other 2 soul Douluos. So he decisively threw the long knife in his hand, piercing through the heart from the back of sword soul Douluo, and stabbing out from the chest. The death of a soul Douluo level strongman shocked everyone present. It also made the 2 soul Douluos furious. They attacked even more fiercely. However, Huo Yuhao was already killing madly at this moment, and took out another long knife from the storage space, and slashed with both knives. Kill. After a moment, there were only 8 people left in the alley. Huo Yuhao rushed straight towards the 2 soul Douluos, and the long sword in his hand slashed across. Countless lightning crisscrossed, and electric snakes surged, rushing towards the 2 soul Douluos. The lightning that Huo Yuhao controlled came from the 100,000-year-old lightning king bird, which was extremely powerful. Even soul Douluos did not dare to underestimate it. In the alley, soul power was surging and murderous. At this moment, the surrounding buildings had been completely destroyed, and could not withstand the battle of Huo Yuhao and others. This was a life and death fight, without any reservations. At this point in the battle, some people had already wanted to retreat. But in this killing city, you can hide for a while, but not for a lifetime. In order to avoid being remembered by Huo Yuhao and Hulina all day in the future, it is better to do your best at this moment, and try to kill him. However, what shocked them wildly was that Huo Yuhao became more and more courageous as the battle went on, as if the soul power in his body was endless, and there was no end in sight. Huo Yuhao was full of murderous intent. Although he had only been in the slaughter city for half a month, he had a deep understanding of the murderous aura. Now that he was in the midst of the slaughter, the murderous aura was gradually rising, which was frightening. The 2 soul Douluos knew that they had offended a tough guy today, but they were unwilling to give up easily. In an environment like the slaughter city, even if they had never met before, they were very likely to become enemies. What's more, they were ambushing here and besieging Huo Yuhao. There was no room for reconciliation. Now, they had reached a situation where it was either you or I would die. No one could imagine that Huo Yuhao could deal with dozens of them by himself. You know, among these people, there are many strong people whose cultivation is higher than Huo Yuhao. There are also many fierce characters who have lived in the Slaughter City for several years or even more than 10 years. They are well versed in the way of killing. But at this moment, facing the crushing of Huo Yuhao's absolute strength, they could only admit defeat. Huo Yuhao made a strong move and killed a man. At this time, there were only 2 Soul Douluo strongmen around her, and the other 5 were surrounding Hulina. With the pressure greatly reduced, Huo Yuhao did not dare to be careless. Because the killing here has attracted many people to watch, Huo Yuhao did not dare to show any signs of weakness, because once he was exhausted, he was afraid that, even if he killed all the remaining 7 people here, he would be attacked by others later. In addition, there was an extremely dark aura hidden in the surroundings, and Huo Yuhao, who was in the battle, had no energy to search for his position. This aura had existed from the beginning, but it had been hidden in the dark and often changed its position, so Huo Yuhao could not grasp its trace. Suddenly, a cry of pain came, and Huo Yuhao repelled the Soul Douluo in front of him with a knife. Looking back, Hulina covered her lower abdomen and retreated repeatedly. On her flat abdomen, a very deep bloody wound appeared at this moment, and the wound was purple, obviously poisoned. Seeing this, the 5 people surrounding her joined forces to kill her. For a moment, Hulina was in danger. Huo Yuhao secretly thought that it was not good. He had no reservations at this moment. He used all his strength to beat the 2 Soul Douluos in front of him, and made them retreat one after another. Huo Yuhao's long sword was aimed at the forehead of the bear-type martial Soul Douluo. He was so powerful and murderous that no one could stop him at this moment. The Soul Douluo retreated frantically, trying to dodge the sword, and he did it. Huo Yuhao's sword was still more than a foot away from his forehead. However, a 3-foot-long blade suddenly burst out from the tip of the long sword and sank directly into the Soul Douluo's forehead. Killed in one blow. The Soul Douluo's eyes were scattered, and he had no vitality. Huo Yuhao did not stop, and continued to attack the only remaining Soul Douluo. Without an opponent, this Soul Douluo was no match for Huo Yuhao at all. His body was already covered with knife marks and blood was flowing. He jumped up, and was about to escape, but Huo Yuhao would never give him a chance to leave here. Since you have chosen to take action, you must be prepared to be killed. Huo Yuhao suddenly kicked the ground with his toes, and the whole person rushed out. One knife cut through the Soul Douluo's body protection soul power, and the other knife cut through the sky, and cut off his head. At this moment, Hulina was already vomiting blood, and was seriously injured in the siege of 5 people. The cold light just flashed, and she had no time to dodge. After slightly turning sideways, she still left a wound on her body. What made her feel bad was that there was a poison spreading in the wound. In order to suppress the spread of the poison, half of her soul power could not be mobilized, and her strength was greatly reduced at this moment. Although she had exploded and killed 1 person, she had no way to deal with the remaining 4. At this moment, a long knife fell from the sky and landed in front of Hulina. The terrifying lightning exploded instantly, blasting the 4 people around Hulina away. Huo Yuhao came quickly from a distance and locked the figures of the 4 people in an instant. As his body swayed, he had already arrived in front of Hulina and slashed down with the long sword in his hand, directly killing an enemy. Then, he turned around and swung his sword again, beheading the person behind Hulina. The remaining 2 people were no longer a threat, and Huo Yuhao would not let them go, so he killed them directly and decisively. Hulina's heavy breathing came from behind. Her pretty face was pale at the moment. Even though she had taken out the detoxification pill from the spirit hall and swallowed it, she still couldn't completely get rid of the toxins. Hulina staggered, supported the ruins behind her, and slowly sat down and began to circulate her soul power to try to heal her wounds. Huo Yuhao stood beside her, scanning the people around him with his spiritual power. These people had been watching and had not taken any action, and the person who attacked Hulina had disappeared, and it seemed that he had already run away. Sensing the malicious gazes of the people around him, Huo Yuhao interrupted Hulina's healing and said, "Come with me." Hulina's face became paler and paler, and big beads of sweat flowed on her forehead, which was stained with a little blood. She knew the danger of the Slaughter City, so she could only nod to Huo Yuhao.
Huo Yuhao held a long knife in one hand and put his arm around Hulina's slender waist with the other hand. He jumped and headed towards his residence. In a luxurious residence, Huo Yuhao laid Hulina on a soft big bed. Huo Yuhao, Hulina, who was in a daze, found herself in an unfamiliar environment and was suddenly a little confused, especially since there were only her and Huo Yuhao here. Huo Yuhao took a look at the wound on Hulina's abdomen and found that it had not healed and was bleeding all the time. He did not hesitate to take out a recovery pill from the storage space and put it into Hulina's mouth. The weak Hulina could not refuse at all and could only swallow it. Huo Yuhao, what did you give me to eat? Hulina asked hurriedly. Although she chose to help Huo Yuhao, she did not let down her guard against him. Healing pills. Huo Yuhao said, there is a bathroom in the room. Clean up after you recover. Huo Yuhao turned and left. If Zhu Zhuqing or Ma Xiaotao were injured, he would definitely stay to heal them and take good care of them. However, the friendship between him and Hulina has not reached this level. After watching Huo Yuhao walk out of the room and the door closed, Hulina's heart was slightly relieved. The situation just now surprised her a little. She didn't expect that she would be injured by a sneak attack, and the injury was not shallow. Now, if the previous enemies attacked her, or those who had bad intentions paid attention to her, she would probably be powerless to resist. Hulina also has an external soul bone on her body, which is the foxtail, which is quite powerful. Therefore, since Hulina rented the Slaughter City, she has often experienced assassinations, sneak attacks, and ambushes in various situations. They all went through very dangerous situations. Although Hulina did not completely let down her guard against Huo Yuhao at this moment, because the two of them had only been rivals since the Soul Master competition. But now that she was seriously injured, it was much better to be protected by Huo Yuhao than to be alone. Hulina forced herself to sit cross-legged, intending to start healing. However, a burst of pure energy suddenly emerged from her body, which actually contained a strong vitality. Hulina was surprised to find that under the effect of that energy, her injuries were recovering rapidly, and even the toxins that had spread in her body were now all discharged. There was a tingling sensation from the wound. Hulina looked down at her lower abdomen and found that the originally very deep wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. She couldn't help but reveal her surprise. What kind of elixir was this that actually had such a powerful effect? Regarding Hulina, I want to hear the brothers' opinions. Chapter 149. Who dares to fight me? In the room, Huo Yuhao stood in the bathroom, letting the water pour down from his head to wash away his physical and mental fatigue. This fight made him feel exhausted. Even with his physique, he could not stand it. After washing himself, Huo Yuhao returned to his bed and began to meditate to restore his soul power. He was also summarizing the experience of this battle. Life and death fights can bring growth to people. Huo Yuhao felt that his combat experience had been greatly improved. If faced with such a situation again, perhaps Hulina would not need to take action, and he could break out of the siege on his own. In less than half an hour, Huo Yuhao suddenly opened his eyes, and he felt a terrifying soul power fluctuation coming. Before Huo Yuhao could make any move, with a boom, an astonishing soul power fluctuation suddenly exploded, destroying Huo Yuhao's soul in an instant. Huo Yuhao's face turned cold. It seemed that someone saw that he and Hulina were injured today and couldn't help but want to take action. With a flash, Huo Yuhao came to Hulina's room. At this moment, Hulina had already woken up. She was wearing a clean golden dress, and her slender and plump figure was hiding in the shadows of the room. The attack just now affected her room, but it did not destroy the wall. Huo Yuhao's appearance obviously startled her, and she instinctively wanted to attack. However, when she saw Huo Yuhao's appearance clearly, she stopped. Let's rush out together, Huo Yuhao whispered. Hulina nodded. The two were not in a good condition now. Although their injuries had recovered, their soul power had not yet recovered to its peak. Hulina's condition might be better. She had taken the recovery pill, which not only healed her injuries, but also restored a lot of her soul power. Huo Yuhao only had 50% of his soul power at the moment.
The two stood quietly in place, and their perception was fully released. When they realized that the enemy had gathered, Huo Yuhao took the lead in attacking. Two long swords appeared in his hands, and a blade light flashed across, and the wall of the room was suddenly opened, and Huo Yuhao rushed out directly. 3 men appeared in front of him, each holding a weapon, and carrying a strong killing intent. After seeing Huo Yuhao's figure appear, they immediately surrounded him and attacked him. The battle was about to break out. Hulina's figure also rushed out of the room after Huo Yuhao, and the two joined forces to kill the 3 enemies. In this killing city, killing does not need a reason at all. They have also adapted to the rules here. At this moment, the first move is a killing move. However, there are not only 3 enemies, but also many people hiding in the dark. In a moment, Huo Yuhao's sudden outburst killed 1 person. At the same time, Hulina also repelled her opponent. The two did not pursue the victory, but fled directly to the distance. There are too many people with killing intent gathered here. Once surrounded, it is difficult for Huo Yuhao and Hulina to rush out. Therefore, they can only sneak away, adopt a roaming tactic, and defeat them one by one. Just as Huo Yuhao and Hulina rushed out of the residence, other assassins hiding in the dark also moved. They surrounded them from all directions, trying to besiege the two. However, although Huo Yuhao and Hulina were not at their peak, their combat power was far superior to these people. When they were determined to break through, no one could stop them. Huo Yuhao ran in the front, holding 2 swords in both hands, and his murderous aura seemed to be materialized, making people who approached him feel cold in their bodies and hearts. Although there were only 2 people, they rushed like thousands of troops, with the momentum of a dragon, invincible, and impossible to stop. Huo Yuhao rushed to the weak point of the encirclement, and Hulina followed closely behind him. Huo Yuhao was responsible for killing the most powerful enemy in front, while Hulina was responsible for clearing the enemies on the sides of the two. Although the two had not experienced any training, they seemed to have a tacit understanding at this moment. Stop them, a strong man roared, but he was far away from Huo Yuhao and Hulina, and could not catch up with them for a while. He could only shout and let the people in front of Huo Yuhao take action. A chase began. Behind Huo Yuhao and Hulina, more than a dozen powerful soul masters followed closely. In front of them, a few spirit masters kept pestering them, trying to slow down the two and close the encirclement. If this situation had happened last night when Huo Yuhao and Hulina had just experienced a great battle, it would have been impossible for them to escape. However, in about an hour, Hulina's injuries had recovered, and even Huo Yuhao's consumed spirit power had recovered by 50%. Although they were not at their peak at the moment, they were still powerful enough to be feared. Suddenly, a fierce attack came from the front of Huo Yuhao, and a long spear broke through the air and pierced Huo Yuhao's throat. Huo Yuhao was startled and quickly turned sideways, while the long sword in his right hand slashed at the spear. With a long clang sound, the sound of metal colliding was endless. The spear contained extremely terrifying power. Under this attack, Huo Yuhao's forward figure stopped abruptly, and at this moment, the enemy behind him had already caught up. Huo Yuhao frowned and gave up the idea of breaking through. He looked around. There were 18 people in total. Although the Linoop was not as good as last night, it was also very terrifying. In the Slaughter City, no one could escape from such a siege. These 18 people were all strong men who had survived in the Slaughter City for many years. They were terrifyingly powerful and insidious. Otherwise, they would not have dared to attack and kill them. After seeing the amazing performance of Huo Yuhao and Hulina last night, there is no other way. I can only kill them. Huo Yuhao looked at Hulina and smiled slightly. Protect yourself. Hulina's heart moved, and she looked at Huo Yuhao with some strangeness. She nodded seriously and said, "You too." Huo Yuhao didn't know that his words would cause ripples in Hulina's heart. What he meant was that Hulina should protect herself, otherwise getting hurt would distract him. After all, Hulina took the initiative to help last night. If she got hurt, Huo Yuhao would not ignore it. Kill. A melee was inevitable. Huo Yuhao's eyes were bloodshot and his killing intent soared to the sky. Even if he was surrounded, he was not afraid at all. He condensed his murderous aura and honed his combat skills in the battle. This battle attracted countless people in the slaughter city. They stood in high buildings and alleys, paying attention to this battle. Because the result of this battle was related to the lives of two extremely powerful masters in the slaughter city. Huo Yuhao and Hulina came here just for experience, but they made a great reputation here through winning one after another. Normally, no one dared to provoke them, but at this moment, they experienced two dangerous sieges in one day. In this melee, 2 people faced 18 people, and the number difference was huge, but Huo Yuhao and Hulina did not lose the upper hand in a short time. They used all their killing moves, and corpses lay around them one after another. Huo Yuhao slashed with his long sword, and cut the enemy in front of him in two. He leaned against the wall, and gasped for breath. However, these desperate people in front of him would never let him go, and they didn't even give him a chance to breathe. The offensive was continuous. Even if he had a life, he would fight to the death for Huo Yuhao's life. Huo Yuhao was in a critical situation at the moment. Although he did not use his soul skills, the soul power consumption of maintaining to level 6 soul guide longswords was already too much for him. His soul power was rapidly consumed, but the enemy's offensive became more and more turbulent. They surrounded Huo Yuhao in the center, constantly wearing away his fighting power. Hulina on the other side was also in crisis. Her strength was still far behind Huo Yuhao. Although the enemies gathered around her were not as good as those around Huo Yuhao, they also made her feel exhausted. Huo Yuhao did not hesitate. He took out a recovery pill and swallowed it in the melee. Suddenly, a cool energy flowed in his body, eliminating Huo Yuhao's physical fatigue. The strong soul power was also refined into his own soul power by Huo Yuhao in a very short time, and used in the battle. With a recovery pill to charge, Huo Yuhao broke out. Teleport, lightning storm, dark gold claws, 8 spider spears. Huo Yuhao used all his skills. His clothes were stained with blood, as if he were a god of death, and under his feet were blood-soaked limbs and arms. At this moment, the killing intent in him seemed to be solidified, which made people feel chilled to the bone. At this moment, even if the soul masters who surrounded him were all strong, they could no longer withstand his attacks. Huo Yuhao felt that he seemed to have entered an extremely mysterious state, with only killing intent in his heart. However, he did not lose his mind, but was extremely calm. He used all kinds of killing methods to clear the enemies around him. As the enemies fell one by one, Huo Yuhao felt that his perception of that state became clearer. At this time, the people who surrounded Huo Yuhao had already retreated because they could not see any hope of killing Huo Yuhao. The battle continued, and Huo Yuhao was in a mess, but he still burst out with extremely terrifying power. This is simply not a human. He can't be killed at all. At this time, they had to admit that Huo Yuhao's strength could not be defeated by human wave tactics. However, Huo Yuhao had already fallen into the killing. This feeling made him feel extremely mysterious, and he couldn't help but want to continue exploring and groping. Kill. Endless killing, until there was no one left standing beside Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao rushed towards Hulina's group, and attacked with force, killing all the enemies around her. However, at this moment, he still wanted to continue killing, but all the enemies were gone. Hulina suddenly met Huo Yuhao's eyes, and the coldness made her feel as if her soul was about to be torn apart. Huo Yuhao. Hulina noticed that Huo Yuhao's state was very wrong, and with a loud shout, she tried to wake Huo Yuhao up. However, Huo Yuhao was already very clear-headed, but he was a little colder than usual. He glanced at the people watching the battle and said provocatively, "Who dares to fight me?" The momentum of looking down on the world and being invincible shocked everyone. They didn't know Huo Yuhao's condition. They only saw that Huo Yuhao was covered with wounds, but there was an endless power supporting him. After waiting for a long time, they didn't dare to move. Huo Yuhao sneered and left the place with Hulina. They returned to their residence again. The 2 consecutive battles were so bloody that it was terrifying. I don't think anyone would be so blind as to rush to the door to die. Huo Yuhao's residence was very spacious. Even if most of the area was destroyed, there were still a few intact rooms. After entering the room, Huo Yuhao staggered and almost fell to the ground. Only Huo Yuhao himself knew the condition of the moment. His soul power was completely exhausted. Although there were only 18 people left after the melee, these people were all powerful soul masters and were also well-known figures in the Slaughter City. However, at this moment, they all gathered here to surround and kill Huo Yuhao and Hulina. The soul bones moved people's hearts. Both Hulina and Huo Yuhao had used spirit bone skills, which was their reliance for maintaining their winning streak in the hell-killing field. Spirit bones are priceless treasures. Even if they are placed in the outside world, they can still create a huge gap between spirit masters of the same realm. What's more, in this killing city, where spirit ring skills cannot be used, here, the value of spirit bones is even more unpredictable. Huo Yuhao, what's wrong with you? Hulina was also very exhausted at this moment, and a hard battle was also extremely dangerous for her. I'm fine. I just consumed too much, and I need to meditate immediately to restore my spirit power, Huo Yuhao said. Hulina looked around. Although she was out of danger at the moment, she could not guarantee whether there would be subsequent attacks. You restore your spirit power first, and I will protect you, Hulina said. Okay. Huo Yuhao sat down cross-legged and immediately entered a meditative state. Of course, he did not meditate deeply. After all, this is the killing city, and he cannot trust Hulina without reservation. Of course, according to the description in the original novel, Hulina can still be trusted. She would never disdain to attack Huo Yuhao when he is weak. Otherwise, she would not have helped Huo Yuhao last night when he was surrounded and killed. The reason why he did not completely trust Hulina was that Huo Yuhao had always cherished his life. He now had too much wealth, money, power, and status, and women. Therefore, he cherished his life more and more. After a night, Huo Yuhao's soul power had been fully restored. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a pretty face close at hand. Because the distance was too close, Huo Yuhao could even see his shadow in Hulina's big eyes. Hulina was originally in a daze, and Huo Yuhao suddenly opened his eyes and woke her up. With a cry, her body quickly retreated. Your meditation is over. Hulina's eyes were a little scattered, and her pretty face was flushing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a bit embarrassing to be caught peeking. Hulina actually wanted to know what kind of person Huo Yuhao was. After all, a monster who can single-handedly defeat the three geniuses of the Spirit Hall's golden generation cannot but arouse people's curiosity. Chapter 150 Half-Year Cohabitation. Huo Yuhao looked at Hulina's whole body and said, "Why don't you take a shower first? You're not feeling well." He found that Hulina was still wearing the same clothes she wore last night. After the fight, they were stained with blood. The blood had solidified, but there was still a fishy smell. Hulina quickly stood up and walked out the door, saying, "Okay." Huo Yuhao also took a shower in his room and changed into clean clothes. He went to the damaged kitchen, packed up some kitchen utensils that could still be used, and then started cooking. After 2 battles, although his soul power had recovered, he still had to solve the problem of hunger. With his cultivation level, he could survive even without food or water for 10 days, but he was used to eating, drinking, and sleeping, and he always felt empty without food in his stomach. Half an hour later, Hulina walked out of a still intact room wearing a light golden dress. She had short orange hair that reached her shoulders, and her pretty face was moist and fair, with a little mist lingering in her hair. When she smelled the tempting aroma of the food on the table, Hulina's appetite was excited. She looked at Huo Yuhao with some surprise and said, "I didn't expect you could cook." Huo Yuhao smiled slightly and said, "There are many girls around me, and I have learned a little from them." Hulina heard the arrogance in Huo Yuhao's tone and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, saying, "It smells okay. I wonder how it tastes. Then let's start eating," Huo Yuhao said. The two sat down and began to enjoy their post-war breakfast. This table of food is usually enough for 5 or 6 people to eat normally, but now it has all gone into the stomachs of the two. Feeling the fullness of his stomach, Huo Yuhao finally felt a lot more at ease. Comfortable. Huo Yuhao sighed. Hulina's face was slightly red. After all, although she didn't eat as much as Huo Yuhao just now, it was still far more than a girl's normal appetite. Especially in front of Huo Yuhao, she did not maintain an elegant and good posture. Your place is already mostly destroyed. Why don't you move in with me? Hulina tried to find a topic to cover up her embarrassment. Although the two had experienced 2 battles together, they were not very familiar with each other. Staying in the same room, the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. Okay. Huo Yuhao agreed without hesitation. Most of his residence had been destroyed. Although it was habitable, the location was exposed, and it was inevitable that he would encounter other troubles in the future. Hearing that Huo Yuhao agreed without hesitation, Hulina was also a little stunned because she thought Huo Yuhao would refuse. She was a little nervous and a little happy. What's going on? Hulina said, then you pack up, and we'll move in right away. Huo Yuhao nodded, and then put all the useful things in the room into the storage ring, and followed Hulina out of the house, where they had lived for half a month. The two walked on the street, attracting the attention of many people. There was no way the 2 battles they encountered last night caused a lot of noise. It also made many people more afraid, and they hid far away when they saw Huo Yuhao and Hulina. Hulina's residence is 3 kilometers away from the hell-killing field, neither close nor far away. With her strength, the location of her residence is relatively safe. Hulina has been in the killing city for nearly a year and a half, and has won 53 battles in a row in the hell-killing field. Although Tangsun has only been here for half a year, he has also won 35 battles in a row. It will take a long time for Huo Yuhao to surpass the 2. Of course, the frequency of the 2 going to the hell-killing field is not as high as Huo Yuhao. Maybe in 2 or 3 months, Huo Yuhao will be able to catch up with Tangsun and Hulina. Hulina's residence is also a small villa. To own such a beautiful villa in this dangerous killing city, it is conceivable that Hulina's hands are stained with a lot of blood. The original owner of this villa was a Soul Douluo level strongman. After I entered the killing city, he noticed me and wanted to possess me. I did not give in. I hid for half a year before I found an opportunity to kill him. Hulina said to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, that's pretty impressive. You killed a Soul Douluo with the cultivation of a Soul Emperor. Hulina glanced at him and said, didn't you kill Soul Douluo last night? 3 of them. And I was able to kill that Soul Douluo by setting a trap and ambush him. It was difficult to kill him by sneak attack. Hulina's tone was a little lonely. Her purpose of coming to the slaughter city was to gain experience and become stronger. And after becoming stronger, what she had to do was to wash away the humiliation of losing the Soul Master competition. However, after meeting Huo Yuhao at this moment, she found that the gap between her and Huo Yuhao was still very large. Huo Yuhao, I want to ask you a question. You can choose not to answer it. Hulina suddenly asked, are you born with full soul power? Huo Yuhao nodded and said, yes. In fact, Huo Yuhao should be acquired with full soul power, because his soul power level was acquired. But Huo Yuhao himself couldn't explain it to others, so he was born with it. Hulina was not surprised. Huo Yuhao was already a Soul King level Soul Master in the Soul Master competition 3 years ago. At that time, Huo Yuhao was only 16 years old. Who would believe that he could break through to Soul King at the age of 16 if he was not born with full soul power? Hulina was actually more curious about what Huo Yuhao's martial soul was and whether he had twin martial souls. However, given the relationship between the two at the moment, she did not ask, because this was the biggest secret for any Soul Master. The villa is divided into 3 floors, 2 floors above ground, and 1 floor underground. Entering the villa, Hulina said, I live on the 2nd floor. There are many rooms on the 1st floor. You can pick up any room and live there. But I have to say that you are not allowed to come up to the 2nd floor without my permission. Huo Yuhao said, I will pay attention. Hulina said, the underground floor stores fine wine and food. You can use them at will. Okay. Hulina took a last look at Huo Yuhao and then went upstairs. Although she had filled her stomach, she still felt exhausted and needed to rest. At the same time, Hulina felt a little strange. After all, the two of them were barely living together. She felt a little embarrassed that there was suddenly a man in the house.
Huo Yuhao found a room at random, cleaned it up and moved in. From then on, Huo Yuhao and Hulina's life returned to their previous peace. Huo Yuhao would go to the hell killing field every 2 or 3 days to conduct a killing trial, and Hulina would go once every 7 days. Because now, once the people of the killing city meet Hulina in the hell killing field, they will choose to attack her in groups. Because of her strong strength, if others want to survive, they can only join forces to kill her first. Therefore, every game of Hulina is equivalent to 1 against 9. Huo Yuhao is naturally the same, but his strength is too amazing, and every time he sweeps all opponents with a crushing momentum. Hulina is not much different from Huo Yuhao, so naturally she can't do this. Therefore, every time she returns from the hell killing field, she will be more or less injured. Half a year has passed in a blink of an eye. In Hulina's villa, Huo Yuhao was making a soul guide. The coffee table in the living room on the first floor was filled with various metal blocks. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao suddenly felt a weak breath. He was startled and walked out of the room quickly. He saw Hulina, who was covered in blood and looked extremely pale. Huo Yuhao walked forward. Before he could speak, Hulina said weakly, "There are still people chasing me. They will be here soon." Huo Yuhao nodded, helped Hulina back to the room, and then walked out of the villa again. He closed his eyes and let go of his senses. He immediately noticed several powerful auras approaching the villa. After a while, they rushed to Huo Yuhao. When they saw Huo Yuhao's appearance clearly, they were shocked. The King of Hell actually lives with the Messenger of Death. They felt something was wrong. After seeing Hulina win in the killing field of hell today, but also seriously injured, they set their sights on her and chased her all the way. If it weren't for Hulina's various methods, they might not have been able to escape back here alive. However, what these people didn't expect was that Huo Yuhao was also here. In the past 6 months, plus the previous half a month, Huo Yuhao has won 75 consecutive victories in the hell killing field, surpassing Tangsun and Hulina. And today, Hulina's battle also reached 75 consecutive victories. Half a month ago, Hulina had already felt that Huo Yuhao's winning streak was about to surpass her, so she reduced the trial from once every 7 days to once every 4 days. This also made her feel a lot of pressure. In today's battle, she encountered an extremely powerful opponent, and she suffered a lot when they joined forces. Although it was a difficult victory, it also paid a painful price. Run. A loud roar sounded, and one of them reacted very quickly. The moment he saw Huo Yuhao, he had already retreated. These people, even if they were dealing with a seriously injured Hulina, they could run away. At this moment, facing Huo Yuhao, they would only die if they didn't run. "You broke into my house without even saying hello. It seems that you don't take me, your master, seriously," Huo Yuhao muttered, and then disappeared from the spot. The next moment, blood splashed, and a head flew out, with a look of extreme fear on his face. Huo Yuhao attacked, and his knife was very sharp, and it would not bend when killing people. A moment later, several corpses were left on the ground. Huo Yuhao shook off the blood on the knife and put it back into the villa. Hulina was meditating to heal her wounds at this moment. However, the wounds on her body were still bleeding. The situation was not good. Huo Yuhao walked forward, took out the last recovery pill in his body, and fed it to Hulina. The pill took effect instantly after entering the body. The wounds on Hulina's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there was no scar left on her fair and delicate skin. After a long time, Hulina felt that she had recovered. "I have killed those people," Huo Yuhao said. Hulina said, "Thank you, Huo Yuhao, you saved me again." This happened quite a lot in the past 6 months, but this time her injury was the most serious, so Huo Yuhao had to take out the last recovery pill. "We have lived together for half a year, it would be too polite to thank you." Huo Yuhao laughed and said, "Go wash up first, I'll go cook." "Okay." Hulina smiled slightly, watching Huo Yuhao walk into the kitchen. She also stood up and walked towards the second floor. A quarter of an hour later, Hulina had packed up and returned to the living room. She picked up the metal block on the coffee table and looked at it curiously.
However, she had no basic knowledge of soul guides, so how could she understand the core array engraved on the metal block? Hulina turned her head and looked at Huo Yuhao, who was busy in the kitchen. His broad back made her feel at ease. After 6 months of getting along, Hulina had already figured out Huo Yuhao's personality. The more familiar she became, the more Hulina felt that Huo Yuhao was very mysterious. Even though she didn't want to admit it, Hulina couldn't deny that a man like Huo Yuhao was very attractive, talented, strong, handsome, and good at cooking. Hulina believed that if Huo Yuhao took the initiative, no girl would be able to resist his charm. In the past 6 months that the two had been together, although Huo Yuhao had teased her in his words, he had never crossed the line. Although Hulina was moved, she also knew that Huo Yuhao already had a pure little cat. Another point was that Hulina's goal of surpassing Huo Yuhao had not yet been achieved. Even if she wanted something wonderful to happen with Huo Yuhao, she had to wait until she surpassed Huo Yuhao and then suppress it. Hulina stood up and walked to the kitchen to help Huo Yuhao. She could also make some simple food, but of course the taste would not be very good. In the past 6 months, Huo Yuhao was responsible for the food and drink of the two, and Hulina helped. After a while of busy work, several exquisite dishes were brought to the table. The two of them started eating and chatting. In fact, you don't need to speed up. With your current progress, even if you keep the previous speed, you can achieve 100 victories in half a year, Huo Yuhao said to Hulina. Hulina heard Huo Yuhao's concern and felt warm in her heart, but asked, "What about you? In the past 6 months, you have achieved 75 consecutive victories. This is unprecedented in the history of Slaughter City. Even those gods of death took 2 or 3 years to achieve a record of 100 victories. And you have only been in Slaughter City for less than 7 months. Hulina has been in Slaughter City for 2 years, so she even thought that Huo Yuhao's 7 months to achieve the same record as her was amazing. Now in Slaughter City, Huo Yuhao's reputation as the King of Hell has far surpassed Hulina's Death Messenger and Tang San Shura. After all, in the slaughter field of hell, Huo Yuhao is completely invincible, and it is a complete dimensionality reduction attack for other opponents. He will not even get hurt." Hulina asked, "Are you busy getting out of the Slaughter City to meet the girl named Zhu Zhuqing?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.